All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are continuing our party in getting all of the funnel and all the tech and all of that good stuff set up. And so this training section is actually going to be a little bit of a different training section because we're actually going to be doing a tech tutorial. Okay, so why are we doing this tech tutorial? The reason we're doing this tech tutorial is because a lot of the time that you're going to be spending putting together your landing pages and your thank you pages and all that kind of stuff is going to be time spent inside of the client kit, funnel, and website editor. Okay, so even though we do have a template that you are going to be starting off with, which like we talked about in some of the other training sections, this is a requirement, right? Do not try to start a landing page from scratch, okay? But even though we have that template, there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of editing the landing page and doing all of that kind of stuff, okay? So from this tech tutorial, what we're gonna do is we're gonna walk you through how to be able to actually use the funnel and the website editor to do what it is that you want, okay? So we're not gonna necessarily talk about the specific landing page, about the community strategy or any strategy in general. We're going to just talk about, okay, how to be able to use the funnel and website editor in general. And you're going to find it's going to be actually quite funny is because those marketing gurus out there want to try to sell you that like being a funnel builder is some kind of like secret, when in reality, it's really nothing more than just dragging and dropping on a website editor. Like it's really dang simple. Okay. So that's exactly what we're going to go ahead and give you the foundational knowledge of inside of this training is how to use the funnel and website editor in the client kit. So that way you can also become a tech whiz when it comes to this. Okay, so with that being said, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and cut over to a tech tutorial mini training that's going to walk you through the ins and outs and the basic foundational understanding of the client kit, funnel, and website editor. So that way you understand all of the nuts and bolts and the features that are with that. So with that being said, let's go and cut over to that mini training now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this tech tutorial on the client kit, funnel, and website editor. So let me go ahead and walk you through what this is going to look like. Now, again, there's no specific action steps for this. This is just a general tech tutorial. So that way you can understand how the editor actually works. And you can see some of the pro tips that we might actually go ahead and recommend on here. Okay, so the funnel and website editor is under sites, and then you have the funnels, and then you have websites. Okay, now the editor is going to basically work exactly the same way. So I'm going to go ahead and walk you through what that is going to look like. Now, in order to show you this, I'm going to go ahead and start a blank step. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and go blank. Let's go blank over here. And I'm just gonna go ahead and start with a blank slate over here. Okay, now obviously you are not gonna be necessarily doing this because a lot of times you're gonna be working off of a template, but just in case you were starting with a blank slate, let me show you what that is going to look like. Okay, so on this first, it's gonna ask me based off of what width of an element I wanna have. So I'm gonna walk you through what I mean by this. Okay, so what you're gonna notice is that there are different object categories. Okay, so what's happening here is that there are sections, there are rows, there are columns, and then there are elements. And all of these four object categories are represented by different colors. Okay, so green is a section, and there's different options for sections. It can be a full width section, it can be a wide section, it can be a medium section, or it can be a small section. Then you're gonna notice on here is that within a section is going to be a row. Okay, so let me show you what this looks like over here. So I'm gonna click over here. Right over here, let me erase that right here. I'm gonna go ahead and so when I added this section, it's gonna add me, hey, do you wanna add a row to this? So in order for me to add an element, which an element is normally what you think of like the object, right? Which is like, hey, I wanna add a text box, I wanna add a form, I wanna add a blog, I wanna add a video, I wanna add an image, whatever that might be, right? So what's gonna happen here is that in order for you to get to the orange, which is the element, you need to first get through all of these. So I gotta add now a row. And I can add a 1-column row, a 2-column row, a 3-column row. So for example, I'm just gonna go ahead and add a 2-column row, okay? So now you're gonna see I have green, and now I have blue, and then within the actual blue, I now need to actually go ahead and I have columns. So I'm gonna go ahead and I have the columns. So you'll see purple. I didn't have to create these columns because it was already created for me. So you're gonna see on here, if I put my mouse, I got green, then I got blue, and then within blue, I now have purple. So I have 2 purples over here. First column, second column. First column, second column. And then within the column, the actual object element is now going to go. So if I click on add element, you'll see now I have, okay, cool. I can add a headline, I can add a subheadline, a paragraph, a bullet list, a button, a form, a blog post, a video, an image, an FAQ. I can add some HTML, code, survey, calendar, map, reviews, countdown. Like you'll see on here, I can add so much progress bar, divider, timer, checkout. All of these are different elements that I can now add in here. So again, this is the basic building blocks of what the editor actually looks like on both the funnel and the website side. And so as long as you understand this, you understand what we're talking about here. Okay, so we got over here, remember, section is green, Then over there, after section is where we actually have the row, and the row is going to be blue. And sometimes it can be a little bit finicky in order to like put your mouse over it and catch it. So you'll see on here, we got blue. So you see on here, from here, I couldn't get the blue, but now from here, I got the blue. So we got row, and then we got column, and then from there we have the element, okay? And then I can come over here and I can add maybe a headline. Yes, this is awesome. And then on the right side of that, I might decide to go ahead and add maybe a video. Beautiful. And then the next part I want to go ahead and show you is now the element specific settings. Okay, so when I actually click on an element, so let's say for example, I click on this video. When I click on this video, on this left side over here, these are where all of the settings for each of the different elements and objects actually are, okay? So over here, if I click on this orange, which remember the orange is the object element, okay? So if I click on the orange, it's gonna now give me all of the settings around this specific video. So I can say, okay, I can name it. I can go ahead and mess around with the padding. So I can go ahead and have a padding on the left or right. I can mess around with the padding on the right. I can mess around with the padding at the top, at the bottom, the margin. I can mess around with the margin as well, okay? I can go ahead and have a background color to it if I want. Let's say I want to add a yellow background color, just like that, right? Then on top of that, I can have a box shadow. I can add a shadow to there. I can say, because this is a specific video element, I can say, cool, where do I want the link for this? How do I want the video to be embedded? Do I want it to be a YouTube link, a Vimeo link, a Wistia link, maybe a custom embed, HTML link? Maybe I can host a video. So even on TCK, the beautiful thing about this is that you can actually host videos directly inside of TCK. So you don't even got to use like YouTube and stuff if you're using it for your funnel or your website. You can literally just upload the video directly into TCK, right? How cool is that? And then you can mess around with, okay, what are the playback options? Do I want this video to autoplay? Do I want it to allow pause and mute? Do I want to show the speed back controls? Do I want to show the pending time? All of these are different settings that are specific for this specific type of object, right? Now this over here, this was a text object. And on a text object, you're going to see that it actually has different settings on here, right? So these are headline settings now that are showing up here. And headline settings, I can mess around with the opacity, the text shadow, the text size, right? I can mess around with the text size is going to look like, the text colors. I can mess around with the font, what icons I want to include on here, right? So I can say, you know what? I want to include, I don't know, like a YouTube icon on the side of it, right? I can mess around with the padding of it as well. All of these are different settings depending on what object I have. So again, and the other thing on here is that you'll see right here, this plus button, I can now actually add an element, an orange element, right underneath this existing orange element. So if I click right here, I can now add maybe, let's say, an image over here. Boom, just like that. And then if I go ahead and click on, let's say, blue column, or which is blue as row, I can now go ahead and click on a blue row, and boom, just like that, I can just go ahead and add another row underneath that and choose a different number of columns if I want. Now, you did also see at the bottom right, it did give me a warning because I've made quite a bit of changes without saving. So one of the big things you always want to do is that as you are going and playing around with the editor, you constantly want to be saving. And then sometimes when you save, some of these SEO metadata stuff is going to show up. It's not that big of a deal if you want to mess around with it in the beginning, you can. And just SEO metadata is basically like, okay, for search engine optimization, what is the data that is going to show for this specific web page? Okay, so again, you can mess around with it if you want, or you can just go ahead and exit out and then hit save again. It's completely up to you. Now, a couple other things I want to go ahead and show you, right? So depending on what kind of object we're looking at. So let's say, for example, I wanted to add another section. So you can add multiple sections on here, right? So I can add multiple sections. I got this one green section here, but I want to go ahead and add another section at the bottom. And this section, I'm going to make it, let's say, wide, okay? And then I'm going to make it, let's say, one column, okay? I'm going to add an element, and I'm going to add a paragraph element on here. Now, check this out, okay? Once I have a paragraph element on here, I can change the mobile font size and the desktop font size individually. So this is the desktop font size. And what you're going to notice, I'm going to show you this in just a second, but you're going to notice here at the top left where I can actually look at the view of what this page looks like on either both desktop or mobile, because remember, mobile browsers are completely different. And so you'll see on here, if I switch now over to mobile, you'll see I can see what it looks like on mobile, and I can now mess around with the mobile font size, and I can see that changes there. But if I change the desktop font size, I can't see it in this view because I'm looking at the mobile size, right? But if I look at the desktop side, I can mess around with it over there, okay? Now here's the other cool feature about this, okay? If I'm editing, let's say, a text block, one of the cool, amazing features about TCK that they've recently added is they've actually recently added AI across the entire platform. So I can actually go over here, and when it's a text block, I can go ahead and mess around with the bold, the italic, the strike through, the underline, the hyperlink, the paragraph. If I want to make this, like H3 format, whatever, I can mess around with that. And then I can also go ahead and I can click on Content AI, and I can say, you know what, write for me a paragraph on why bananas are awesome. Okay. And then I can say, you know what, writing tone, I want it to be funny, and come up with 3 variations, and I can click on generate. And this is the cool thing about this entire process. You'll see here, peel back layers of joy with bananas. Not only are they a perfect snack, but they're potassium power, right? Bananas are this. And so just like that, I'm now able to go ahead and literally, bananas are the Beyonce of fruits. Look at that. I click on continue, and boom, just like that, it goes ahead and puts in whatever text. And so now AI is within TCK. How cool is that, right? So I can go over here. I can click on Content AI, and I can say generate new content. And I want to say, write for me an article about why everyone on the planet needs a health coach. Okay. And then I can come over here and I can write, I want this to be in a, let's say, persuasive tone. Okay. It's going to generate for me an entire article about why everybody on the planet needs a coach or a health coach or whatever. You see on here, and it gives me 37 words, 44 words, right? Are you looking for this? Whatever. I can copy it, and then I can go ahead and insert it right there. So again, that's the content variation. The other big element that you're going to use is a lot of times you're going to use buttons. And let me show you what a button looks like on here. So we got a button over here. Where's buttons? Now I can also go ahead and just type it in at the top, just like that button. And then right here, you'll see that there are a bunch of different settings for when it comes to buttons. Some of those settings over here, it says over here, like when this button is actually clicked, what do I want to have happen, right? Do I want it to go ahead and open up a website URL? Do I want it to hide stuff? Do I want it to go to the next step? Do I want it to give an email? Do I want to give an SMS? All of that is going to be on there, okay? So that's just some of the tools that I wanted to show you, right? So I talked to you about the object categories. I talked to you about the element specific settings that we talked about. Padding, we've talked a little bit about padding. Let me show you padding a little bit more. So let's say, for example, I got the button over here. I can mess around with the padding, and I can make the padding on the left or the right. That'll make the button bigger or smaller, right? I can mess around with the margin at the bottom, so how much margin is going to be there. So padding is going to be another really big element that you can mess around with. And padding actually can happen either on the section level or on the row level. So you'll see these are all different paddings and she's changing, or on the column level, or even on the element level. So you see, as I was clicking on the different things here, it is actually changing the settings on the left side, because padding can actually be changed. Padding and margin can be changed on each of those individual elements there, okay? Now let's go ahead and actually talk about some of the features that are at the top over here, okay? So at the top, we have the back button. If we click on the back button, that's gonna take us back over to where we were before. Then over here, we can select and see the view between desktop and mobile. Then over here under settings, we have over here SEO metadata. So if you ever need to change the SEO metadata manually, you can go ahead and do that under settings. Also over here, we have tracking codes. So if you ever need to add any tracking codes or anything like that, that might be a little bit of an advanced feature that you can look into later on. Custom CSS, if you ever need to go ahead and do some custom coding, maybe you have a developer do that, or if you know CSS yourself, you can do that. Mess around with the background over here. Sometimes if you're editing, let's say a theme or a template or a funnel, you might say, you know what, I can't find where the background setting is. It's over here. Typography as well as over here. Also over here, this is going to be pop-up. If you click on this, this is going to be the actual pop-up where, let's say for example, you had your button, and the button was going to be to open the pop-up, right? And if I click on save, and then let's say the pop-up is going to be edited the exact same way. So I can go ahead and add an element and say this is a pop-up, right? And so sometimes you'll see in funnels where there's like pop-up and there's like pop-up settings as well. I can click on this, it'll open up the pop-up settings. And so then if I click on preview right over here, you'll see this is now a live version of this. And here's that button that we had. If I click on this button, you'll see that it actually opens up the pop-up. Okay, so that's what a pop-up is. Okay, I just wanted to show you that pop-up. Over here, we have the undo and redo buttons. This button over here, this is going to show us if we want to change the font text over to look like code. Again, you don't have to mess around with it. Not a big deal over there. Next up, what we have over here is actually an entire list of all of the different sections, rows, columns, and elements that we have. So if over here, if I go to click section, I can go to manage section, and it'll show me that I have 2 sections that I have created. And then if I go over here to rows, it shows me all of the different rows that I have. Remember we talked about this up here. We have green, blue, purple, orange, right? This is kind of like the skeleton of how the editor actually works. And so over here, if you're having difficulty actually just like clicking on things and it's hard because you can't click on it, you can actually go over here to manage, and then you can actually have the visibility over here. You can have the edit button over here. So you can actually, instead of having to like click, you know how like I was trying to click and it was getting really annoying because I couldn't find like, okay, I want to click on this versus I want to click on the blue thing. Where's the blue thing over here? Blue thing there, right? So that might get a little bit annoying. So if you don't want to do it that way, you can actually go over here and click on manage and do it that way. And then you can see over here, columns, we can manage different columns over here, and then different elements. We can look at all of the different elements that we have on the page and we can manage them over there as well, okay? Another pro tool I'm going to show you over here, pro tip, is if you click on manage sections, you can actually save sections. So let's say, for example, I designed this entire section over here. I really love the design of this section, right? It might be a header section, a footer section, something like that. And I want to go ahead and now copy this over to a different funnel. How I can do that is I can go over to section, manage. I can then go ahead and say, you know what, this section I'm going to go ahead and save. And now I'm going to go ahead and make this a global section. I can save it as a template, and I can say, you know what, this is going to be, I don't know, yes, this is awesome template, and I can save section. And then once I actually click on save section, what it's going to do is now I can go over to a different funnel and I can go in and I can say, you know what, show me manage, or I can click on, I can click on add section right here. And I can go ahead and click on global sections as well as my layouts. So you'll see right here, my layouts. Yes, this is awesome template, right? So now I have this that I can literally grab, and now it's a saved template as a section that I could do as well. So again, you may or may not use this. I'm just showing you from a tech tutorial standpoint, all of the different features and the bells and whistles here so you can understand what that looks like, okay? Next up over here, so this right here, this is managing all of the different sections, rows, columns, and elements. Next up we have over here is version. So you can see all of the different versions. If maybe you made a mistake, you want to go back and restore a different version. Over here, this is the preview button. If you click on the preview button, it will actually open up a live preview of the page, okay? Then we have the save button over here, and then this button over here will allow you to actually skip into different steps of the funnel, right? So remember, we have all these different steps of the funnel over here. So this button will actually allow you to be able to skip to different funnel steps. Now, normally we don't use this as much. I like to just go back to the back button and then go over to the funnel steps and then click on edit from there. But again, totally up to you how you want to actually use this. I'm just showing you some of the tech tutorial around this. So now that you have a good gist of how all of this works, okay, now I've gone ahead and showed you the pop-up, I've showed you the object manage, the versions, the preview, the save. Let me go back and I want to show you maybe a live edit version inside of, let's say, for example, let's go into this one here. And so now that you've seen kind of how it looks like on a bare bones standpoint, let me show you when you actually have something inside of the actual funnel pages, right? And so what I did is I went back over to the actual funnel. Now, how a funnel is laid out is a funnel is laid out as steps, right? So you got step 1, step 2, step 3. So that way it goes from top to bottom versus a website is going to be a little bit more like web pages. Okay. So again, the editor is going to work the same, but the UI before the editor is going to look a little bit different. Okay. Now we've gone ahead and opened up this funnel page and you're going to see that it's the exact same setup here, right? So in this case, we have a section, which is the green, and then we got our blue. Let me just actually go ahead and show you the rows on here. Manage. You'll see that we have our rows, and then we have our columns, and then we have our elements as well. And so now everything that we learned in that blank template, all of that applies over here as well, right? So we have all of our mobile text font, we have our image, we have our column. So you'll see on here, this is now over here, this is a row that has 2 columns. And so you'll see there's 2 purples left and right. And then one has an image in it. And then the other one looks like it has a box with some text on it. And then they messed around with some of the colors on the background there, right? So again, all of this is a section. So there's a footer section. Then we got a different section up here. And then we got a different section right here. And then it looks like we have a background on this as well. So there's a background that they've put as a color. So that way the color looks like that as well. So again, you can do very, very, very advanced stuff. It literally does not get any simpler than this. I have never seen a drag and drop editor that is as simple as the TCK drag and drop editor. And the beautiful thing about this is that the skill set around the drag and drop editor for this, a lot of the other editors that are out there for softwares use similar editors, right? And so that way, once you learn it on this, it's very universal for you to learn and understand across the board. So this is what the actual editor looks like. This is going to be the entire tech tutorial for the editor inside of the client kit for the funnel and website editor. Obviously, if you have any questions, if you run into any issues, you can go ahead and let the community know. So that way the community can go ahead and help you. And maybe there's some pro tips. We have some amazing people in the community who know some absolute pro tips when it comes to like some ninja tips in terms of how to build some of this stuff. And so absolutely make sure that you are sharing inside of the community. If you run into any issues, make sure you ask in the community. And if you have anything to share, make sure you ask inside of the community or drop it and show that value inside the community as well. So with that being said, let's go ahead and cut back over to the main training. All right, welcome back from that tech tutorial on the Client Kit funnel and website editor. Again, the reason we wanted to go ahead and show you this from a foundational understanding, even though it's not specific to, let's say, the funnel strategy for community strategy or any of the other strategies that we talk about, it's just a foundational understanding of how the editor actually works. So that way you can actually understand how to do some of the more advanced stuff because you understand all of the bells and whistles, okay? A couple other points before we close out this specific training section is that if you need more help other than what it is that we have discussed, this is the reason why we are paying and subsidizing on your behalf every single month for you and inside of your account to be able to get the TCK priority support and the entire TCK help library. Do you remember this? Yes, we are paying and subsidizing on your behalf to have that done. And so why wouldn't you use their amazing support? Because they have an amazing support team. So we would absolutely recommend reaching out to them. How are you going to do that? I know sometimes it changes, sometimes they update their UI, but a lot of times it's either going to be this chat icon at the top right, or it might show up as like a question mark icon at the bottom right, okay? But either way, I think nowadays it is at the top right over there for you to find, okay? Once you click on that, you are gonna have that drop down that is gonna allow you to be able to go ahead and chat with them, send them an email, as well as they have so many dang help articles that literally talk about every single piece of the Client Kit. And so we would urge you to go ahead and make sure you are using that support if you need more help across this entire thing, okay? Now, having said that, even with all of this, some students are going to say, wait a second, my brain is on fire. How the heck did you guys learn all of this? And the answer to that question is literally just clicking randomly around inside of the software and doing it over and over and over and over and over again and getting in so many reps. And so that is the cool thing about drag and drop builders, like the way that you have learned inside of this specific training section, is that a lot of the same softwares, right? Like other website editing softwares, Wix and Squarespace and all that kind of stuff, they all use the exact same UI. And so you are learning this on the Client Kit. And the cool thing is, like a couple years from now, maybe 10 years from now, if AI hasn't replaced all of humanity, a couple years from now, there might be a new builder out there. But guess what? You have the skill to understand how a funnel and a website editor looks like. And so trust me, we were not born knowing this. And if we can learn it, then you can 100% learn it as well. Okay. So does this take patience to learn? Yes, absolutely. It's a skill. And at this point, you understand, hey, all skills take time, but it's also an identity. Okay. If your current version 1.0 self-identity does not say, hey, you know what? I am somebody who can literally sit still and just click around and have patience to learn a software like this. If your version 1.0 identity ends up getting frustrated and overwhelmed because of the fact that you got to learn these different softwares, then guess what? You can go ahead and create a new identity for yourself and you can learn and adapt a different way. And so yes, it's a skill and it's an identity to actually get good at this. I'm telling you, there's literally no website and funnel editor or builder that is out there that is more simpler than the one that is inside of the Client Kit. And so if you can't learn that, you're going to struggle in your online income career. And so just take it step by step, okay? And it's going to be a lot easier if you just take the time to invest in learning these things. Because imagine back in the day, back when you used to have to create these funnels and these websites, you used to have to learn like coding or hire like a developer or something like that. Like it literally was not as easy as it is now. Now it's literally just as simple as drag and drop. And so for those students who are still complaining, all we say is like, hey, stop wearing the failure uniform, stop being that limbic lalu, instead cultivate that winner's mindset, because if there's even one person on the planet that's been able to actually learn this, which trust me, there are millions of people who can actually do this, then you can too. 100% you got this. We believe in you. If you need any help, make sure you reach out to TCK support. And then after that, we are here and happy to help you as well. And then obviously asking the student community, so that way there are plenty of other people who are better at these tools and better at these skills. So that way we as a community are able to go ahead and help each other as well. So ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, this has been the tech tutorial on the Client Kit funnel and website editor. It's 100% an absolutely invaluable skill for you to invest in. If you have any questions about anything that we've gone ahead and gone over, if you're stuck, if you're struggling to find something out, go ahead and ask the community by posting inside of the student community. Okay. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get rocking and rolling with the next of the tactical action steps that we got to go ahead and get into. With that being said, I will catch you in the next training section. All right, welcome to this training section that's going to be all about the legal disclaimers setup. So inside of this training section, we're going to go ahead and talk about editing the legal disclaimers that are going to be at the bottom of your landing page. So the reason we're doing this first and earlier on is so that way it's very easy for us to just hyperlink these legal disclaimers when we actually work on the landing page. So what does that actually look like? All right, so we have our landing page, right? This is the example that we talked about previously in one of the other previous training sections. And then what you're going to notice here at the very bottom of this landing page is a section that says privacy policies, terms of use, and disclaimer, right? And those are hyperlinks that are going to go ahead and take us over to a different page once we actually click on them, okay? And so that's exactly what we're going to be setting up is the other pages, right, that these go to. That's what we're going to go ahead and set up inside of this training section. Now, at the bottom of the landing page, there are other disclaimers as well, which is like, hey, this page is not a part of Facebook, and all of the stuff that I say on here is not endorsed by Facebook and all that kind of stuff. That's just a line that is easy to copy and paste, so we don't got to worry about that. But specifically the pages that have to be linked at the bottom of the landing page in order to be a compliant advertiser, right? In order to legally advertise, you need to have these in place. And so that's what we're talking about, what we're going to talk about inside of this specific training section. Now, why are these important? The reason why these are important is because if you remember what we talked about with the advertising policy for Facebook, right? For Meta, this is actually one of those requirements, right? It's one of those things that is a requirement to be able to advertise properly. And so this is also one of the things that Facebook is looking at in order to see if you are not a scammer and if you are somebody who is actually a legitimate advertiser in order to not have your ad account banned, okay? So when you actually take the time to put these legal documents together on your landing page, it shows that, hey, a scammer who wants to kind of just fly by night and just scam a bunch of people and leave, they probably wouldn't take the time to be able to put that together and have all these legal documents and have a lawyer create them and do all this stuff, right? They probably wouldn't do that. They just throw up a random page and then scam a bunch of people and then run away, right? And so that's what it is that we're talking about in terms of the importance of these legal disclaimers at the bottom of your landing page. Now, having heard that, the question that you might have is, wait a second, where the heck am I going to get these legal disclaimers from? Like, do I have to hire a lawyer? Like, what do I got to do? But hey, remember what we said in the very beginning of this entire process is that, hey, we are here to help you as much as possible in the process of getting your online business launched, right? The over delivery promise, right? Holy over delivery, Batman 100K Mastermind is amazing. So guess what? We've already gone ahead and done the work for you. We've already gone ahead and have these legal documents prepped and vetted by a legal professional. We already have these templates already ready for you, right? We've already done that. All you got to do is now just import them into your exact funnel steps and then just copy and paste your information into them. Simple as that. You are welcome, okay? And so hopefully you're saying thank you because that would be the nice thing to say. But yes, you are welcome. We've already gone ahead and done the work for you. And so again, going back to that whole phenomenon of like, hey, you only need this one secret in order to succeed. There's so much more to it that beginners don't realize, but we've already gone ahead and shortcutted that process. And this is the value of having a coach or a mentor along with you in the journey. Okay, so with that being said, what we're going to go ahead and do right now is we're going to go ahead and get into the step-by-step of how to actually import those legal disclaimers into your funnel. So we're going to go ahead and cut over to that mini training right now. All right, welcome to this mini training that's going to walk you through the step-by-step for the legal disclaimers. So what we're going to go ahead and do here is we're going to go ahead and get your legal disclaimers set up and appropriately put into your actual funnel. So let's go ahead and walk you through exactly what that is going to look like. So what we're going to go ahead and do over here is you're going to notice that once you actually log in to your TCK account, you go over to sites and funnels, you're going to have this folder over here that says 100K templates that is only for the 100K mastermind. And then once we go ahead and open that up, you're going to see that there is a funnel template on here that says legal disclosures, okay? Now, inside of this legal disclosures funnel, there are 3 steps, which is privacy policy, there is terms, and there is disclosure, okay? Now, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're actually going to go ahead and copy these 3, right? Because this is the template. We don't want to mess around with the template. We're going to copy these 3 over to our actual funnel that we're going to go ahead and make live, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and go over to privacy policy. I'm going to click on clone funnel step. I'm going to go ahead and select my account, and then I'm going to select Nutrifit community funnel, because that's the funnel that I'm going to go ahead and that's the one I'm building or that I'm working on, right? And then once I click on that, I'm going to go ahead and click on add step to selected funnels. I'm going to give it a second, and then it goes ahead and, shows this clone funnel step again. So that means it's done. I'm going to go ahead and repeat the same process with terms. So again, select my account on there, go over to Nutrifit community funnel. I'm going to go ahead and give it a second. And then I'm going to do the same thing with disclosure. Okay. Right over here, Nutrifit community funnel, add step. Okay. Beautiful. Then I'm going to go ahead and go back over to the main funnel section. I'm going to go into the Nutrifit community funnel, and you will now see that we now have all of those 3 that have now been cloned over here. Now, I like to make sure that everything is nice and clean, because when things are clean, then our mind is clean. So I'm going to go ahead and actually clean up the names of this right here. So terms, I'm going to remove the word clone right there, so that way it's nice and clean the way that I like it. And then once we have all of this cleaned up, we're going to go ahead and now start to edit these legal disclosures, so that way we can actually make sure that it is customized for our specific business and our specific organization. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do over here is we're going to go ahead and edit privacy policy. I'm going to go ahead and click on edit. It's up to you if you want to click on edit in the same page or edit in a new tab. Okay, and then once you click on that, once this actually opens up, I'm going to give this a second to open up. Now, sometimes because of the fact that we actually went ahead and just cloned it, sometimes the cloned funnel pages can take a little bit longer to load. So if it takes a second, just let it know that it's the first time because it's loading that. That's the reason why it's doing that. So we have the privacy policy pulled up here. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and replace inside of this privacy policy mentions of your company name, email, and then dates or years and stuff like that. And then potentially also replacing anything that might have address on it as well. Okay, so let me show you what I mean by this. So on our keyboard, we can go ahead and hit Control F or Command F. And what's going to happen here is that we're going to see, let's say, your company name, right? Your company name. And you're going to see that your company name is mentioned 8 times, okay? And so what we got to do is you got to go in there and actually just copy and paste, right? We've made this super, super easy for you guys, already vetted. All the legal disclosures have already been set up for you. All you got to do, literally plug and play, literally copy and paste, literally just go in there and put your own company name on there, right? So let's say, for example, I'm over here and I am going to put my company name, and I'm just going to go ahead and put, let's say, Nutrifit Wellness, right? And so that's going to be my company name. And then I'm going to go ahead and click on Command F again, search for my company name, boom, just like that. And I'm going to just go ahead and find company name right there, and I'm going to put Nutrifit Wellness. Now, if I want to be a little bit more faster with this, maybe I could go ahead and copy this right here. I could copy it or Command C, Control C on there, and then I could go over here and I could paste, boom, just like that. And then I could paste just like that, right? And so I'm going to go through this entire document, and I'm going to find any mention of your company name, and I'm going to go ahead and fill that in, okay? That's number 1. Number 2 is I'm going to go in and find any mention of your support email, and I'm going to do the exact same thing. So right here, you'll see this is an example, right? I can go ahead and even type it in over here, your support email, right? So if I type in your support, it'll show me there are 5 places that I need to go ahead and replace this. And so what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to go ahead and take out those brackets. I'm going to take out the template the nice team has already prepared for me. I'm going to go ahead and support at nutrifitwellness.com. I'm going to go ahead and put that in there. I'm going to go ahead and replace that for all of the other sections that say that as well, okay? And then also, I'm going to go ahead and look for any dates or years that need to be replaced as well. So let's say, for example, over here, copyright 2023. If it's not the year 2023, you want to go ahead and edit that, right? Also at the top over here, you'll see this is last updated. And then let's say, for example, today's date was, hypothetically, let's just say it was April 25th, 2025 or whatever it might be, right? So I'm going to go ahead and put that date over there. I'm also going to go ahead and Command F and look for date of birth. No, that's fine. I don't have to replace that. That date is fine. So I'm just going to look for mentions of any dates right over here. You'll see this privacy policy was drafted on, and then I can go over here and I can put right over here. Let's say January 18th. I don't know, whatever date it is, 2025, very nice. Okay, cool. So that's what I'm looking out for. And then I don't think in this document we have address, but we can see, just in case, if we do, we can try to find any mention of address as well, but I don't think in the privacy policy there is any address. Okay, so that is what it looks like on the privacy policy. Now, once you're doing this, you want to make sure that you are consistently and constantly saving. Very, very, very important. As you're going through this entire process of editing, whether that be the legal disclosures or any steps at all, you want to make sure that you are regularly saving. That's going to be very important. Okay, now once you have the privacy policy taken care of, you're then going to go over to the terms, and you're going to repeat the same process, and you're going to go over to the disclosure and to repeat the same process as well. So let me see if I have this open over here. Yep. So this is terms. You'll see on here we have date, and then we got a whole bunch of places for your company name. You'll see on here your company name has to be replaced on here. It looks like 127 times. Okay. And so you got to go in there, take a second. Remember, this is a one-time project. You're literally going to be able to use these legal disclosures for every single funnel that you ever run for your entire career for that organization. And so it's a one-time project. And once you get it done, you can say, thank you team, thank you 100K Mastermind team, because you guys went ahead and saved me all this time. Even though it took me a little bit of time to go in and replace all the templates, I didn't have to go out there and draft these legal documents and these legal disclosures and start them from scratch. And so what you're going to do here is you're going to go ahead and do that for your company name. You're going to go ahead and do that for support email as well. So you'll see on support email, there are 9 places for that. You're going to go ahead and find any dates that might exist. You're going to go ahead and put date as well. And then you're also going to go ahead and find if there is any address that needs to be put as well. Okay, so you're going to go through and just read through it. Again, remember, it's a one-time project. You're going to be able to get through it. You're going to do amazing, and just go through and make sure that everything is rocking and rolling with that. Now, if you run into any issues or you have any questions about it, obviously make sure that you let us know. We are more than happy to help, but that is going to be what you want to go ahead and make sure that you do properly. Now, for this specific disclaimer as well, I did also find that there was a phone number that you may be able to put on there as well. So you can go ahead and put your TCK phone number. Again, just make sure that you don't put your personal number out there. This is the reason why you have the power of such an amazing software and tool like the TCK. So you can go out there and put your TCK number. So that way, if anybody text messages or calls it, it all goes through your TCK. Okay, so that is what you're going to be able to do on here as you go through. Just make sure you are following the instructions. And then finally, you got the disclosure. The disclosure is going to be a little bit easier, a little bit more straightforward, but again, you're repeating the process. Your company name, address, phone number, support email, date, all of that stuff is what you are replacing inside of this. Okay, so we got that for privacy policy, terms, and for disclosure. Okay, now what you don't want to have to worry about right now is you don't want to worry about any of the links or any of the paths for this. Okay, we are going to go ahead and clean this up in an upcoming training, so you don't have to worry about that right now, or you don't have to worry about trying to link any of these legal disclosures into your landing page. We're going to have an entire separate training once you actually get into the landing page build out to show you how to do this. But for right now, you just want to make sure that you are going in and putting these legal disclosures into the exact funnel that you are planning on running. And then you are going in and doing that one-time project of replacing all of the tokens or all of the prompts that need to be replaced. And then the cool thing about this is that you now have this as an asset for every single funnel that you ever run, because now you have this edited. You can just go over to clone funnel step and then literally clone this into every single funnel. You can literally use the exact same URL for every single funnel that you ever use as well. And then that way you are a compliant advertiser and you are completely covered from that front. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this has been the quick mini training on legal disclaimers. Make sure you go out there and get that rocking and rolling. You're going to do amazing. Let us know if you have any questions, and let's go ahead and cut back over to the main training. All right, welcome back from that mini training on getting your legal disclaimers imported into your actual funnel steps. And I think we mentioned this inside of the mini training, and if not, I want to mention this again, don't worry about getting them all linked up into your landing page. We'll talk about that in an upcoming training section. But really for this specific training section, that was it, right? Step by step, click by click. We wanted to walk you through this, which was getting your legal disclaimers set up for your specific funnel. If you have any questions about this specifically or anything that we've discussed so far, make sure you go ahead and ask the community by dropping a post inside of the student community. But with that being said, let's keep this momentum going and keep the tacticalness ongoing and talk about getting the next parts of your funnel set up in the next training section. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing our momentum, and in this training specific section, we're going to go ahead and talk about the domain URL and getting all of your URLs all nice and clean. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. So you know the part of the domain website that comes after the slash. So I don't know if you can see it on here, but it says Pinnacle Man Project slash, and then it says free challenge 1, right? That is what we're talking about when we talk about inside of this training section. We're going to talk about cleaning that up so that way it is all nice and tidy, okay? And so that's exactly what we're going to be walking you through for every single page inside of your funnel, so that way it is all nice and clean. Now, why is this important? The reason why this is important is because when you start to send traffic over to your funnel pages, whether that be organic traffic or ads traffic or whatever, right? What you want to do is you don't want to have this messy long URL, right? You don't want to be like da 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 whatever, a bunch of numbers, bunch of letters, all of this stuff. No good. It's not easy to put in all of the ads platforms. It's not easy to post the links elsewhere, all of that kind of stuff, and it's difficult for you to computer track as well. And then on top of that, the more clean your URLs are, especially if you're using your own domains and your own URLs, Facebook is going to see that as an investment of you being a legitimate business and a legitimate advertiser. And so that is also going to be another perk for this. So inside of this training section, we're going to go ahead and talk about how to be able to go ahead and get all of that nice and tidy so we can link everything together. So what we're going to go ahead and do right now is we're going to go ahead and cut over to a quick mini training that's going to walk you through this step by step in getting all of your domains and all of your URLs set up. So let's go ahead and cut over to that now. All right, team, welcome to this mini training that's going to walk you through the domain and URL setup for your specific funnel. So the very first thing that we need to go ahead and do is we need to go ahead and open up the funnel that we are working on. So we have sites, and then we go over to funnels, and then we open up the funnel that we are working on. And then what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and change and edit the domain for the entire funnel. Now, this is going to be very important because this is actually one of the things that Facebook and YouTube and Google and advertisers are looking for, right? Advertising platforms to see if you are legitimate or not, which is that you are not using the actual preview link on here. So you'll see on here, if I go into the actual URL here, if I go to the landing page and then I go ahead and click on preview right here, you're going to see that it's going to say app.theclientkit.com/da-da-da-da-da-da, right? If I use this link in my ad, that is a sure sign that I am not a authorized advertiser because I have not even taken the time to actually put my landing page, my website, XYZ on my own domain. So that's exactly what we're going to go ahead and fix right now. So we're going to go ahead and first change the domain settings for the entire funnel. So we're going to go over to settings, and then we're going to select the domain that we're going to go ahead and use for this specific funnel. Now, if you don't have your domain set up on here, right? If it just looks blank over here, you need to go ahead and make sure that you follow a different tech tutorial to get your domain set up properly. Okay, so you're going to see on here, there's going to be all of the settings that are available over here. And then there's going to be an entire setting for domains where you got to go ahead and add the domain and change the DNS settings. That's a whole separate tech tutorial. I'm not going to go over that right now because that is a completely separate process. Okay, so what we're talking about right now is once you have that domain hooked up to your TCK account, you can actually just go ahead and put this funnel on that specific domain. Okay, so that is going to be step number one, which is changing the domain for the entire site. And then after that, we're now going to go ahead and change the funnel path on here, right? So this is going to be the main path for this specific funnel. So let's say, for example, this was our free guide funnel, right? So let's say, for example, I would go ahead and make this a free guide, and I might even put like LP, right? So free guide LP, I might do like that. Okay, then I hit save, very important. And then obviously on this point, we should already have image optimization on, everything else is already done. Okay, sweet. Okay, save. Then after that, we're now gonna go ahead and change the URLs. You'll see that there's this new box that's right here, okay? See, there's a new box right here. And this box is telling us what is the URL for this specific funnel step. Now you'll see it's quite messy over here. So we're just gonna go ahead and change it. Now, there are two places that we need to go ahead and change it, okay? We're going to have to change the step path, and we're going to have to change the page path. Let me show you where each of those are so we can go ahead and do that for each of the pages that are located inside of the actual funnel. Okay, so the very first part is we go over here to publishing, and when we click on publishing, you're going to see that we have what is known as the step path. Okay, this is the step path right here. And then the other place that we have to change it, if we click back over to overview, we click on this little cog icon right here, and then there is the path over here, which is the page path. Okay, and so those are two places that we have to go ahead and edit it individually. And we do have a pro tip over in the guide that does say that the step path and the page path cannot be the same. So we always just add a 1 at the end of the page path, okay? And the reason why this is the case is because the page, so the step might actually have 2 pages on it sometimes. So what do we mean by that? Sometimes if you're running a split test, you'll see if you can run a split test on different funnel pages on here. We don't use this feature a lot. We probably have a different tech tutorial for that if needed. But if you are running multiple pages on the same path, on the same step on there, if you're running different pages on the same step, then that's why you're going to have different URLs for each one. So again, I know that might be complicated. Don't worry about it right now. We're going to make this very simple for you so that way you understand, right? So we have it on here, landing page, thank you page, privacy policy, terms, disclosure. So we're going to go ahead and drag our thank you page up so that way the step says landing page, boom, 1, and then we have our thank you page, and then we have all of our legal disclaimers on here, right? And so what we're going to do is in the guide, you'll see that we have LP, LP1, LP, and all this stuff over here. Okay, so we're going to come over here and we're going to go over to publishing, and then we're going to just go ahead, and it really doesn't matter. You don't have to use these exact same URLs, right? This is just something that I just made as an example, but if you wanted to make it, let's say LP like landing page, so you could make it over here / landing page, update step, okay? And then I'm gonna go ahead and click on the cog over here, and I'm gonna change this to LP1, update page. And so then you will see that over here, boom, we now have our URL, and this is actually live. So if I go over, and again, obviously your domain is not going to be Pinnacle Man Project, it's just an example, but because we have this example over here, this is going to be the actual URL for this specific funnel step, okay? Then I'm going to go ahead and repeat the same process over here for the thank you page. So it's thank you page TYP and then TYP1. So we got over here TYP / TYP update step. And then I go over here and I click on right here, and this is going to be TYP1 update page. And then same thing over here for privacy policy. I'm going to go ahead and make it privacy policy with a dash, okay, / there, boom, shakalaka. And then go ahead and put the asterisk on there and put it just like that. And so you'll see every single time that we're doing this, you'll see like terms, for example, over here, the preview link, see it's all messy. It has these like 9355, all these words, all these numbers, all this kind of stuff. We don't want that, right? So we're going ahead and cleaning it up so that way it is nice and tidy. Terms right there. And then we just go ahead and go over here to the page path, and then we do terms 1, and then we update the step there. And as you can see, it's going step by step. Now, what you're going to notice on here is that even though I changed it over here, no matter how much I change it over here, it's still going to keep giving me this number. And the reason for that is because I actually have a different funnel that has the exact same path. And so that's the reason why it's not actually sticking on there. And that's the reason why I'm going to run into that issue, right? So either I can go into that other funnel and change it, or I can choose to have a different one. Now, you guys are not probably going to run into this issue because you probably only going to have one terms page. But in our case, because we have run this funnel before on Pinnacle Man Project, there is a different funnel page that I have that says Pinnacle Man Project / terms. And that's the reason why I'm unable to make it specifically terms on there. So in this case, I'm going to go over here and just make this like terms page, PG. And then you'll see it will go ahead and stick because I don't have any other pages that are that specific one, right? And then privacy policy, and then over here, disclosure. We're going to come over here, disclosure, disclosure. Let's see if I have another page that has that on there. Nope, I don't. Perfect. Awesome. So we're good to go, and make it disclosure 1 update page. Boom, just like that. And so you can see here now, if I go ahead and push through all these right here, you'll see it says pinnaclemanproject.com / LP. Then I have thank you page, and then I have privacy policy, and then I have terms page, and then I have disclosure page, right? And so what we've done now is we've gone ahead and cleaned up all of the different domains and the URLs for all of the pages. Now, the reason why this is going to be so helpful is because in just a couple different steps, we're going to go ahead and start linking and using these links in different parts of our setup. And so we want to make sure that we clean it up first. We don't want to go out there and then have all these messy links, and then we use these messy links inside of our opt-in form, and then we use it in our hyperlinks and all this stuff. And then later on, if we come and clean it up, well, guess what's going to happen? All these links that we put in the opt-in form and the hyperlinks and stuff, they're going to break because now all of the links have actually been updated. And so we're updating the links first. And then once the links are finalized, it's very easy then for us to be able to go ahead and put it in all the different places that we want. And it's still going to remain active because they are the most up-to-date names and up-to-date links. So ladies and gentlemen, this has been this specific tutorial and mini training on updating the URLs and the domains. Let's go ahead and cut back over to the main training. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that mini training about the domain setup and getting all of your URLs nice and clean. Again, it's one of those small things that makes such a big difference, especially when we start linking all of your pages together. It is going to be such a good thing that you did this, and it's going to be so critical that you've gone ahead and gotten this taken care of. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this was this specific training section about getting your domain URLs set up for your funnel. If you have any questions, if you run into any issues, make sure you go ahead and ask the community in the student community and let us know if you run into any issues. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and keep the momentum going and jump into the next training section. All right, here we are in the next training section, and inside of this training section, we're gonna go ahead and talk about setting up your opt-in form. Now, just a quick reminder, or just a quick recap, if you don't know what an opt-in form is you know that part on the landing page where you ask someone to put in their name, email address, and phone number? Well, that is what is known as the opt-in form or the opt-in. And sometimes some people even refer to the landing page as the opt-in page because that is the page that has the opt-in. See, you're starting to get it now, right? And so it's basically just a mini form that a prospect fills out in order to give you their information in exchange for something else. Now, I want to go ahead and I want you to be educated. I want you to be a smart student. And what I want to do is I want to go ahead and show you some of the different ways that an opt-in form can be embedded onto a landing page. Okay, so sometimes an opt-in form can actually be embedded onto a pop-up. Now, what is a pop-up? A pop-up is this kind of dialog box that kind of shows up when you actually click on a button on the landing page. So you'll see on here, right? This is the landing page, but on this landing page, there is no embedded opt-in form, right? You don't see it. There's only buttons for download now, right here. And so what happens is that when you click on this button, this kind of pop-up, this kind of window shows up on the landing page, and then on that pop-up is where the actual opt-in form is embedded on it. Okay, so that is kind of the first way, and a lot of times on different landing pages, on different opt-in forms, that is one way that you might see it. Again, there's no right or wrong answer, it just comes down to the conversion rate, comes down to the kind of messaging, all that kind of stuff that is on the landing page. Again, no right or wrong way to do it, but that is the first way, which is on the pop-up, okay? And then the other way, which is kind of a little bit more straightforward, is just having the opt-in form actually embedded directly on the front of the landing page without a button that goes to the actual pop-up. Okay, so in this case, you'll see this is the landing page, and then boom, directly right there is the actual opt-in form, name, email address, and phone number. And I should also mention this right now, that an opt-in form doesn't have to always be name, email address, and phone number. Sometimes it can just be email address, sometimes it can just be phone number. Obviously not just name, because name, how are you going to contact somebody with their name? But a lot of times you will see it just be an email address, right? So that is also a potential option. We like to get their name, email address, and phone number. Now, whenever you ask for more information, you are going to see conversion numbers drop. So if you only ask for name and email address, you're going to get a boost in conversion. If you only ask for email address, you get more people actually converting and giving you their email address, versus if you ask for their name, email address, and phone number, you're going to have a dip in conversion. But then that just depends on the overall strategy. Like if you're actually going to be text messaging the leads or calling them, which is one of the strategies that you're going to learn in the setup processes, then that dip in conversion is worth it because of the fact that you're going to be able to make up for that volume because you're actually using that information, right? So this is the other way that the opt-in might actually be embedded on the actual form directly. Let me show you another example, right? So this is the typical case study funnel that we were talking about previously. And you'll see here, the opt-in is right there, smack dab, right in the front of the actual landing page. And so now that you understand what an opt-in form is, exactly how an opt-in form is placed, as well as now you understand that an opt-in form doesn't always have to have name, email address, and phone number. It can have other sorts of fields on there as well, maybe just email address, etc. What we're going to do is inside of this specific training section, we're actually going to be creating that opt-in form on a different section of the client kit. And the reason why this is important is because in the upcoming steps, we are going to be setting up your landing page. So you're noticing is that all of the training sections up until this point are all about getting all of the assets set up, so that way it's very easy when it comes time to actually edit our landing page in an upcoming training section. It's very easy for us to just go ahead and say, okay, boom, embed here, hyperlink here, right? And so that's the reason why inside of this specific training section, we are going to go ahead and talk about getting that opt-in form set up and created, so that way we can just go ahead and embed it directly into our landing page. Okay, so with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and cut over to that mini training that's going to walk you through step by step, click by click on actually creating your opt-in form, so that way it's ready to rock and roll. So let's go ahead and cut over to that now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this mini training that's going to be about creating your opt-in form. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we are going to go ahead and go over to the forms section of TCK. So it's going to be under sites, and then we go over to forms, and we're going to go over to the form builder. So right here, forms, and we click on form builder. Now you may or may not have some forms in here. Okay, so a couple of things I'm going to go ahead and show you is I'm going to show you how to be able to create a form from scratch. And then we've already gone ahead and as a part of our licensing agreement, because you are our student and and you sign the licensing agreement, we can go ahead and give you plug and play assets. We've already gone ahead and created that opt-in form for you, as long as you've made sure that you've signed the license agreement, so we can go ahead and give that over to you. So we've already gone ahead and created that, and we can go ahead and have the TCK team put that into your account. Okay, so you should see something that does say free guide opt-in form. Okay, if you don't see that, go ahead and let us know so we can go ahead and help you with that. But I want to show you what this looks like right now, so that way you can understand what's happening here. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like, and hopefully this has already been done. Now, if you don't have a free download, let's say you're running maybe like a transformation, maybe you're running, something else like that, you can mess around with the text on here, and I'm going to show you exactly how to be able to do this from scratch. So rather than show you this right now, let me go ahead and give you an entire tutorial from the get-go about how the forms field actually works. Okay, so we can go ahead and click on add form right here, and then once we click on add form, we can go ahead and see that we can drag different kind of variables on here, right, for our opt-in form. So for our opt-in form, we're going to have full name, email, phone, and then button. Okay, so full name, email, okay, and then we're going to have full name, email, phone, boom, and then we're also going to have a button. Okay, boom, just like that. Now, what's going to happen here is that you can go in, and as you click on these different individual elements, you can go ahead and make them required. So we want to make the full name, email, and phone required. Okay, beautiful. And then after that, what we can do is we can go ahead and go over to options, and we can give this form a name. So I could say, you know what, this is going to be my free asset test guide opt-in form, right? Cool. Awesome, right? Opt-in form. Just kind of, obviously this is just a test. I'm just showing you a tutorial of the form builder, so that way you can understand what's happening here. On submit, I'm going to come back to this in just a second. Pixel ID, we're not going to do this right now. We're going to do that once we actually get your Facebook assets put together. The rest of it is fine. We can go ahead and click on save form. Okay, beautiful. Now, what we can do on here is we can then also mess around with the actual placeholders that are going to be inside of this, right? So instead of the placeholder saying full name, we can go ahead and put the placeholder say your name. Now, this is 100% optional, right? This doesn't really matter. It's just for aesthetic purposes, but it's up to you if you wanted to go ahead and change this. But again, remember, we are going to already build this out for you with some custom code, and it's going to be inside of your account, but I'm just showing you what it would look like if you wanted to do it yourself, right? And then we have the button on here, and then the button, we can go ahead and mess around with the style of the button. We can go ahead and make the button bigger. We can go ahead and make the button smaller, full width. There we go. We can make it full width, make it all big, and then we can change the text of it, right? Like it's like, yes, I want to join the challenge, just hypothetically, just as an example, showing you what that might look like. Okay. And then after that, we can go over here. If I go to styles, I can go ahead and now mess around with what the style of this form might look like, right? I can mess around with the colors. I can mess around with the shadow, the padding, all of this. Now, remember, we've already gone ahead and done the work to show you and build all this out for you. But again, I'm just showing you what the entire setup would look like for all of that. Cool. So now that we've gone through the tech tutorial of what it would look like to create a form, and the reason I want you to be equipped with this is because in the future, if you ever need to build a form, you know exactly how to build a form. And there's many purposes for forms, right? It doesn't always have to be an opt-in form either. There's many different purposes for forms that you might use throughout your business, but now you know exactly what forms are. And then there's also surveys, which is a whole different tech tutorial, right? But now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and walk you through the actual setup. So we have this test guide one over here. I'm going to go ahead and remove this because I don't want to confuse us. So I'm going to go ahead and put this into the archive folder. So that is out of the way. Okay, so now this is really what it should look like. You have the free guide opt-in form. If you don't see that inside of your account, let us know so we can go ahead and help you get that in your account. Okay, and you're going to see on here that everything has already been designed and created for you. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to go in there and we need to actually put in the URL once somebody actually submits this form. So you'll see on here, it says on submit under options, it says open URL. And we say, okay, when somebody submits this form on the landing page, we want them to send them to our thank you page. And so this is the reason why we went ahead and before this step, set up our URLs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here to funnels. I'm going to open this in a new tab. And this is one of the reasons why when I'm recording, unfortunately, I can't do left and right screens, right? So it's unfortunate, but for you, you can just open it up in a separate screen because you have screen real estate. Okay. And what you're going to do is you're going to go over to your funnel and you're going to get your thank you page link. Okay. And remember, this is going to be your final link that you've gone ahead and actually already finalized and cleaned up. And then you're going to grab that thank you page link and you can actually even go ahead and test it if you would like. So you can go into, let's say, an incognito window and you can like test it there and say, you know what, does it actually open up or does it not open up, right? So I recommend testing it up. And then what you're going to do is you're going to come over here back to the form and where it says on submit, open URL, and you're going to go ahead and paste that thank you page link right there. And the reason why this is important is because, let me remind you, on the landing page in an upcoming step, we're going to be embedding this opt-in form on the landing page. And then once they put their name, email address, and phone number, okay, they're going to become a contact in our TCK CRM. And then once they submit that form, we need to tell the form, hey, what do you do with that person once they submitted the form? Well, we want them to be able to go to the next page in the funnel, which is the thank you page. And so that's exactly what we're doing here when we go ahead and click on submit, open URL, and then we're sending them to the thank you page once they actually submit this information, okay? Now, the other thing you need to do here is that if you are not, let's say, doing a free guide or some different kind of free asset, you might change the verbiage on the actual button here. And we have plenty of examples in the actual guide around different examples around, we showed you the funnel for the OFP funnel, which is the Online Fit Pro funnel. Then we showed you the RWA funnel. Then we showed you a whole bunch of different examples. You can mess around with this text, but you want to make it a call to action type of text. Now, if you're not sure, make sure you go ahead and ask inside of the community, and plenty of the community members would be happy to go ahead and help you. And then you can obviously change the color around for this to match maybe your funnel colors if necessary as well. Okay, so that is what you're going to be doing here when you actually create the opt-in form. And then obviously you want to make sure that you go ahead and click on save. That's going to be very, very important. So that way it actually saves on there. And then if you want to actually go ahead and test this specific form on here, what you can actually do is you can click on integrate form, and you'll see on here, it gives you a bunch of different options on here, but I don't care about any of these options right now. You can obviously explore these as you go along, and you can reach out to TCK support if you want to learn more about all these different things. I think I myself haven't played around with some of these new features, but what I wanted to show you was if I go ahead and click over here, I can actually see what this form would look like. So I can, yes, embed the code if I ever needed this form to be embedded somewhere, but I can also see what this form is going to look like if I open it up inside of a new tab. Now, obviously it hasn't yet been embedded into our landing page, but I can see on here what the form would look like, and you can actually go in and test. Okay, if I put my name over here, if I put my email in here, and if I go and put my phone number in here, and then I click on submit, is it going to take me to the thank you page? You can go ahead and test it on here as well. And obviously we're going to be doing some more testing later on as well. So I just wanted to show you that if you do go ahead and click on integrate form over here, it is going to give you some more options and then give you the embed code as well as a link so you can see what the actual form live looks like. And then down the road, we're going to be able to go ahead and now embed this form into our landing page. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this has been this specific step-by-step tutorial on actually creating the opt-in form. Do not worry about trying to embed it right now. We're going to have that inside of an upcoming tech tutorial on how to actually embed the opt-in form into your landing page. So with that being said, let's go ahead and cut back over to the main training. All right, welcome back from that mini training about the step-by-step for creating an opt-in form. As you already know by now, that is going to be very critical so that way when we actually set up the landing page, it's very easy for us to just go ahead and actually embed that opt-in form into the landing page. So very simple, very straightforward. We now have this asset ready to go. And so that, ladies and gentlemen, has been what we wanted to cover inside of this specific training section around creating and setting up your opt-in form. If you run into any issues, make sure you do go ahead and ask the rest of the community by creating a post inside of the student community. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and keep the momentum and the tactical momentum going by jumping into the next training section. Hey team, in this training, we're going to be going over community strategy and the funnel aspects of the entire community strategy. So that is what the topic is going to be for all of the training sections that are going to be up and coming. And then in this specific training section, we're specifically going to be talking about funnel foundations and really laying the foundational understanding that you need to have in order to understand, hey, what is a funnel? How is a funnel used? How are some people hijacking the concept of funnel and selling that to beginners in an inappropriate way? We're going to go ahead and talk about all of that shebang, and it's going to be very, 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 very awesome. Now, the very first question that you might have when it comes to a funnel, especially if you have not heard about the term specifically used in the business context, is, hey, well, when most people think about a funnel, they think about maybe it's something that's used for, like pouring a liquid into like a bottle or like something used for cooking, right? So you might imagine something that looks like this, right? And maybe some of you have used it, maybe some of you have not, right? Now, this is typically when the average civilian person, right? And typically we call people who are not in business civilians because they don't go through the war of what is business, but that's typically what people who are civilians, average people, think about a funnel, right? But in business, the word funnel actually has has a very different meaning. And so the question is, hey, in business, what does the word funnel actually mean? So in business, a funnel is really any process, system, or asset that filters from many to a few, okay? And this can be applied in sales, it can be applied to purchases, it can be applied to customers, or even leads throughout the entire business. So again, you'll see kind of like the shape of the funnel. This is the reason why it has the name, because it looks like the funnel that we use for cooking, but it really goes from, okay, something is many at the top, okay? Let's say, for example, you have a lot of awareness, and then awareness, people who are aware of your product or your company, they then consider purchasing your product or your company, right? And then they actually convert, they actually become a customer, then they become loyal, and then they actually become advocates of your product or your company, right? So you started off with a lot of people at the top, and then as it went down, it got less and less, right? Another aspect that you can look at for funnels is, say, for example, you have 1,000 leads, right? That's the biggest market segment. That's the biggest section of the funnel. Then from there, you get, let's say, 100 prospects out of that 1,000 leads, right? And then from there, you get maybe only 10 customers out of all of those leads, right? And so what's happening here is that at the top of the funnel, it's a lot more people, and then as you go down, there's conversion rate happening, right? So the percentage of people that are leads that are converting to prospects, and then a percentage of people that are converting from prospects over to customers, okay? So any process in business where prospects, leads, and audiences go through a process, that could technically be part of a funnel. So technically, in some ways, when we talk about really the entire strategy for a business, right? And especially when we talk about the 5 core functions of a business, right? We talk about maybe the ad side, right? So a lot more people are going to see your ads than are going to become customers, right? So it's kind of like you got this massive opening here where a lot of people are coming through, and then it's getting further and further filtered down, right? You're going to have less and less people joining your community, less people that you're nurturing, even less people that you're getting quick chats on as they're getting more and more qualified, as they're becoming more and more ready to be able to make that purchase, right? So technically, this entire process really could be looked at like a funnel. However, when most people that you hear in business and they are using the word funnel, they are not talking about the entire process. Most of the time, what they're referring to is what is known as marketing and sales funnels, okay? That is typically what they're referring to when they use the word funnel. And so let's go ahead and talk about that specifically right now. And let's go ahead and talk about marketing and sales funnels and what most people are referring to when they use the word funnels. So when we're talking about a marketing funnel specifically, we're specifically talking about a tool, and that tool is really a series of web pages. I'm going to show you some examples in just a second that really allow us to be able to aid our help in the lead gen and lead nurture process. So if you remember, right, we have the 5 core functions of the money machine, right? And so a funnel, a marketing funnel, so I'm going to try to use the more precise language here, because the more precise we are in our words that we use, the more precise we are in our thinking, is that the marketing funnel, the sales funnel, is a tool that is usually represented as a series of web pages that we can use in order to help us with the lead generation and lead nurture systems of our entire money machine, okay? And so like we said, that tool that we typically use is a series of website pages that lead to a certain outcome. Now, what do those series of website pages that lead to a certain outcome look like? Well, we've actually been talking about that the entire time. This is an example of a marketing funnel. And specifically, we say right here, these 2 pages right here, right? We have your landing page, and then we have your thank you page right here, right? So you have your ad, and that is going out on, Facebook, on Instagram, if you're doing Google advertising, if you're doing YouTube advertising, whatever sort of advertising you're doing, you have your ad, and then once somebody clicks on your ad, they end up on your marketing funnel, on your sales funnel, which is just basically a page. It's a website page, but that entire website page is not like a typical website, right? Like when you go to a typical website, there's like the About Us section, and there's like, the Contact Us section and all that kind of stuff. A funnel, a marketing funnel, is one that has a specific outcome that is driving towards. That's typically known either as your landing page or your opt-in page. And then after that, depending on the objective, right? It's a VSL funnel. You might have different pages after that. If it's just a community funnel, you just have a thank you page. And then after that, they're going to go into your community, right? So this is an example of a marketing funnel. And in this case, the outcome is to drive the people from your ad to actually be joining your community. And so when people use the word marketing funnel, when people use the word sales funnel, most of the time, this is what they are talking about. Sometimes they'll also use the word sales funnel to refer to this exact same concept, but a lot of times it's just referred to as a marketing funnel or a sales funnel, or for short, sometimes a lot of people will just call it a funnel as well. And so another example of this that we've talked about in the past when it comes to a different strategy is, let's say, for example, the VSL strategy, right? This is also a funnel, but it's a different type of funnel, right? So we have our ad here, and then we still have that same landing page. We still have the opt-in page, and obviously there's a lot of, logistics and kind of differences on the landing page that we'll talk about once we get there, right? But then in this specific funnel, how it actually works is that there's multiple pages on here other than just the thank you page after the landing page. So on here, we have the value video page, we have the application page, we have the schedule page, and then after that, they actually jump on the, strategy session, and then they become a student from there. So in this case, inside of this specific funnel, there are more than just 2 pages. There are more than 2 pages throughout this. Okay. Now, there are many different types of marketing funnels that can be used as tools for different objectives. Okay. There's like squeeze page funnels and free asset funnels and community funnels and book funnels and tripwire funnels and all of that kind of stuff, right? There's webinar funnels, application funnels, VSL funnels, and many more. Okay. But again, all of these are just different web pages that are ordered and structured in a different way in order to lead to a different outcome. Okay, simple as that. That's all what a marketing or a sales funnel actually is. Okay, it's very, very simple. And in fact, unfortunately, it's so simple that a lot of people have used this concept of funnels to actually hijack it and actually convince people that it's some magical thing that it's not. And so that's exactly what I want to go ahead and talk to you about right now, is the concept of hijacking funnels. So unfortunately, in the make money online world, the word funnel, right, the concept that we just talked about, it's very simple, right? But this concept has unfortunately been hijacked and been sold to beginners. And unfortunately, because beginners are just getting started in the industry, right, they don't know anything better, right? All of a sudden, these marketing gurus, right, are hijacking this concept of a funnel and selling it to beginners to make it seem like it's this magical thing that is going to solve all of your problems. When in reality, right, even though there's people out there who try and claim ownership of like, hey, I'm the funnel king, I'm the funnel queen, or whatever like that. The truth is that the concept of a funnel and a purchasing funnel and a marketing funnel and a sales funnel has really been around for a very long time, right? We're talking about since back in 1924, right? And so anybody who claims that they are like, hey, the king or queen of funnels, or that, hey, a funnel is going to save you, is just trying to sell you something. Now, the question you might have is, well, okay, what are they actually trying to sell me? And so the question you might have is, well, okay, what are they trying to sell me, right? Who has hijacked this concept of a funnel? And the answer to that is that anybody who's trying to sell you a software that makes funnels, well, guess what? They're going to want to try and convince you that funnels are the best thing since sliced bread. And if you remember, we talked about the marketing thesis, right? It's kind of like, okay, if you have your marketing thesis, if I can make people believe that my unique mechanism, my new opportunity is the key to XYZ and is only available through my product, then all other objections become irrelevant, right? So for those people who are trying to sell beginners on the funnels are the solution to everything, their marketing thesis looks like this, is that if I can make people believe that funnels are the key to making an income online and is only available through my XYZ funnel software, then all other objections and concerns become irrelevant and they will buy, okay? And so again, the entire goal of some of these marketing gurus out there is to try and make beginners believe that funnels are the savior, because then you will go ahead and buy their software and they're going to try and convince you that their software is somehow more magical or better than the other competitors, and that's the reason why you have to buy their software, which again is simply not true, and we're going to explain why that is the case in just a second. But I hope you're starting to understand why this hijacking of this concept of funnels is so dangerous for beginners. And personally, we think it can even become unethical, because beginners, when they're just getting started in this online world, they don't know what is true, they don't know what to believe, they don't know who to believe. And so to purposefully convince a beginner that the only thing that they need is a funnel in order to be successful in business, well, guess what? That is simply not true. In fact, it is a flat out lie. And so especially if the person who is trying to sell that knows that a funnel is just one of the many tools that they are going to need. And it's not just the only tool, right? Remember, we talked about this in a previous training when we talked about the money machine and the tools and the necessary for the money machine, right? There are many tools that are required, right? And you kind of like are learning different skills for these different tools in order to be able to get $1 across the entire money machine, okay? And so we talked about it many times in the past where it is a flow. There has to be lead generation, there has to be lead nurture, there has to be sales, there has to be fulfillment, and there has to be ascension. And so like we talked about earlier, a funnel is just one of those tools that aids us in lead generation and lead nurture. However, there is so much more that is required in order to make sure that we can actually get $1 across the entire machine. And so again, in order to be able to make the money machine work, you need to have many tools that are all lined up properly in order to get the money to flow from one end to the other. And so a marketing funnel is just one of those tools along the way. But what about the actual ad copy that you need? What about the ad creative? What about, hey, you're going to have to learn how to run the ads as well, right? And then what about the content that you're going to have to post inside of the community in order to nurture the leads? What about the quick chat script and the training that you're going to need in order to actually run the calls or the sales process or whatever, right? What about the strategy session script or the training for that if you're using that call model, right? What about the product that you're actually going to sell the customers? Is a funnel going to magically give you the product that you're going to sell to the customers as well? Of course not, right? It doesn't work like that. And then that's just all of the stuff other than the funnel, right? What about all of the content, all of the copy that you need to actually put on the actual funnel pages? And so just because you have, let's say, for example, a website page, right? I know a funnel is not a website like we talked about earlier, but let's just say hypothetically, just because you have a website template, does that mean that you have a business? Of course not. That would be silly. But at the same time, the reason why these gurus are doing that is because if you believe that if you just have a funnel template, that all of a sudden all of your problems are going to be solved. But that's the thing. The software is only going to give you a template, right? It's only going to be a tool. But what about everything else that you're going to need in order to actually make the entire money machine work? And so the reason why we're actually taking the time to really address this concern inside of this specific funnel foundations training is because we want to make sure that you understand what a funnel is and what a funnel is not. And we also want you to be able to understand, hey, this is what a funnel is used for. This is the importance of a funnel. So that way you don't also overemphasize the importance of a funnel and you also don't underemphasize it, right? I know right now we're talking about, hey, like funnels aren't the magical secret, but funnels are a great tool. It's kind of like if you have a hammer, right? And you have the tool to use the hammer, right? You have a need for the hammer, then a funnel is an amazing tool for that, right? However, if somebody was trying to sell you on a software that funnels are somehow going to be the magical thing, then it's easy for me to go ahead and say, you know what? My RAS is now primed, my reticular activating system is now primed to go ahead and see that, hey, the entire world is a funnel and all of a sudden funnels are going to be able to solve everything. And so it's kind of like that quote, when all you have is a hammer, all you have is a funnel software that you want to sell to everybody, then everything in life looks like a nail, right? It might be a bolt, it might be a hook, it might be, a nail, but everything looks like a nail because your reticular activating system is primed for that. And so this is the reason why we are doing our best to go and protect you guys and protect our students from the misinformation and the unethical conduct of many of the gurus in the online space that are out there. And so we would urge you to please be smarter and to know that if somebody is trying to convince you on like, hey, you just need the right funnel to be successful, that this is very dangerous and unethical behavior. In fact, today there are actually many different softwares that can actually create a funnel, right? There's the Client Kit, there's Drop Funnels, there's ClickFunnels, there's Kajabi, there's Lead Pages, there's Instapages, there's Kartra, there's WordPress, there's Thrive Themes, all of these, okay? And the thing is that some of these softwares are better than others. Why is that the case? Because some of these softwares have actually done a very good job of combining other softwares so that way you can just have a one-stop shop, okay? And so this is the reason why we went ahead and made all of that effort to hook you guys up with the Client Kit so that way you can go out there and replace a lot of the other softwares that exist. And so rather than having a software that only builds funnels, you have a software that's able to do so much more. And that's exactly the reason why we went ahead and went through that entire process to help you with that, okay? And so we personally have used the Client Kit for all of our funnels to make over $100,000 per month plus. And so that's the reason why we recommend it, is because we actually use it. And so bottom line of this, I know we're beating the dead horse unicorn over here, but don't fall victim to anybody who's trying to take advantage of maybe your lack of experience in this industry, this whole internet marketing direct response industry that is trying to sell you that a funnel is all you need in order to be successful. Okay, so we hope this warning has been good enough to be able to protect yourself from those people who have hijacked this concept of funnels, okay? Now, the other point that I want to go ahead and touch on while we are on this topic that is a similar topic is the concept of a value ladder and stacking funnels. So sometimes a lot of these gurus, what they do is they'll try to sell you on a funnel and then they'll sell you on like, hey, you need more than one funnel. And so this is unfortunately what is known as a concept of a value ladder. Now, when you hear the concept of a value ladder, it's actually very powerful. A value ladder is basically, hey, you get somebody in on the front end for something that is, let's say, cheap or free, and And then you go ahead and have multiple funnels or multiple offers or multiple products in which you have an ascension and you bring them up so that way they can pay you more and more as the trust is built. Now, that is a phenomenal concept and is absolutely a principle in business. However, the issue with this is that, and this is why I say that it almost is borderline unethical, is that a lot of these gurus are trying to convince beginners that this is what they need. And then beginners all of a sudden become convinced like, okay, I need to have a value ladder. I got to have all these funnels. I got to do this and I got to do that. But the problem with this is that when you are a beginner, there is context. And this is why having a coach or a mentor is so important, because that coach or mentor can really provide you the context of what is important for you depending on the journey that you are on or the step of the journey that you're on. Because depending on where you are in the journey, different tools and different principles are going to be applicable. And so when you are a beginner who is just getting started out, guess what? You're having difficulty just selling one product, right? How the heck are you actually going to go out there and create a value ladder and stack funnels and upsell customers by having like 4, 5, 6 different products out there? Answer, you're not, right? Now you can see on here, here's Tony Robbins, and Tony Robbins does have a value ladder. Now he's not always using funnels necessarily to stack this, because again, the gurus want to try to convince you that everything is funnels because they have a funnel software, and to them, everything looks like a nail because they have a hammer. And so what's happening here is that Tony Robbins, okay, in his value ladder, because he's been doing this for a very long time, he has a value ladder with multiple offers and multiple products that he is ascending his customers through. And so when you see it, he might have a free upsell funnel, and then after that, he has a virtual in-person seminar, then coaching, and then platinum mastermind. That's because he's been at this for a very long time. But this is the rule. When you are starting off, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be working with one product, and then you're going to be building on that product going forward. And so this is the rule if you're doing less than $1 million a year. The rule is one product, one funnel, one customer avatar, and one acquisition channel up until you get to $1 million per year. Now, Tony Robbins is doing 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, sometimes even depending on the product suite and the company that he's running, could be $100 million plus, right? Like Mastermind.com, him and his business partner run that does $100 million plus a year. Obviously, once you get past around $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, $10 million, you now got to have, okay, multiple acquisition channels. Now I can't only run Facebook ads, I'm going to run different types of ads as well. I'm going to have multiple products because I'm going to go ahead and maximize the LTV of the customer. But again, that is only happening after you get to $1 million, $3 million, $10 million a year, okay? And so a lot of times the context of this advice of doing a value ladder and having multiple upsell products and all that kind of stuff, there's context to this. That is not going to be applicable for you in the beginning when you are a beginner. And then once you hit that point of getting to $1 million per year, you can then start to entertain the idea of having more than one product. But as a beginner, you're struggling with focus. As a beginner, you're struggling with momentum. As a beginner, you're struggling with prioritizing. And so scattering your mind into multiple different products and multiple different customer avatars and multiple different acquisition channels is absolutely going to wreck you. And so as a beginner, don't even think of trying to create multiple products or have multiple funnels running until you've really cracked the $1 million a year mark, okay? In fact, we ourselves have grown to multiple $1 million a year with simply only one product. And so that's the reason why you really shouldn't worry about that until you've actually cracked what it is that we're talking about, okay? So I hope that makes sense. This is really what we wanted to talk about inside of this section, is really break down, okay, hey, this is those people who have hijacked the concept of funnels, and then this is those people who have hijacked the concept of a value ladder to try and feed that to beginners in a dangerous way. So we want to go ahead and give you that context so you can understand exactly how that works. So now that you understand what a funnel is, you understand exactly what a funnel is not, you understand how important a funnel is and what a funnel is not good for, okay? What we now want to go ahead and do is I want to go ahead and show you how a funnel can also be good for maybe other aspects of life. And so we're going to just go ahead and have some fun around this concept of funnels. And I want to go ahead and talk to you about finding a life partner for marriage funnel, okay? This is something that we put together for fun a while back. Actually, when I was actually in the process of getting married, I was like, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and put together maybe a funnel for that and see what that might look like, right? And so you can see on here, this is what the process looks like if you're laying it flat out from left to right. But if you go up and down on here, right, you'll see that this is actually a funnel. You can go ahead and have spouse leads traffic on here, right? You swipe right on 200 people, you chat with maybe 70 people, you have an icebreaker call with 15 people, you date, let's say 3 people, and then you have one spouse, hypothetically, right? Just in an example, you can see how you can have some fun with this, right? Another useful case for applying this concept of a funnel is maybe organic marketing, right? So you have X number of people that you're sending a Facebook friend request with, then you have X number of people that you're having an opening conversation with, then you're having a reply and back and forth conversation, you schedule a certain number of people onto your calendar, X number of people of those show, and then you have customers from there. So if you go ahead and put that up and down and you lay it up and down, you'll see that it is a funnel because you're having more people at the top than you are at the bottom, and then you're going ahead and filtering down to be able to get to the gold from there. So again, just a very fun way to understand this concept of funnels, because really this entire training was to really lay down the foundations of what funnels are, exactly how funnels are going to be used, and how we're going to actually now get into some of the next training sections that are going to be about the tech side of the actual funnel, right? So we said it's a series of web pages. Well, how do you do that? What's the templates? What do you put on there? How do we actually use this tool? Because now we understand that, hey, it's just a tool, but how do we actually use this tool to be able to get the outcome that we want? That's exactly what we're going to go ahead and dive into in the upcoming training sections. Now, if you have any questions about this section, or if you have any questions that we have gone ahead and discussed so far, make sure you do go ahead and drop them in the student community. We are happy to go ahead and help, and the rest of the community members are happy to help you as well. So with that being said, this has been the Funnel Foundations. We're going to go ahead and get into more of the tech and the tactical in some of the upcoming training sections, and I will catch you in the next training section. All right, welcome to this training that is going to be a tutorial on the tech tools and screen real estate. Okay, so this is actually going to be a little bit of a different training section. And the reason why we're going to be talking about this specific topic, because it is a little bit more of a tactical topic, but it's going to be absolutely critical when we talk about really building any asset that is online, especially when you have an online career. Okay, so this topic, like I said, is going to be the tech tools and the screen real estate topic. Now, we have gone ahead and talked about this specific topic in kind of like side notes and in side trainings and all of that kind of stuff. We talked about the importance of it. However, in this specific training, we're going to go ahead and get into much more detail on this topic. Why? Because as you start to go ahead and develop your online career, it is going to become more and more critical for you to be able to understand, hey, how do I use the tech tools? What are the tools that I need for my craft as an online income earner, right? What is the screen real estate that I am going to need as an online income earner, okay? And the reason why this is so timely is because for the first time in your online career, okay, this process that we're going to go through in terms of assembling your funnel technology and assembling your ad setup and going through this, for a lot of you, this is really going to be the first time that you're going to be doing as big of a build, as intense of a build online. And so it is going to be a very intense process that you're going through for this first time as we go ahead and build all of this together. And here's the thing, if we don't talk about this right now, it is going to be very frustrating. This entire process is going to be very frustrating for you to go ahead and build something on the internet, because remember, that's what we do as online income earners, as online entrepreneurs, is that we are builders on the internet. We are building a business on the internet, okay? And so it's going to be very frustrating for you to do that if you don't actually have the right tools and the right setup properly, okay? Otherwise, you're going to end up like this guy right over here, okay? You do not want to end up like this guy right over here who's using his touchpad, his trackpad, okay? He's using his tiny screen to be able to build this, and he's going to be absolutely 100% frustrated as an online entrepreneur and as an online income earner. And so it is for that exact reason that we're going to go ahead and talk about the tools inside of this training section that are going to be absolutely critical for you to have and for you to prepare yourself for. And we're going to go over specifically 5 different tech tools that we're going to go ahead and walk you through together. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump right into it. Tech tool number 1 is going to be an external mouse. Now, for some of you, you may already have an external mouse, but don't fret, don't lose me just yet. We're going to go ahead and get through some of these other tech tools that are going to be awesome for you. And for others, this is going to be like, oh, damn, I'm not using this right now. And so the very first tool that is going to be absolutely critical is an external mouse, and to understand the difference between a trackpad or a touchpad and an external mouse. Okay, so this is a touchpad or a trackpad, and this is what an external mouse looks like. Now, the differences between these two are massive. Why? Because on a touchpad or on a trackpad, you literally have to put so much more energy in order to actually move your entire hand to be able to get the mouse to do what it is that you want on the screen, okay? And so the thing is that a trackpad or a touchpad was not meant to be used for productivity. It was not meant to be used for building things. What it was meant to do was that it was designed for portability, okay? And so an external mouse is 100% going to be absolutely required for you if you plan on building anything on the internet. And the studies prove this, right? Is a trackpad slower than an external mouse, right? There were cases in which nearly 50% more productive, the external mouse was 50% more productive than using the touchpad. Now, I don't know about you, but if a task took me literally 2 times as long, we're talking about, right, in an 8-hour workday, you would only get done 4 hours worth of productivity versus if you had an external mouse, you could actually get 8 hours of productivity, right? Imagine if a task that was supposed to be 15 minutes long actually took you 30 minutes. Imagine if a task or a project that was 30 minutes long took you an hour. Imagine if something was an hour or 2 hours long or 3 hours long took you 6 hours to do. That would be terrible. That's what we're talking about in terms of the efficiency and the productivity that is required when actually building something online as an online entrepreneur, as an online income earner. So you do not want to end up like this guy right here, okay? The other note about this is that a scroll wheel is also going to be critical. I know sometimes there's these mouse out there or these mice out there that are external mice that don't have this scroll wheel. I would highly recommend that having a scroll wheel is an absolute game changer, especially when you're working on long documents, you're working on long web pages, all of that stuff, and being able to scroll up and down without having to use that sidebar. You know, on the right side of your browser, there's like this little bar that you can drag up and down to go up and down. That's an absolute waste of time, okay? You want to make sure that you are using an external mouse with a scroll wheel because that is going to be very important. Now, having said that, does that mean that there is never a time that you should actually use the touchpad or the trackpad? Like, is that something you should just demolish from your laptop? Of course not, right? There are awesome uses and cases for the touchpad, right? Especially maybe you're hanging out on the couch, maybe you're traveling, right? Obviously the touchpad has a use case, but we do not use the touchpad when we are working, and especially not when we are building something on the internet because of the fact that we're going to be losing that productivity. We're looking to increase our productivity. And so when it comes to productivity and building and our career, it is a big no-no because of how much frustration it is going to cause us and how difficult it is going to be to use the touchpad when trying to be productive. Okay, so that, ladies and gentlemen, is tech tool number 1, which is an external mouse. Okay, now for some of you, that was pretty straightforward. For some of you, like, hey, you know what? I already understand this. I've been using external mouse for a very long time. No issues there. Well, here's my question to you. What about tech tool number 2, which is screen real estate, right? And so this is for those people who are like, okay, hey, Coach Yasin, I already use an external mouse. I don't use my laptop's trackpad. I'm good, right? Almost, because this tool that we're about to talk about right now is pretty much as critical as the first tool. And what is that? It's a second external monitor. Okay, this is a massive one. This is such an important one. I cannot tell you how important this is. Okay, when we say a second external monitor, we're talking having a separate monitor, having a separate screen other than your laptop screen. Okay, that is what we're talking about when we talk about a second external monitor. Now, the question you might have is, well, why is this important? And I want to go ahead and give you an example to explain to you why this is actually very important. Imagine if you were working, okay, you had your work desk, and imagine if your work desk was this like super tiny desk that was basically like smaller than the pieces of paper that you were trying to put on the work desk, okay? And on that work desk, you had multiple pieces of paper, right? You had like these pieces of paper, then you had these pieces of paper, then you had these pieces of paper, right? You had all of your documents on this super tiny desk, okay? But the desk was so small that you could literally only have like one paper on the desk at a time. Or if you were trying to go ahead and put like 2 papers on the desk, it'd just be too small. Like you wouldn't be able to fit 2 pieces of paper on that desk because your desk is just too dang small, right? And so the thing would be like, let's say for example, you had something on this paper in the back that you wanted to go ahead and copy or look at while you were writing something on this paper in the front, right? What you would have to do is you would have to put this paper in the back, in the front, look at it, and then you have to remember what was on that other sheet of paper and then switch to the second sheet of paper and then write down what you remember, right? And then you'd have to switch back and forth, switch back and forth, switch back and forth over and over and over and over again. And you had to do that for all of the hours that you were working. How frustrating would that be, right? How taxing would that be for your memory, for your mind, for your brain, in order to have to remember things because of the fact that you have to switch from one paper to another, from one tab to another, from one screen to another. You're starting to get the point here, right? Versus if you actually had a big enough desk in which you could actually just go ahead and lay out all of your documents and all of your papers, right? So that way you could effortlessly, let's say for example, you wanted to write down on this sheet of paper. Well, guess what? You just have to turn your your head and effortlessly look at the other sheets of paper, right? You can even have 3 sheets of paper laid out and then be able to pull inspiration or copy them or whatever it might be, and then be able to write on that other sheet of paper. It'd be effortless for you. And so this is an example to show you how big of a massive change it would be. It's such a small change, right? You're just talking about getting a bigger desk, but that small change, it's a one-time change that you're going to do, but it is 100% going to make such a massive difference, especially if you count the number of hours that somebody would be spending on that desk and you added up all of the minutes and headache that would save. We're talking about over the course of an entire year, over the course of an entire career, you're literally talking about massive savings, massive difference of productivity. You're talking about the difference between somebody actually being productive versus somebody feeling frustrated and then not being able to work long term, right? And so such a small lifestyle change, such a small change can have such a massive and big impact. Now, the question you might have, and I think you're starting to get the point here, is how does this apply to an online career? Well, as an online business owner, as an online career income earner, your work real estate, your desk space is your computer. And so this is what we call screen real estate, okay? And so the exact same example that we used for the desk also applies to your screen and to your desktop, okay? So the same thing is like, okay, let's say you got this tiny screen, you got this tiny laptop screen, or even maybe you have an external monitor, but it's this tiny external monitor, okay? And you got all of these papers, all of these screens, all these tabs, and you're having to switch between the screens, you're having to switch between the tabs, you're having to remember, okay, what was this? Okay, Coach Yassine said this in the training. Okay, the instructor said this in the training, I got to do this. So I'm going to switch the tabs, I'm going to do it over there. That is crazy, right? Versus if you actually have a second monitor and you can have one thing open on this screen and then you can follow along on the other screen, right? It's so much easier and it's so much more effortless, especially when you combine that with the other tools that we're talking about. And so the comparison between having a small desk versus having a big desk is exactly what we're talking about when we talk about having enough screen real estate. And so this is one of the most frustrating and taxing things on our brain, is to literally have to switch between different screens and remember what was on the previous screen. And even worse is when you have to do so much scrolling up and down the page, right? So imagine this page, right? This document that we're on right now. Imagine if the screen was so tiny that I had to scroll up and down on the screen so many times just to be able to read what the heck was on the page, right? And so this is why the size of the screen also matters, right? Imagine trying to build an entire online business on a tiny laptop screen and, God forbid, on a tiny laptop trackpad mouse. That is a recipe for frustration, okay? So you want to set yourself up and your environment for success. You want to make it enjoyable for you to work. You want to make it so that way you are excited to work, not that you are frustrated and stressed out and your brain gets tired because of the fact that you have this tiny screen real estate and you're using this dang trackpad to be able to move and then you get tired all the time. It's terrible, right? And again, this has been proven over and over and over again, is that to be more productive, having more screen real estate is helpful, right? So dual monitors have been proven to increase productivity by 42%. Now, a big caveat to this, okay, I've made this mistake in the past, is I thought, more screen real estate is better. And so I remember a world in which I had like 3 or 4 screens, and they've actually shown, and they've shown results and studies that prove that once you get past like 2 screens or you get past enough screen real estate, it actually starts to become more of a distraction, because you now have to manage all of these windows and all of these screens that you have, okay? So I didn't mention that inside of the specific training here, but I did want to just go ahead and mention that it's like, hey, don't also get overboard with this and say, cool, I'm just going to have like 50 different screens, because that can then start to become a distraction, okay? Very important. Now, in terms of the actual setup of when we talk about having an external monitor, I want to go ahead and give you that tactical understanding of how you can actually set all of this up for you, because there are multiple different preferences that you might be able to have when you're trying to create your setup for this. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about that. One of the setups that you might decide to have is you might decide, you know what, I'm going to have my laptop screen, and then I'm going to have an external monitor, which is definitely going to be bigger than the laptop screen. So I would highly recommend, if you are going to be getting an external monitor, make sure that you are getting it to be bigger than your actual laptop screen, because that would be kind of silly to get an external monitor that was smaller than your laptop screen. And then in this setup, and in this example specifically, we're still using the keyboard on the laptop, but we're using that external mouse, okay? So this is how this setup looks like. We got our external monitor, we have our laptop screen, so we got 2 screens, right? We got 1, and then we got 2, but then the keyboard we're still using for the laptop, and then we have our mouse right there, okay? The second setup that you might decide is that, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and use my laptop screen as screen number 1, I'm going to use an external monitor as screen number 2, but instead of using the keyboard, because maybe your keyboard is not the best, we're going to talk about one of the tech tools being an external keyboard, but hey, you could use your keyboard potentially, but for some laptops, the keyboard sucks, right? So you decide, you know what? I'm going to use screen 1 and screen 2. However, I'm going to get an external keyboard and an external mouse, which we said was already minimum requirement, right? External mouse is critical on here. So that is setup number 2, okay? The other setup that could also be potential is, hey, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and dock my laptop over here, and I'm just going to have 2 monitors. So screen 1 is going to be an external monitor, and screen 2 is also going to be an external monitor. And then obviously, because my laptop is closed over here, I'm going to go ahead and use an external keyboard and an external mouse, okay? And then the fourth potential setup, and obviously there's many other potential setups that you could have, but the fourth potential setup is to have one large widescreen external monitor. So you see this is a widescreen external monitor, okay? And then you have your laptop that is docked over there, and then you're using an external keyboard and an external mouse, but I think in this picture they don't have their external mouse, which I don't know how the heck this guy's controlling it, but you know, that's be an external mouse on there, okay? Now, in terms of my preference and the way that I've experimented with this, I actually nowadays use this type of setup in which I have a very large widescreen monitor. I have my laptop that is docked, that is plugged into the widescreen monitor, and then we have an external mouse and an external keyboard, okay? In the past, we have actually used, I have played around with this, okay? There's not that big of a difference between this specific setup and this setup over here, right? It's just basically taking it so that way, instead of there being 2 screens, there's just basically one large screen. And then in the past, I have also actually used this setup for many years, was actually my setup as well. Okay, so again, not that it matters. Again, all of these are acceptable. All of these are going to basically have the same level of productivity and the same level of output. It just comes down to preference and budget and time and all of that kind of stuff in terms of investing in the setup. Okay, and of course, obviously, there are many other combinations that you could put together as well. Okay, so ultimately, it does not matter which combination that you decide to use. The rules are going to be the same. Okay, you want to make sure that you have a good amount of screen real estate. For that external monitor, we would highly recommend 27, 29 inches plus minimum. Very important. So that way you're not having to squint. You're not having to really you have enough space to be able to build. This is so absolutely critical. And then obviously we talked about never using the trackpad mouse unless you're hanging out or traveling or something like that. But using an external mouse is going to be critical for that as well. So again, there are many ways to skin the cat, but ultimately it's going to be up to you to test what works best for you and your personal preference. But the 2 things that we've gone ahead and talked about is that the non-negotiables are tech tool number 1, which is having an external mouse, and then tech tool number 2 is screen real estate. Out of the 5 tech tools that we're talking about, these 2 are absolutely non-negotiables when we're talking about having an online career, having an online income, building, having productivity online. These are going to be absolutely critical for you to be able to invest in, and they're going to be able to pay dividends for you so much. You're going to be so happy that you actually did. Okay, so that's tech tool number 1, and that's tech tool number 2. Let's now go ahead and talk about tech tool number 3, which is typing speed. Now, this is not actually just a tool that you can just go out there and buy, but it is absolutely one of those key tools that is going to be critical in your tool belt whenever you are building something online or having a successful career online. What is it? It's literally how fast you can type on a computer keyboard. Okay, now I know that for some people this might seem a little bit intimidating depending on how fast you can type on a keyboard, or you might be like, you know what, I'm okay with that. But the thing you want to understand is that this is absolutely 100% just a skill, and obviously at this point you understand that skill equals knowledge times reps. And the beautiful thing about this is that thankfully typing on a keyboard, there's not a lot of knowledge piece that you have to have when it comes to being able to increase your typing speed. A lot of it just does come down to the reps that you are putting in for that, because in fact, the knowledge piece of it is actually very simple. All you have to do is you have to just learn how to be able to do the right typing form on a normal QWERTY keyboard, right? QWERTY keyboard is a QWERTY. This is what is known as a QWERTY keyboard. There are different types of keyboard layouts out there, but obviously, as you know, the most famous one is the QWERTY keyboard. And so from a knowledge piece, all you really got to do is you just got to know, okay, how do I actually place my hands, right? Where do I place my hands? And then let's say if I got to use my index finger to be able to go ahead and use the U, I got to use my, my middle finger to get to the I. That's really the knowledge piece of it. But then the rest of it just comes from the practice and the reps over and over and over and over again. And here's the interesting thing about this is that they've actually done some research studies, and they found that for every 2 hours and 40 minutes that you practice with the right form, you're able to go ahead and increase your typing speed by 1 word per minute. Now, initially, when you hear that, that doesn't sound like a lot. But if you think about how many hours you actually spend typing in the course of a day, over the course of a week, over the course of a year, over the course of your entire career, if you invest into just practicing consistently with the right form and just really starting to understand how that works and getting that in there, then having a better typing speed is going to be able to serve you for the rest of your life. I cannot tell you how important it is, especially as we become an economy that is using more online-based tools. Investing in your typing speed is going to be such a massive, absolute game changer, especially for somebody who's going to have an online career. The return on investment is absolutely worth it. Now, how do you actually go ahead and proceed with it? Well, all you got to do is literally just go to Google and you type in like typing test, and you literally just take a 1-minute typing test, and that's going to go ahead and give you a baseline of what your typing speed is. And then once you have that baseline, all you got to do is just work on getting in those reps. So for example, if your typing speed is less than 40 words per minute, which I would highly encourage you can pause this training, go over to Google, type in 1-minute typing test, and see what your typing speed actually is, okay? If your typing speed is less than 40 words per minute, I'm telling you right now, you're going to struggle with a career online unless you invest in your ability to be able to get better using a computer keyboard, okay? Ideally, you want to be at a minimum of 65 to 70 words per minute when you are typing, okay? This is going to allow you to ensure that you're working effectively and efficiently on the computer, and you're not taking hours and hours and hours and hours and hours longer to be able to do the work that needs to be done, because of the fact that you're actually able to be efficient and effective on a computer. Now, for reference range, okay, myself, I type around 100 words per minute, depending on the day. If I'm really feeling it, I can sometimes even get to about 120 words per minute. But the really amazing thing about this is that once you get to that point where you're like typing 65, 70, 80, 90 words per minute, right? Anything past that, you can actually type at the speed that people talk. And that then becomes an absolute game changer, because you've now unlocked the ability to literally journal and write at the speed that people talk. And so being able to take notes and being able to learn is an absolute game changer the faster you are able to type. Now, I do want to go ahead and address a belief or a fear that some people have when it comes to this point. Is like, hey, I tested my typing speed and it's not that good. It's not the level that we're talking about. Does that mean I'm doomed? Does that mean that I should just go ahead and like dig my grave and just bury myself right now because I cannot succeed as an online career? No, hold up, okay? My question to you is, were you born with a computer keyboard in hand? No, of course not. None of us were, right? And so if others can learn it, so can you. And so I would urge you not to become a negative Nancy or a limbic Lalu. Instead, have a winner's mindset to understand that, hey, I can be proactive. I can invest in myself to acquire the skill of increasing my typing speed, so that way I can be more efficient and more effective using the tools that I'm literally going to use in order to make millions of dollars online. That's the thought process that you have to think about it, right? I know we're talking about these tech tools, and there really are just one-time investments, and the compounding dividends that you're going to get from them over and over and over again are 100% worth the investment, okay? So the more you practice, the faster you are going to type. It is literally as simple as that. That, ladies and gentlemen, is tech tool number 3, which is your typing speed. Let's go ahead and move on now to tech tool number 4, which is an external keyboard. Now, as we kind of alluded to a little bit earlier, is that this tech tool is actually not as critical as some of the other ones that we have talked about. Why? Because depending on your setup and your preference for the screen real estate, you might actually be able to use your laptop keyboard as the primary keyboard that you're going to be using. So for example, this is what that setup might look like, right? So we've talked about having that second external monitor, right? At least 27, 29 plus inches minimum. Then you have your laptop screen. And so you're using your keyboard here, and then you're using your external mouse on here as well. Now, you might decide that, you know what, this is more than enough. Like, I like my laptop keyboard. This is the way that I want to use it. I'm going to go ahead and use my laptop's keyboard, so that way I don't need to have an external keyboard. But you're not doing it because you don't want to invest in the external keyboard. You're doing it because you actually like your laptop keyboard, okay? However, a lot of times, laptop keyboards are either too small or too compact, and that is not going to be good for your hands long term. You know, for arthritis and for long term, you're just using this tool. You want to make sure that you're actually setting yourself up for success. And so that's why having an external keyboard can be helpful. Even if your laptop has a keyboard that you can use, you might decide, you know what, I want to have a different keyboard. I want to have, let's say, a number pad. I want to have, something that's different. So you might decide to invest in that external keyboard. Now, the reason why this is important is because, remember, manufacturers, when they're creating laptops, they're not creating them to be able to have the most, amazing keyboards on the planet. They're not designed for efficiency or productivity, right? Laptop keyboards are designed for portability. I mean, it makes sense. After all, they are a laptop, right? They're designed to be kind of portable, right? So sometimes what manufacturers will do is they'll go ahead and make concessions. They'll go ahead and make trade-offs around, hey, maybe the keyboard doesn't have as much travel. Maybe it's not as more comfortable. Maybe it's a little bit more compact. Maybe it's not full size, all of these things, right? And so when you are actually trying to maximize your productivity, your comfort when you are working, this is why having an external keyboard that has the proper spaces, has the right amount of key travel, all of that is going to make it more enjoyable for you to work, right? Even the click of all of the buttons, when you actually enjoy that process, you're going to enjoy working so much more. Now, there are many different types of keyboards that are out there. All you got to do is just test some of them. You can even go to like an in-person store. You can go to a Best Buy, a Walmart, whatever, where you can kind of test what's out there, right? And so we have personally tested, like there's like $10 keyboards and there's like $300 plus mechanical keyboards. Like there's all sorts of like this whole keyboard world is actually a whole world in which there are many different types of keyboards. But again, don't get lost in it. There's no like right or wrong answer here. It all just comes down to personal preference. Like for me, I like to use a membrane keyboard and I find that I can type the fastest on a membrane keyboard. Now, I know some people are like crazy about mechanical keyboards that are like $300 plus, but like, hey, for me, my keyboard, it's like, hey, 20, 30, 40, 50 bucks. It's a membrane keyboard. I love it. I've been using it for a long time and it works really well for me and it's full spaced out and all that kind of stuff, right? But again, this tech tool is not as critical depending on your preference, because it's not going to give you as much productivity boost unless you're like typing on some like, crammed keyboard. But for most people, it's going to be okay. But some of the other things that we've talked about, like the external mouse and the typing speed and the screen real estate, those are going to give you a much bigger boost of productivity. And then you just want to explore what an external keyboard might be useful for you. But again, just something that is important for you to consider. Okay, so that is tech tool number 4. And then finally, we now have tech tool number 5. So again, similar to typing speed, this is not one of those tools that you can just go out there and buy, because this is actually a skill that you learn that is extremely valuable in your online career, especially when it comes to increasing your productivity when you're building something. Okay, and these are hotkeys. What is a hotkey? A hotkey is basically just a combination of keys that are on your keyboard that allow you to be able to quickly access a particular function within a program. Okay, and so just like any other skill, the first time you need a little bit of knowledge to be able to understand, like, okay, hey, this is the hotkey. And then after that, it's just repetition until you be able to get into the habit and you're just using the hotkey without even thinking. So there are some hotkeys that are like absolutely critical that everybody must 100% know, right? And those are, let's say, for example, like the copy hotkey. It'll be Command or Control, depending on if it's Windows or Mac, and it'll be Command or Control C. Paste is going to be Command or Control V. Select all, Command or Control A. Undo is Command or Control Z. These are absolutely 100% hotkeys that every single person should be using, okay? If somebody is not using these, like, yo, you got to get your head in the game and you got to learn hotkeys, because they're going to 100% change the game for you. Now, these are some of the absolute critical ones. And then there are many different hotkeys that you can go out there and learn depending on the software that you're using. Some are global, some are specific to softwares. You can even Google must know hotkeys and you can see, hey, these are some of the hotkeys that are going to be very useful for me to learn. And then all you got to do is just invest like 5 or 10 minutes, learn them, and then maybe stick to like one a week and then get into the habit of using it. And then slowly you start to build all of the different hotkeys that are going to be better and easier for you to use over time. And then there's different softwares that have different hotkeys as well that you can learn. And so again, this is all just adding to your skill sets in increasing your productivity and efficiency in your online career. I hope that makes sense, and I hope you understand the importance and the value of what it is that we're walking you through right now, so that way you can set yourself up for the most amount of success as you go throughout this entire process, okay? So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the 5 tech tools that we wanted to go ahead and go over. We talked about tech tool number 1 and tech tool number 2, which were the absolute minimum required critical ones, right? Which is the external mouse and the screen real estate. Very important. Then we talked about the typing speed, the external keyboard, and the hotkeys, which are also going to be very important for you to consider and explore, so that way you can maximize your productivity and efficiency in your online career. And so again, the reason why this is very timely is because as we go into the rest of the build, as we go into the rest of your online career, this is going to be so immensely powerful, because if you don't have these foundations in place, once we actually get into building out all the tech, building out the Facebook advertising, building out your funnel, and building all that kind of stuff out, it's going to be extremely frustrating for you if you don't have all of this in place. Okay, so that, ladies and gentlemen, has been this tutorial on the tech tools and the screen real estate. If you have any questions about this, let us know inside of the student community. And on top of that, we would love to be able to hear what kind of tech setup you have, right? Remember, we're fostering this community, and it's very important. So go over to the student community and maybe snap a picture of your tech setup, right? Maybe you really like to geek out on it, or maybe you don't like to geek out on it. Maybe you don't have the best setup and you're looking for some, recommendations for, second monitors or that kind of stuff. Go ahead and drop that in the student community, because we would love to be able to hear and see what all of your tech setups look like. And so that way we can go ahead and provide more recommendations and see what the rest of the community has to offer as well. So ladies and gentlemen, that has been tech tools and screen real estate. We're going to go ahead and continue getting into the rest of the training sections. With that being said, I will catch you in the next training. All right, welcome to this training section. It's going to go over the community strategy funnel explained. So most of the other training sections that we have gone through so far, when we talk about funnels and funnel tech and setting all of them up, we're talking about funnels in general, right? And we've talked about protecting yourself from becoming a victim of those who fall prey to beginners, talking about funnels and all that kind of stuff, right? However, what's going to happen now is that from this training section going onwards, we're now going to go ahead and turn our focus on the funnel setup that is going to be actually specific to the community strategy, right? So we've talked about different strategies depending on income levels in the past. And so going forward, now we're specifically talking about, okay, hey, this is going to be the funnel strategy that we're talking about, specifically about the community strategy. So this is what the overall strategy is going to look like, right? We've talked about this in the past, where we're running an ad to a landing page. That landing page then takes them over to the community. We then nurture them via the community as well as outbound setter processes in order to go ahead and get a quick chat scheduled, which then leads to a strategy session, which then leads to a paying client. So when we talk about this specific funnel, what we're talking about is exactly what happens between the ad and the community. Okay, so yes, on here in this diagram there's only the landing page, but truthfully what's happening here is that the actual funnel pages, there are actually two of them that are happening. So again, we have the ad that's right here, right? And then we have the community that is right here. Okay, so same exact kind of diagram that we were just talking about earlier, but just represented a little bit differently. So the community strategy funnel pages are two of them right over here. Okay, so there is the landing page, or also known as the opt-in page, and then there is the thank you page. Okay, now this is actually one of the main reasons why the community strategy is such a powerful strategy for beginners, because of the fact that there are only two pages within the funnel. That's it. Now, why is that important, right? Why is that important when we talk about starting beginners off with paid advertising, with funnels, and all of this that we're talking about? The reason why it's so important is because as a beginner, when you're just starting out, the more complicated the funnel pages are, the more copywriting there is on the actual funnel pages, the more number of funnel pages that there are, and the conversion rates that you have to track, and the data that you have to track, and making sure that every single page is converting properly, and all of that kind of stuff. There's just so much more that you have to optimize for and actually create, and all of that actually just creates more chances for the beginner to actually lose money. Now, why do we say for the beginner to actually lose money? The reason we say that is because, remember, more than likely when you're starting out here, if you're on these trainings that we're talking about right now, you're trying to go ahead and launch ads. And so the more complicated this funnel is, the more pages there are, the more copywriting there has to be, the more images there has to be, the more metrics that you have to track. All of that creates more complexity. Rather than having a more outbound community approach, allows the strategy to be significantly more forgiving. And we've talked about this in some of the other trainings as well, in some of the other training sections, that this specific strategy is significantly more forgiving when you are just getting started out, because chances are you don't yet have the skills to be able to pull off some of the other more complex and nuanced strategies, right? And so we've talked about some of the advantages when it comes to the community strategy and how we're using it for offer validation. And that is the reason why our preference a lot of times, right? Again, there is nuance with this, and a lot of times there is details depending on the beginner student, depending on their background, depending on their existing skill set. But a lot of times I would say 80 to 90% plus for a beginner, starting off with the community strategy and the funnel pages for the community strategy are going to be the most efficient and the most effective. Okay, so that is the community strategy, the funnel pages that we've gone ahead and kind of gone over in terms of a highlight. And so yes, guess what? This does mean that we are about to go ahead and have some fun, okay? And so for many of you, this is actually going to be the first time that you are going to be going ahead and engaging in an intense build as a part of your career that you're going to be doing inside of these trainings in terms of getting something, such a big project put together. And that is also going to mean that there are going to be parts of this build that you may not be shaking around like Shaq and this cat over here, okay? And they are going to sometimes feel a little bit more challenging on the tech side of things. And so this is the reason why we had already talked about some of the important tech tools and the screen real estate and getting your workspace set up, so that way you are not trying to go through and build this entire massive project like this guy right here, okay? Very important. You want to make sure that instead you have your entire setup properly, so that way you can maximize productivity, that way you can focus on getting the steps done properly according to the way that we're going to go ahead and outline them. And that way you actually do have, in fact, two screens, so that way you're not trying to flip back and forth through different tabs, and that way you can have the training on one side, and then you can have going through and have the steps that you're following on the other side, right? Or maybe you have an extra wide screen monitor in which you can go ahead and divide, having the training on one side and then following the steps on the other side, okay? So that is going to be absolutely critical and very important for you to do that, okay? And so what you're going to notice as we go through all of these steps is that it's just a skill, right? Putting all of these funnel steps together that we're going to go over in just a second, all of these steps are literally just a skill. The first time you go through it, it's going to feel like such a big project, right? It's going to feel a lot more overwhelming than it actually is. And then eventually you're going to have done this so many times, like us, for example, whenever we set up or launch a new funnel or launch some new ads, we can literally get it rocking and rolling within a day. And it's so absolutely boring for us to do because we've gotten to the point of unconscious competence. We don't even have to think about it, and we can do this at a very high level, okay? So this is going to be a very important point for you to remember, is that, hey, it is just a one-time setup. And as long as you're going to be running this funnel, guess what? It's one time. You set it up and you're going to go ahead and be rocking and rolling. And so yes, it is going to seem like a lot more work up front, but I promise you, once it is set up, it is going to stay set up, okay? And so all of the different kind of pieces of this entire funnel setup that we're going to go ahead and walk you through is that the next bunch of trainings are going to be training sections that are going to walk you through step by step, click by click on getting your entire community strategy funnel put together, okay? So some of those topics that we're going to go over, we're going to talk about importing your funnel template. We're going to talk about going over the legal disclaimers in the setup. We're going to talk about getting your domain URL set up, getting your opt-in form created, getting your landing page set up, your thank you page set up. We're going to talk about optimizing the funnel pages. We're going to talk about getting your opt-in email and text message sequence set up, as well as checking and testing to make sure that the entire setup and the entire process is running properly. Okay, now note down below underneath some of the other training sections that you see, we may or may not add other pieces to this build or other tech tutorials over time. And so if you see other trainings more than these specific trainings in the training sections on the side, do not be confused, because we may or may not add other trainings and tech tutorials according to the needs of the students. Okay, so that is what this entire training was meant to be, was just an overview of what the rest of the training sections are going to be. And so with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the question is, are you ready? Like this pup right here, it's all about game time. We're going to go ahead and actually get into the tactics and get the community strategy funnel rocking and rolling, so that way you have that asset that is going to be for your online business. So this, ladies and gentlemen, has been the community strategy funnel overview explained. Let us know if you have any questions at all inside of the student community. And with that being said, go ahead and get ready, because it's time now to get tactical and get into the weeds and get rocking and rolling. So with that being said, I will catch you in the next training. All right, welcome ladies and gentlemen to the import funnel template step when it comes to the community strategy funnel setup. So one of the first steps of this entire process of getting your funnel set up is to actually get the skeleton of your funnel imported. Now, when we say the skeleton, we're talking about the bare bones funnel pages. Now, you will notice that we called it get them imported and not created. Why did we say that? The reason we said that is because there are many ways to be able to have your funnel skeleton imported instead of having to create it from scratch. In fact, we're going to show you. Now, just a quick recap. Remember, the community strategy funnel is made up of 2 pages. There is the landing page, also known as the opt-in page, and then there is the thank you page. Now, don't worry about all the text and all that kind of stuff. We'll talk to you more about that and the different variations of landing pages that are out there, okay? And so this is the reason why we talked about it's such a powerful strategy for beginners, because it's just 2 simple pages. That's it. And the crazy thing about it is that this thank you page right here is literally just like a blank page with a timer, a redirect that goes ahead and redirects the prospect or the lead over to the Facebook group or the community, right? And so literally, if you want to look at it like that, it's kind of like there's only one page in the entire funnel, which is the landing page or the opt-in page, okay? And so that's the funny thing about this entire strategy, is that it's so dead simple when it comes from a funnel tech standpoint. And so really the entire funnel aspect of the community strategy is really all just about the landing page, okay? Now, as we go ahead and talk about importing your funnel template, a couple important things that we got to go over so that way you understand the strategy and the mindset behind the landing page, okay? The first question that you might have is, hey, how do I know if my landing page is actually good, okay? So when it comes to your landing page, right, because technically inside of the community strategy, the landing page is the main funnel page, there are 2 things that you have to take into consideration to know if your landing page is actually pretty good or not, okay? The first one is the amount of pre-education needed for the lead, okay? And then number 2 is going to be the conversion rate of the landing page. Let me go ahead and talk to you about each of those individually right now, so that way you understand the mindset piece of what it means to have a very good landing page, okay? So the very first piece is how much information that you need to provide to the lead before they actually get to the landing page. So we talked about this concept back when we were talking about ad copy or ad creative, is that the amount of information that the prospect needs before they read your landing page is going to make a difference on the landing page that you put together. So that means that what is on the ad, what is the offer, what is the creative, what is the copy, all of that is going to influence the psychology of not only the type of person who is attracted by that ad and that copy and that creative, but also the psychology of once that person actually gets over to the landing page, where is their mindset at? How educated are they already? How much information do they already know about what it is to expect from this entire process? This is the first piece that influences the type of landing page that you're actually going to make. So for example, again, we talked about this when we talked about ad creative, is that depending on if you have an image ad and depending on if you have a video ad, depending on the length of your copy inside of your actual ad, and depending on the type of messaging, indirect or direct messaging that is in your actual ad, that is going to influence how much information or how extensive or how long your landing page or what type of content that you put on your landing page in order to get the opt-in. Now remember, what is the opt-in? The opt-in is the name, email address, and phone number in order to get the lead, right? And so if you're running, let's say, for example, an image ad, you might need, depending on the length of your copy, you might need more information on your landing page. So you might need a more long-form landing page to provide more context so that person is more educated. Because imagine if you have like no information on your ad and you have no information on your landing page, yes, you might still be able to get some leads. You might still be able to get some opt-ins. Now, those opt-ins might be very expensive. You might get some opt-ins, but imagine what the quality of those opt-ins might be. Even if you could get opt-ins for very cheap, right? Let's say your offer is so dang good that you're getting a lot of leads for very cheap, but if there's no information or context or pre-education either on the ad or the landing page, then the quality of those leads is going to be very low. So that when they join the community, maybe when you get on a call with them, they're going to be like, well, what the heck is this? I don't know what's going on. And so that is one of the things that influences at a high level the quality of the people that you get is based off of the quality of the ad, the messaging, the words that you're using, the creative, as well as the quality of the landing page that you're putting together, okay? Versus, let me clear this out here, versus if maybe you have, let's say, a video ad, or you have maybe an image ad but with longer copy, maybe you could get away with short form landing page, or maybe the funnel strategy that you're running is that you're going to rely maybe on the community to educate and nurture a little bit more. So really all you care about is just getting the name, email address, phone number. Again, all of these are just considerations. I'm not telling you what's right or wrong, because truthfully, there is no right or wrong when it comes to this. It just depends on understanding the overarching strategy and the mindset behind it. So that way you understand that this principle exists and you can optimize accordingly to make sure that you are educating or giving enough information to the prospect once they actually opt in. So that way they can actually join your community and take it from there. Okay. So all of these are things that you just want to keep in mind when you are talking about the landing page and understanding the context to which the landing page actually belongs. Again, this is the reason why we have such a big issue with a lot of these gurus out there that are just trying to sell beginners on funnels, is because it's not just about the funnel template. There's a lot of psychology and strategy that goes along with it that is very important to understand. Okay, so that is the first piece when it comes to understanding if your landing page is good or not, is because you might actually get a landing page that converts at a very high percentage, but then all the leads are very low quality. That would not be a very great landing page, right? So that's one thing you need to take into consideration. The second thing that you would need to take into consideration is the actual conversion rate of the landing page. This is ultimately how we determine if a landing page is actually good or not, is it depends on if the actual landing page is converting on the objective that we want it to convert for. And so in the case of a landing page, what we're asking ourselves is, okay, for every 10 people that land on the landing page, how many of them actually become a lead? And when we say a lead, it means that they gave us their name, email address, and phone number. And so that number is called your landing page conversion rate, okay? And typically what we're looking for is we're looking for a number to be around 20%. Ideally, if we can get more, awesome, but a minimum of 20% to know if the landing page is actually good or not. So what does that mean, 20%? It means, let's say, for example, we run an ad and we get 100 unique people to land on our landing page. Now, how do you determine that? There's all the backend software in the client kit will show you how to be able to get that data. So that way you can see how many unique viewers, how many unique page views you got on your landing page. So if you had 100 unique people land on your landing page, you want to have 20 of those 100 people give you their name, email address, and phone number to have made it through the rest of your funnel, okay? That is what we mean by a landing page conversion. Now, don't worry about it right now. We're going to have an entire training section on data and KPIs, and then we're going to talk about how to be able to track that. We're going to go ahead and give you access to our tracking sheet dashboard that we have created over many, many, many years and invested a lot of time, effort, and finances to be able to put through. And then this sheet right here that you're going to fill out on a regular basis is going to have your lead conversion rate or your landing page conversion rate that we're aiming for about 20 to 25%. And it's going to calculate that for you as you enter in the data. And so that way you'll be able to determine over a long enough time horizon with enough data whether or not your landing page is actually converting at 20% or 25% or not. And so that is going to let you know, hey, if my landing page is not converting at the right numerical numbers, then it doesn't matter how I feel or how my emotions are about the landing page, that, hey, it's not converting, I got to change it. Or, hey, maybe it is converting and I thought it was going to suck and the numbers say otherwise. And so that is the second consideration to make to know if your landing page is actually good or not. Okay, so when we talk about the type of landing page, it comes down to ultimately the two things. Number one is the amount of pre-education or information necessary for the lead in order to give you their name, email address, and phone number. And number two, what is the conversion rate when you actually look at the data to be able to know if it is actually converting at the right numbers or not. And we're going to walk you through all of that as well. Okay, so again, before we actually give you, hey, this tactics and import the funnel and do all this kind of stuff, we want to make sure that you understand that you are not being spoon-fed. You're not being a remote control student. You are not just following blindly. You understand the mindset and the strategy behind all of this, okay? Now, the next question that might come up is, okay, well, hey, where do I actually get my landing page from, right? So we're going to actually walk you through many different places to be able to come up with the templates that you can import for your landing page, okay? So we're going to walk you through the Client Kit template library. They have an entire library of funnels that you can literally import that have already been tested. We're also going to be providing you a lot of the templates that we have created or we have gotten from the marketplace or different programs that we've been in, all that kind of stuff, right? The 100K playbook. We're also going to be able to show you how to be able to import from swipe files. So you can actually find funnels in your swipe file and then import their exact funnel. Obviously, you want to do it ethically. You want to make sure that you're not just plagiarizing somebody and all that kind of stuff, but you can literally import it with an amazing feature in the client kit. We're going to walk you through how to be able to do that. And then obviously you can rebuild based off of what you see in the swipe file as well, and then many other ways to get it as well. Okay, so this is what we're talking about again, community strategy, the funnel pages, and we talk about where to be able to get those landing pages from. Now, here is the biggest thing to understand about this, okay? We have done this many times in the past, and every single time that we have tried to teach students about funnels and landing pages, for some reason, beginner students think that, hey, the examples that we're giving or the templates that we're giving are some magical, mystical, gospel landing pages, okay? And so unfortunately, this is also made worse because of the fact that there's all those individuals out there who are trying to sell people like, hey, if you just have the right landing page, then you're going to get rich, which is obviously completely false, right? And so yes, we're going to walk you through how to be able to get the templates to start off with, but also we want to make sure that we teach you to be able to understand where you're able to go ahead and get your own landing pages from, so that way you are not tied to any guru or any academy or anything like that for the rest of your life. Because again, Albert Einstein said, education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. In this case, education is not the downloading of funnel templates, but it's the training of the mind to think about what makes the landing page successful. Because if you understand that, then you will be unstoppable forever. And so let's go ahead and talk about that right now, is that what to look for and what to look out for when you're actually creating your landing page. There are three things that we typically talk about to be able to understand. Is that, hey, you want to have something that is clean and simple, number one. You want to understand the difference between a website versus a sales funnel, and you want to understand that it has to be somewhat direct response styled. Okay, what do we mean by this? Number one, when we say clean and simple, it should be easy to read, well-spaced, and have the same message throughout the entire landing page, okay? Second is a website versus a sales funnel. So this is what the marketing gurus are trying to sell, which is actually quite simple, which is a traditional website is kind of like a website which just has a bunch of content on it, right? You might click on learn more. You might go there for like, contact us. You might go there for like the blog. You might go there for that kind of stuff. That is a typical traditional website. And typically that is mainly used for branding purposes, right? If you remember, we talked about the difference between branding and direct response, right? A website is typically used for branding purposes, to build trust, to build authority, all that kind of stuff, okay? Versus a sales funnel, a marketing funnel is normally used to be able to drive a person to a specific action, and it is more direct response based, right? We talked about direct response many times in the past. And so that is the difference between a website and a funnel. And so that is what we're looking for when we talk about your landing page, is we want it to be more sales funnel direct response styled. And that's really point number 3 on here, is that it has a single call to action in the entire page, and it's calling to that single call to action in multiple places. Now, you might be saying, hey, can we look at some examples? By all means, yes. Let's go ahead and look at some examples that we want to walk you through in terms of seeing what a sales funnel and what a landing page actually is going to look like. So let's go ahead and go through the Online Fit Pro Guide landing page. We're going to go through the Pinnacle Man Project Challenge landing page. We're going to go through the Women's 21-Day Challenge landing page, the 21-Day Free Transformation landing page, as well as the Remote Wellness Academy Case Study VSL landing page, so that way you can see what all of these look like. Another point that I want to go ahead and make that's very important right here is that all of these landing pages that we're going to go through can absolutely 100% be changed for any type of offer, whether that be a free asset that's a guide, the free asset that's a challenge. It does not matter, right? So some of the landing pages that I'm going to show you in just a second, right, we're using them as like challenge landing pages, maybe like transformation landing pages, case study landing pages. It doesn't matter what the free asset actually is. You can just rename it, or you can just go ahead and change the offer, and it's very easy to have any one of these landing pages be for a free guide or for any other type of free asset. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at the very first example, which is the Online Fit Pro Guide landing page that we used probably around 3 years ago now, that this was something that we scaled to over $90,000 a month using this specific landing page. And you'll see on here, it's very, very simple. It's very clean. And so what you're seeing on here is that right here, download your ultimate guide for PTs and fitness coaches. And inside, you're going to be able to learn how to grow a wildly profitable online fitness business. And then you'll see on here, we have call to action. Call to action is very simple, very straightforward. We have an image of the actual guide. We have some text and copywriting over here for what they can actually expect, okay? And literally that's it. That's it. That's literally the entire page. And then the bottom is just the footer, right? And so that is literally what the entire landing page looks like. Very, very simple. And you can see on here, there's just 2 buttons, download now, which is the call to action. That's it, right? And so you're going to notice very clean and simple. It's a funnel. It's a sales funnel. It's not a website, and it's very direct response styled, right? Very simple and easy. And it's walking the prospect, walking the person through on just, hey, this is the outcome. This is what you got to do. If you're interested on this page, download now. And then we're tracking the conversion rate to see, are we at that 20 or 25% to see if the actual landing page is converting or not. Let's go through another example. This example is the Pinnacle Man Project Challenge landing page. Okay, this is one that we launched a while back as well. And so you'll see on here, we have the headline on here. So we have a sub headline and we have the main headline, and then we got the copy over here. In this case, we opted in to have a video because we wanted to have a little bit of more context on there. And then you'll see the rest of the landing page. This is a little bit more extensive than the previous one. But again, we just did that because we wanted to offer some more context, and we had this template. So we said, hey, might as well go ahead and put it on there, right? So we went ahead and put, okay, hey, this is right here. One section of the landing page right over here. Now, this is a big no-no, and we actually got slapped on the wrist for this. This is one of the rules that we broke, which is having a before and after on the actual landing page. We would not have done this if we had gone back and actually evaluated this. You don't want to have a before and after. It is against Facebook's advertising policies to have a before and after on the landing page or in the ad. So disregard that because that was not the best thing for us. But you'll see the rest of the landing page, very, very simple. You'll see it's all calling for the same thing, right? This is call to action. The text might change for the call to action, but the button is all leading to the exact same thing, which is, yes, I'm a good fit. Take my name, email address, and phone number. I want to join, right? So, hey, are you a good fit? This is for you if. This is not for you if you were this. During this challenge, you're going to learn this. And then we throw in some testimonials there at the bottom, okay? So again, clean, simple, sales funnel, direct response styled is what you're noticing. Now, for these images, because they are a little bit longer, if you do want to open up the guide, you can go ahead and see all of these and zoom in and zoom out of these as well if you would like, okay? Next up, after that, we have the Women's 21-Day Challenge landing page. Now, this is actually the original one of the Pinnacle Man Project. So we actually took this and then made the Pinnacle Man Project landing page after that. But again, you're going to notice all we really did was change the background, we changed the video, we changed the style of the opt-in, so we made the opt-in right there, okay? We put a timer at the top of that. So again, these are just templates that you can start off with, and then it's very easy to be able to have, hey, here's some images on there. Again, no go on the before and after here. Probably not the best take on here, so we probably would not have done that going forward. But again, you're going to notice very, very similar. Hey, are you a good fit? This is for you if, this is not for you if, and then we got some testimonials for some proof there as well. So clean and simple, very sales funnel oriented, direct response oriented. I think originally, I don't remember exactly, this might have been a funnel template that we got from a program that we were in many years ago, and then we decided to go ahead and take it and tweak it from there. But again, you'll see very, very straightforward, very, very simple, but again, direct response styled. You jump onto it and you can track the conversion rates from it, okay? Let's go ahead and look at another example I want to walk you through in terms of the 21-day free transformation landing page. So again, this is one I believe many years ago we got from one of the programs that we were in, and then we tweaked it on there. But again, this is the nation's 21-day at-home transformation. So we got some copy on here. We got a timer on here. We got a button on here. We got to guarantee some verbiage around there. And then on top of that, we have some random testimonials on there as well. And then about a section at the bottom. So clean, simple, sales funnel, direct response styled, right? So these are landing pages that we're just showing you different examples of that, again, are just going to depend on the offer, the ad, the brand, the feel, all of that kind of stuff. And then finally, we do have the Remote Wellness Academy case study landing page as well. This is probably one of the most simplest landing pages that we have ever launched, and I believe this was another one that maybe we got from our swipe file that we saw somebody else running, and it was they were very successful with it, so we went ahead and modeled off of it as well. So very simple. You'll see on here it's literally just a headline and then a sub headline, and then you have the opt-in that is right there. But again, this specific type of landing page was an indirect ad landing page. Again, I'm not going to talk about that right now. That's more of like a copywriting thing, but the ad for this was a lot more as a video ad with extensive copy, all that kind of stuff. And so that way, when somebody landed on this, they had the context rather than just being a white page with like a couple texts on it, right? Like that would be very difficult. But I remember this specific landing page was converting at like 25 or 30%. But again, that was only made possible not because the landing page was something special, but because of the ecosystem and the environment in which this landing page was used, right? So it has to go along with what is in the ad copy, what is in the ad creative, right? What is the context? What is the brand awareness? Is it a direct ad? Is it an indirect ad? All of that is important. And so that's why it's so funny when people are like, oh yeah, I have the funnel page and the funnel is going to save me. And if I just have the funnel template, it's going to work. There's so much more to the strategy that you need to understand. And so it's not all about just having the funnel, because you got to understand how the funnel is actually going to be used. And so again, throughout all of these examples, what you're noticing is that it's clean, simple. It's sales funnel style, direct response style. That's what we're talking about when we talk about specifically a landing page, and we talk about the landing page that can be utilized to be able to use for the community strategy. Now, when you look at all of these examples, right, you might feel like intimidated in the beginning. You're like, man, how the heck am I supposed to put all that together? Don't worry. Again, like we said, we're going to talk about having those templates to start off with. But the other thing I want to share with you is really the cheat code that we've used and that we've always used when it comes to landing pages and designing landing pages and designing funnels and all that kind of stuff, is that honestly, most of the time to this day, we just model a lot of other people's landing pages that we see on the internet. And all we do is we may just make small tweaks for them. And then we just know that, hey, this is a successful company. We know that they run very good marketing. And so a lot of times the answer is going to just come back to your market research and your swipe file. And so, for example, the original landing page for RWA, we did over $1 million cash collected, and we'll probably do over $10 million cash collected with the same landing page. Now, where did we get this landing page from? We saw an ad from somebody else in the industry. Okay, they were in a different industry but similar market, and we knew that they were successful. And all we did was we just went ahead and rebuilt what we saw. We changed the colors, we changed the text. Now, important to notice on here, notice how we didn't say we plagiarized them, we stole it, we literally copied it word for word, all that kind of stuff. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about modeling based off of the principles and the big ideas, based off of what we are seeing working, and we're recreating those big ideas and then making tweaks on that is specific to our brand, our offer, and what it is that we are offering. Okay, we are not talking about plagiarizing and literally stealing from other people. That is a big no. Okay, this is very, 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 very important. So we've talked about this exact same concept in the past when we talk about learning how to be able to play an instrument, right? When somebody first learns how to be able to play an instrument, right? Think about like a guitar or a piano. The teacher doesn't just say, okay, hey, here's the funnel, go out there and build a funnel. It doesn't work like that. The teacher doesn't say, hey, here's the instrument, go play a song. It doesn't work like that, because you don't know when you're beginning, you don't know what is good or what is not good. What is a good landing page and what is not a good landing page, right? So instead, the teacher says, hey, play Jingle Bells or play Jimi Hendrix or something like that, right? So you model something that already exists, and then the more you do that way you're able to understand what are the principles, what are the techniques, what are the strategies, what are the patterns that you need to look out for in order to have a successful landing page. And so just like copywriting, a lot of times we like to say that a great landing page is not created, it is assembled, right? You start off with a template and then you make tweaks off of that. And where are you assembling it from? You're assembling it from your good old swipe file. And so we've talked about this quote in the past, and I really love this quote, is that there is a secret that every professional artist knows that amateurs do not, is that being original is overrated, okay? The most creative minds in the world are not especially creative. What they are is that they are very good at rearrangement. And so what you do is you go out there, you find maybe 2 or 3 landing pages. They might be in different industries, they might be in different markets. Remember, it doesn't have to be in your specific market, in your specific industry. It might be like somebody selling t-shirts and you see their landing page, like, oh dude, I really like that landing page. It must be converting well because they're doing millions of dollars, whatever it might be. So you find 2 or 3 of those, and then you combine the best parts of those, the parts that you like the most, okay? And then you add in a few of your own changes, and then boom, congratulations. You have a brand new original landing page. And so this is what this quote is alluding to, is that it's not about being creative. It's just a matter of rearrangement and then making those tweaks. And then by doing that, you have something that is original, that doesn't look like anybody else's from there. I hope that makes sense. This is a very powerful lesson to understand, because again, we use it to this day, is that we are not some kind of, magical kind of people who are just going to come creative and just build all this stuff out. No, it's just modeling based off of what we see that is out there. Okay. So the answer to the question of, hey, where am I going to get my landing page from? We're going to walk you through many different places to be able to come up with the templates to import into the Client Kit account. So that way you can have those funnel templates to start off with. And so now you have the foundational understanding of what makes landing pages work, so that way you will never be held captive of somebody else trying to sell you on, hey, there's this special landing page and you got to do this. It's all about just having a template to start off with. And hey, maybe they have a special awesome template that you can work off of. Sure, that's nice. It saves you a bunch of time. But again, there's nothing magical or mystical or special about any specific landing page. And so that is the reason why I want to go ahead and warn you again about those dang funnel hijackers, okay? There are those people on the internet who are going to go ahead and try to convince you that if you just have the right funnel, funnel, right? Because of the fact that they have some funnel software that they want to sell you on, that if you just have that everything's going to become magical. Again, we've used all of the softwares that are out there. We've seen a lot of the templates that are out there. They all work exactly the same way. Now, how are they going to try to convince you that their funnel software is better? They're going to try to convince you like, hey, if you only had the right funnel landing page, then like all of a sudden you would be able to become a millionaire and get your 2 Comma Club award. Well, here's the thing. We have multiple 2 Comma Club awards, okay? And so as winners of the 2 Comma Club award already, we're here to warn you is that the landing page in and of itself does not matter as long as it converts. It is literally just one tool in the entire flow that you need in order to be successful. But remember, there's so much more than just the actual funnel. There's the ad copy, there's the ad creative, there's how to actually run the ad, there's the content that you got to put in your community to nurture the leads, there's the quick chat, there's a strategy session, there's a training for all of that, right? There's the product that you actually have to deliver, right? How are you going to get word of mouth? Is the funnel software going to give you the product to deliver? Of course not, right? And then what about all the content that has to go on the actual funnel pages as well? So again, please don't go from a newbie to becoming a limbic lulu who fell down someone's funnel and then decided to drink all the Kool-Aid and then couldn't see behind the smoke and the mirrors that they were just trying to sell you on a software. Okay, so there is no magical landing page funnel that's going to solve all your money problems. So please don't fall for it. Got it? I hope so. Really beating the dead horse unicorn here, right? And so now at this point, you understand, okay, cool. What am I looking out for when I talk about knowing if my landing page is good or not? What am I looking out for in terms of when I'm creating my landing page? What am I looking for in terms of what it looks like? We went ahead and gone over a bunch of different examples, as well as the importance of the swipe file from that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, next up, we're going to go ahead and get into the step-by-step and the actual technical, tactical pieces of actually importing your funnel. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and cut over to a mini training that's going to walk you through the actual click-by-click, step-by-step of the different places that you can go ahead and import the funnel template. And then from there, you have that base and that foundation to build on top of. So with that being said, let's go ahead and cut over to that mini training now. All right, welcome to this mini training that's going to be going ahead and walking you through importing a funnel template. And so let's go ahead and talk about how we're going to do this step by step. So you can see on here that we do have our screen split up, right? We have on the left side, we have the client kit, and then on the right side, we have the guide. Now, this is the reason why it's so absolutely important to make sure that you have enough screen real estate. So unfortunately, because of the fact that I'm recording, I'm not able to go ahead and use the maximum full length of my screen real estate. And so that's why it's going to seem really annoying because I'm going to have to switch between tabs. I'm going to have to do this. And so that's the reason why for you, when you're following along, having that additional screen real estate is going to be extremely valuable. So let's go ahead and go through the step-by-step of this so you can understand exactly how we're going to go ahead and do this. Okay, so step number 1 is to go ahead and open up the client kit. Obviously, we have that open here, right? You want to log in, have that all that kind of stuff done. Then step number 2 is for you to go ahead and actually navigate to the funnel section of the client kit. So we go over to sites, and then you'll see at the top over here, it has funnels. And then what we're going to go ahead and do from here is we're going to go ahead and actually create a new funnel. Okay, so right here, we're going to go ahead and click on new funnel right here. You'll see the massive green button right there. And so we're going to go ahead and click on new funnel. And then once we click on new funnel, we're going to go ahead and name the funnel, right? So example of that could be, let's say, for example, the name of the company. So we're going to put, let's say, NutriFit community funnel. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and create funnel. Now, what you're going to notice on here is that now it opens up into that specific funnel. And then over here on the left side, if we had any steps in this exact funnel, this is where they would show up. Right now, we don't have any. We're going to be importing them in just a second. And then you'll see on here, we have steps, stats, sales, and settings. Now, these are all things that we're going to explore as we go through some of these other training sections and some of these other tech tutorials, but I just want you to kind of understand the overall layout right now. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go back for a second. And now you'll see on here, once we go back, you'll see, okay, if you have any folders, those folders are going to show up there. And then you'll see that is the funnel that we went ahead and just created just a few seconds ago. Okay, so that is step number 3. Next we have is we're going to go ahead and start to import any funnel page templates into our funnel. Okay, so we're going to have all these templates that I'm going to show you where to be able to get access to these templates and some of the other features that you'll be able to use to be able to go ahead and use your swipe file. So let me show you what we're going to go ahead and do. Okay, so the very first place that you can access some of these templates is going to be the Client Kit template library. Now, this is a premium feature in the Client Kit that we are subsidizing for you, so we would highly recommend that you go ahead and use it. And let me show you exactly where that's going to be. So if we click on new funnel over here, you'll see on here that on the left side right here, it says that that there is a template library. Now, the cool thing about this is that this is stuff that we've invested in and things that we have told the client kit to say, hey, we want our students to be able to have access to this template library. It's not something that comes native with all of the client kit accounts. And so once you click on go to template library, you're going to see on here that there are so many different funnels that have already been developed that you can actually go ahead and pull different assets from. Okay, so you can see on here, there are different industries on here. You'll see on top of that, travel, hospitality, restaurant, health and wellness, home services, business coaching, consulting, beauty, fashion, automotive. There are just so many different categories that you can pull from. And here's the thing, you can actually pull different designs from some of these different categories, even if you are not in that industry, right? So let's say, for example, we go over to, let's go over to like real estate, right? And then if we go over to real estate, let's say there's a design or there's a format that I don't want to have to create from scratch. I can actually go in and just pull from that. So what we're going to go over here and do is, let's say, for example, I'm going to pull, let's say this one, loan quotes, okay? And then I can go ahead and click on this button right here, and it's going to show me a preview of what that actually looks like, okay? And let's say, for example, I wanted to pull in some of the stuff. I really like some of this. I wanted to pull in this into my landing page. Now, obviously, this is looking like more of a website, and that's where sometimes it can be a little bit confusing, because if you go back over here, let me click on X, you'll see that the website section is actually very different. So there's funnels, and then there are websites. Okay, now there is some overlap, but typically a website is going to have a lot more kind of content-based, information-based, and that kind of stuff. Now, some of these funnel templates that we've requested for the client kit to include inside of your guys' accounts are going to be kind of more around looking like a website. So what we're really going to do is we're really going to kind of look more for things that are, oh, here we go, types over here, right? So we're really looking for something that's like free resource, like download a free resource, or lead capture. Those are typically going to be types of funnels. But again, on here, you're going to see there's so many. They're talking about like hundreds and thousands of different templates on here, but we're going to kind of have to filter through and see what we might like or what we might not like. So even though we're kind of filtering for lead capture or free asset type of landing pages, we might still get some of those like website-esque type of funnel looks. And so I'm just going to go ahead and pick one arbitrarily, so that way we can show you an example, and then we're going to go ahead and leave it up to you guys to be able to explore this, so that way you guys see how many, literally how many different templates there are available for you. Okay, so let's go ahead and go, let me see, accounting services on here. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to pause for a second. I'm going to go through some of these real quick and see which one that we might want to actually pull in for our example. All right, so we are back. So I went ahead and I found a template that I think would be pretty complicated if I was going to try and create it from scratch. Again, I'm just randomly picking a template that looked pretty cool, and you know, black is my favorite color. I'm a dude, so I was like, oh, you know, this looks pretty cool. So okay, let's say for example we go with this one, right? So what we're going to do here is right over here we're going to click on select, and then you'll see that we have all this information over here. Kind of gives us some more information about it, XYZ. We're going to go ahead and click on continue, and then what we're going to do is you'll see on here, by getting this template, I agree that this template is free to use, and that while the client kit has done the best to ensure all the images are royalty free, I understand that it's my responsibility to check. Okay, awesome, cool. Just some legal jargon, get this template, right? So now what's going to happen is that you're going to notice that this template, if I go ahead and refresh, is going to go ahead and show up right over here. We have SaaS resources. This is the template that we went ahead and imported, right? So we went over to new funnel, and then we went to the template library and we imported it. Beautiful. Now, if we go over to SaaS resources, you're going to see that on here we have our homepage, and then we have our thank you page. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, you know what? I want to use this specific landing page, this step right here. I want to go ahead and pull some assets from this. I want to make this my base upon which I want to go ahead and use as my landing page. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go over here to clone funnel step right here at the bottom right. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and clone funnel step, and then when I do that, I'm going to go ahead and select, this is the name of the account that I'm in, right? So the client kit account right here. And then I'm going to go ahead and select which of my funnels I want to go ahead and actually put that funnel step in. Okay, now I can also clone this step in this exact funnel. So let's say, for example, I wanted 2 home pages. I wanted another one to be put at the bottom of there. I could do that. But in this case, I want to go ahead and pull this funnel step into that other NutriFit community funnel, right? So then I can go ahead and click on add step to selected funnels. I'm going to give it a second. You see on here at the bottom right, it says cloning. And then now if I go back, and then I go back over here to the NutriFit community funnel. If you remember before, there was no funnel step that was over here, right? It was completely empty. Now we actually have a funnel step here, right? Now, alternatively, I could also go to add new funnel step, and then I could go in and like create a blank funnel step as well. But I just wanted to show you, if you were going to go ahead and pull something from the client kit template library, that is what it would look like. And then you can go ahead and actually clone it into the actual funnel that you want to use. And then from here, you can go in and edit the page. You'll see right here, if we click on edit, now I can go in and actually edit that specific page. And obviously we're going to have a completely separate tech tutorial to walk you through what the editing of the actual pages is going to look like. And so if you look at this now, you'll see on here that we actually have all of the entire template file that we wanted to have in here. And now you'll see that it saved us a bunch of time, right? Like now all of these elements that we would have had to individually kind of edit or create or whatever, we now have a base starting point that we can actually start off from if we wanted to use elements of this specific template inside of our landing page. Okay, so again, you're starting to see how all of this is going to be kind of put together. And again, that is only just one place that you can start to import your funnel template library from. Okay, now let's go ahead and talk about the second place I want to walk you through is some of the 100K Mastermind provided templates that I want to walk you through. Now, again, there's nothing special or magical about these examples or these templates. We're just showing you some of the resources that we're providing you so that way you have access to them. Okay, so if we go back, you're going to see that there is a folder over here called 100K templates for 100K Mastermind only. Okay, now if you don't see that folder in your funnels section, make sure you go ahead and reach out to our support team, and then we can go ahead and request for the TCK team to go ahead and put that in your account, but hopefully you should see that in there. And so if we actually go into that specific folder, you're going to see that there are 4 templates that we're providing. We have a women's health, RWA VSL case study template, we have the online fit pro guide, and we have the Pinnacle Man project template as well. Now there is another folder on here, there's another file on here called the legal disclosures. I don't want you to worry about that for right now. That's actually not a funnel template. That is more of funnel steps that you're going to be using for the legal disclosures that we actually have provided for you. So you don't want to worry about that. But what I want to point your attention to is that you can use some of these in order to get started off with as well. So let's say, for example, I open up the women's health one, and you'll see that I can go ahead and click on this button right here, and it's going to go ahead and pull over this example. Okay, you'll see right here. And so let's say, for example, I'm like, you know what? I like some of these elements. I want to use this as the base for my template, right? So again, I'm going to go ahead and click on clone funnel step. Right over here, I'm going to go ahead and select my account. I'm then going to go ahead and pull this into the NutriFit community funnel, and then I can go ahead and clone this specific funnel step over into that NutriFit community funnel. And now you'll see that we have that SaaS resources one, and we have the landing page that we had previously. Now, we could actually even copy elements from, let's say, that SaaS one template that we had copied, and we would say, you know what, there's elements of that I want to copy specifically into this one. And so we can mix and match and do all of that as well. Okay, so again, I'm just showing you what's available to you, but please, please, please do not be a remote control student who expects to be spoon-fed and follow blindly and just think like, oh, you know what, it's going to be handed to me on a silver platter. We're teaching you the skills so that way you can do this for the rest of your life and you understand the foundations of this, okay? Additionally, we have on here the online Fit Pro guide example as well. So you'll see if I open up that preview right here, this is what that one looks like as a base. If you wanted to maybe start off with that one, again, this is just another resource. We have many different places that you can pull these templates from, but it's just another resource, which is the 100K Mastermind provided templates. Again, we have the Pinnacle Man project example on there. You can go ahead and look at that as well. And then this one is going to be actually an exception situation. We've actually gone ahead and provided for you the exact funnel steps and the exact funnel template that we have in the past used for our VSL. Now, you guys at this point are not going to be running the VSL strategy, because remember, there is a specific kind of skill set that you need for that. You have to be pretty good at copywriting. You have to understand the messaging. You have to be very clear on your messaging, because there is a lot more automation that goes into that. However, you're going to see that we have provided for you the template in case that is something that you decide to do in the future, or you decide to be able to graduate to that after the community strategy. So you'll see on here, there's the funnel steps, and there's quite a few more funnel steps than there is for the community strategy. There's the opt-in page, there's the actual video VSL page, the application page, the scheduler page, the thank you page, as well as the pre-call homework page. Okay, so this is probably not going to be a funnel template that you pull from and use for your community strategy, but I just wanted to walk you through it so that way you understand that that is also one of the templates that we are providing for you inside of the 100K Mastermind. Okay, so that is going to be the second place that I wanted to share with you that you could pull templates to start off with for your landing page from. Okay, the third place that I want to go ahead and show you is to import from your swipe file, specifically from ClickFunnels. So ClickFunnels is an alternative funnel software that is kind of popular out there that a lot of different people use, and unfortunately ClickFunnels actually only has the funnel section of it, and that's the reason why we recommend the client kit, because there's just so much more that you get as a part of the client kit than you get with any other software. But the cool thing about it is, because a lot of other people out there on the internet, maybe swipe file people that you see, use ClickFunnels, the cool feature, this is a very awesome feature about the client kit, is that you can actually import different ClickFunnel templates or like examples into the client kit account. Okay, so let me show you what this is going to look like. Okay, so if I go over to, let's say I go over to the Nutrifit community funnel. Okay, and actually what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a new funnel over here just for this test. Okay, so I'm going to do ClickFunnels, import feature test. Okay, import, whoopsie daisy, let's import feature test right here. And I'm gonna create funnel. Okay, this is gonna be a blank funnel that I'm just gonna use as an example to show you how this feature would actually work. Okay, so I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna go ahead and open up right here. I'm gonna go ahead and open up, this is an example. Now we have already provided you this template, but this is an example of, you'll see on here, typically you can know if a funnel is built in the ClickFunnels software. A lot of times it might have this logo, or sometimes it might not have this logo, but you're like, you know what, let me just see if this person built this on ClickFunnels. So an example of this is a example funnel that has been built on ClickFunnels. So now I know it's a little bit confusing because it's a duplicate of what's already in the client kit account. Okay, so you don't have to worry about this, but I wanted to show you a feature of this, right? So let's say I copy this link. Okay, I go back over here and then I click on add new funnel step, and this is going to be, let's say, OFP guide ClickFunnels import. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and put OFP guide randomly here, right? And then right here, you're gonna see it says import from ClickFunnels, and this says optional. If you wanna import your page data from ClickFunnels. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna paste that link right there. And then you'll see it says, I confirm that this page either belongs to me or I have the permission to use these assets, okay? If I click on that, right, that is a legal disclaimer there. And then I click on create funnel step, you're gonna see what the TCK is gonna do is it's literally going to now import that entire funnel page over from ClickFunnels into TCK. How awesome is that? Now, I want to go ahead and make a very big legal disclaimer here, okay? Is that if you're going to be using this feature to plagiarize or steal other people's assets and rights, that is unacceptable and that is not allowed, okay? Now, however, if you plan on using this feature in order to be able to pull from your swipe file, because a lot of your competitors may be using ClickFunnels, if you want to go ahead and pull in a template to use as a starting point, and then you want to go ahead and make changes, that's going to be completely up to you if you decide to use that feature. Again, we are just showing you the feature, but it is up to you to be able to have the cognition and understanding to know, hey, is this ethical what I am doing, and is it proper what I am doing? Okay, but I'm just showing you the feature. Now, let me show you a different example of how this might actually look. So a couple months ago, Tony Robbins was running something that I believe is called like the Unshakable Challenge or something like that, okay? And what we did is we opted in and we were just kind of adding him to our swipe file, okay? And then once we actually went through that entire process, what you will see on here, let me actually go and open this page over here, right? Open this in a new tab. What you're going to see on here is that this is what that page looked like, okay? So this is what that page looked like. And what I wanted to see, I was like, you know what? This is a really nice designed page. Now, I'm not looking to steal Tony Robbins' assets, right? This is not me stealing his work. I said, you know what? This might be a good template to be able to pull some, example elements out of, right? I'm not going to go ahead and plagiarize his logo and all that kind of stuff. That'd be stupid and silly and not acceptable at all, right? So I said, you know what are the chances that Tony Robbins is using ClickFunnels in order to create this page? Because it's a very nice, fancy page, right? It says, hey, join my free group, invite your friends. I was like, oh, this is very nice. So I said, you know what? Let's grab this link. And then I'm going to go back over here to that ClickFunnels import feature test, random funnel that we had created. We go ahead and click add new step. I'm going to go ahead and put, CF Tony Robbins test. And then I'm going to go ahead and put, let's say, Tony Robbins funnel over here. And then I said, you know what? Let's just give it a test. Let's see what are the chances that Tony Robbins is using ClickFunnels. And if he is, then you know what? We might be able to pull that funnel template and use it as an example and then make a bunch of tweaks on it, but as a base, right? So we said, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and paste it over here. I'm going to go ahead and click on that legal disclaimer. But again, remember, if you're using this to plagiarize other people and steal other people's assets, unacceptable. And that is 100% on you, okay? Now, if you click on create funnel step, if this is not a ClickFunnels link, then what's going to happen is going to tell you, hey, this doesn't look like it's a ClickFunnels link. It might be like a WordPress link or a Lead Pages link or a Kartra link or some of these other softwares that are able to go ahead and make funnels, right? So then we click on create funnel step on here, and as soon as it starts to go through, we're like, oh boy, how cool is that? Now we can literally pull different examples from swipe files if they're using the ClickFunnels software to be able to have that template imported as a starting point. So it's going to go ahead and take a second, and it's literally now rebuilding that entire page, and you're going to see it literally pulls the entire page inside of our TCK account. Now, again, you're going to see on here, a lot of these are Tony Robbins' assets. If you go out there, and I'm going to make this 100% blatantly clear, if you go out there and steal other people's assets, that is 100% on you. We have no liability around that. We are just showing you you the feature and how powerful it can actually be. But with great power comes great responsibility. And so it is up to you to decide whether or not you're going to go out there and start to infringe on other people's copyright and then go out there and get sued and be in all sorts of trouble. You don't want to do that, okay? But we're just showing you what the feature actually looks like. And then I can say, okay, you know what? Now that I have this base, I can go out there and make a whole bunch of changes, but it's now saved me the time of having to create this from scratch, okay? So again, I'm just showing you an example of the feature and how that actually might look like, okay? So that is the third place that if you were gonna go ahead and import funnel page templates from, we have the entire client kit library that has literally thousands and thousands of different templates you can start off with. On top of that, we are providing for you a couple different templates to start off with, as well as you can import from the swipe file if it is a ClickFunnels account. Again, how insane is this, right? How insane is the fact that you have all of these resources to be able to go out there and start developing your landing page, okay? And then the fourth resource that you could go ahead and pull from is rebuilding from the swipe file. So we're gonna have a completely separate tech tutorial if you haven't already gone through it about how to be able to use the actual editor, right? So the actual editor, let me show you what that editor actually looks like. If I go into our funnel over here, then I go over here, right? So this is what the actual editor for the funnel and the website editor looks like. And that's where you have all of these different colors, you have all these different settings over here, right? So if I click on here, all the settings on the left side, so you can actually go in and say, you know what, I'm going to start with a completely blank slate and a completely blank template, and I'm going to go in and create something that I see that is out there. So I'm going to go ahead and, just hypothetically, let's just go blank right over here, create funnel step. I'm going to go in and edit this right here, and I found something that is out from a swipe file, and I'm going to go ahead and recreate this from scratch, right? So you're going to have a completely blank on here. I'm going to start maybe with a full width, and I'm going to start by adding a row, and then I'm going to start by adding an element. Now, obviously, we're not going to go through the entire tech tutorial of how the funnel editor works inside of this mini training because it's going to be quite long. However, we're going to have a separate mini training on walking you through what are all of these settings, how do all these settings work, and all of that. So if you decided that that's something that you wanted to do was build something from scratch, you could also do that as well. And so those are going to be the 4 places that we're talking about in terms of importing a funnel page template for your landing page. Now, some of the other pages in terms of when we talk about the thank you page, that's something that we're actually going to be providing you our exact template. So everybody's thank you page for the community strategy is pretty much going to be the same. So we are going to walk you through that specific template once we get there. But we're talking about right now specifically for the landing page. And so what you're looking for is for something to be, clean. You want something to be sales funnel oriented, direct response oriented. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is just a quick edit that we're going ahead and editing this tech tutorial real quick, is that there is going to be actually a edit on here. So step 5. So let's say, for example, you've gone ahead and imported your funnel templates, right? So we have that. And then before you actually edit the funnel settings, you are going to want to go ahead and edit and import. You are going to want to go ahead and import the thank you page for the community strategy as well. So what you're going to do here is you're going to go over to one of the 100K templates. And let's say, for example, you're going to go over to the women's health one. Okay. And then right here, you see this page right here, it says Facebook group thank you page. This page, you need to make sure that you actually go in and import it to the main funnel that you plan on running. This is very important. Otherwise, all of the other tech tutorials that you do in terms of making all of the edits for the page names and the domains is not going to be effective. Okay, so you want to make sure you do this right here. So you go ahead and go and import the thank you page, boom, just like that. And so that way, once you actually go over to And so that way, once you actually go over to the main funnel that you are creating, which right now, let's say, for example, we're creating the NutriFit community funnel, right? So you don't want to have to worry about any of these, right? We're going to talk about this in an upcoming step. Don't worry about these, right? But what you want to have is you want to have your landing page, okay? You're importing that template, and you want to have your thank you page right here. And then obviously, once you go into step number 6 inside of the guide, you can go in and clean up the names of this right here. So that way it doesn't say clone. But by the end of this specific section right here, when we talk about importing your funnel, you want to make sure that you have your landing page and you want to make sure that you have your thank you page. Don't worry about anything else, okay? You want to just make sure that in the main funnel that you are creating and you're working on, that you have these 2 pages is what you have imported, or you have some sort of these 2 pages in there. Now, specifically the thank you page, it has to be this specific thank you page. This is not going to be a thank you page that changes for everybody. Anybody who's running the community strategy is going to be using this exact thank you page. And let me show you what that looks like so you can see what exactly we are talking about here. Boom, just like that. This is what we're talking about here. This is the page, and this is what this page is going to look like. And make sure you have that inside of your main funnel, so that way once it comes time to edit it, you already have it inside of the funnel. Okay, so with that being said, let's go ahead and continue on with the rest of these steps, with steps 4, 5, and 6, and going from there. And then what you want to do is, once you're having that all in place, you want to make sure that you are editing the funnel settings and really updating the name of the stuff. So let's say, for example, over here, I got settings, right? So I can go over here to settings. And what I want to do is I want to go ahead and update the funnel name, as well as I want to optimize for images, right? So what I'm going to do here is that once I open up a funnel and I go over to settings, I can change the name if I want, okay? And then over here where it says image optimization, you can go ahead and click on enable for that. And so that way it is going to optimize the images as well. Now, I don't want you to worry about any of these other settings. The domain stuff we're going to handle in a separate section. The path we're going to handle in a separate section. You don't really have to worry about any of these other things, but I just wanted to show you that, hey, this is what you want to do, is you want to have everything nice and clean, nice and straightforward, so that way everything looks organized. Even over here, if you wanted to edit the steps, names over here, you could go to publishing right here, and you could, let's say, for example, make this, landing page right here. I don't want you to about the step path. We're going to edit some of these step paths later on, but I just wanted to show you where you can edit the funnel name as well as the name of the actual individual steps as well. And then all these other settings we're going to be able to go ahead and mess around with in some of the upcoming tech tutorials. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this has been this specific mini training on importing a funnel and importing the landing page of the funnel. And then from there, we'll be able to go ahead and show you how to import the thank you page and the legal disclaimers and all of that kind of stuff as we go along. But again, there is absolutely no excuse, unless you're trying to be a remote control student who wants to be spoon-fed and follow blindly, which again, I would urge you to cultivate that winner's mindset. There's no reason why you should not be able to go ahead and have an amazing landing page put together and be able to use something that you see either on a swipe file or some creativity with all of the resources that we are providing you and all the support that you are being provided. Okay, so let us know if you have any questions, but this has been this mini training on importing a funnel. Let's go ahead and cut back over to the main training. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that mini training that was a step-by-step in terms of how to import the funnel. Now, I want to mention this. Don't worry about, all the other stuff in terms of the links that are going to go on there, what's going to go on the landing page, how to be able to set everything up. There are going to be a whole bunch of other training sections upcoming next that we're going to go ahead and walk you through that. But for right now, all you want to do is you want to just have that skeleton of that funnel imported, so that way we can start to actually work on getting everything set up. So there's going to be layers, right? Layer by layer by layer, we're going to go ahead and get this set up. But that is going to be the first or the primary first beginning steps of getting everything rocking and rolling. So ladies and gentlemen, that is importing the funnel template when it comes to the community strategy funnel. Let us know if you have any questions at all about this specific training section, or otherwise maybe something that stuck out to you as well. And then with that being said, we're going to continue this party rocking and rolling in the next training section. Come one, come all, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the landing page setup training section, finally. So far, we've been really going ahead and building all of the assets, and now inside of this specific training section, we're gonna go ahead and actually start to edit and put together our landing page. Now, we already have our template that we've started off with, but we're gonna go ahead and start making tweaks to it, right? So at this point, you should have gone ahead and imported your landing page from somewhere, whether that be a template, from a swipe file, whatever that might be, okay? You've gone ahead and set up your legal disclaimers. You've gone ahead and fixed your domain URL, so that way it's easy to hyperlink. You've gone ahead and created your opt-in form, so that way it's ready to be embedded. Now we can actually go ahead and start working on the content that is actually going to be on the landing page itself. Okay, so like we have been doing with all of these training sections, we are going to go ahead and go into a mini training that's going to walk you through step by step, click by click, on getting that landing page set up. And we're going to go ahead and cut over to that now. All right, welcome to this mini training that's going to walk you through finally getting your landing page actually set up. So at this point, you should have already done a lot of steps in terms of getting the overall setup properly done. You need the opt-in form, the legal disclaimers, you cleaned up the URLs, you did all of that stuff. All of that was just preparation, so that way we can actually go in and edit the landing page, right? You've imported the template, so you should have all of that imported, right? So you have your landing page, and what we're doing here is we're under sites, funnels, we're opening up the exact funnel that we're working on, okay? And then now we're gonna go ahead and edit the actual landing page, okay? So depending on what template that you went ahead and used, yours might look completely different. This is just an example that I'm gonna walk you through, but obviously on here, we can go ahead and change the text, we can go ahead and change some of the images, we can go ahead and change all of any aspect of this entire piece, right? So what we're gonna go ahead and do here, and just a note on here, any change that you make, you wanna make sure you go ahead and click on save regularly and consistently, so that way you don't actually lose your place and all of your work. Okay, so a couple things on here. Step number 1 is to go ahead and actually open the funnel editor, which is what we're in right now. Obviously, we click on edit in a new tab. This is the reason why screen real estate is so important. So that way you can actually follow along on one screen and then also have this open on another screen. So what we're going to go in and do is we're going to go ahead and edit the landing page text. So you want to go in here and you want to look step by step. You want to look at this, you want to look at this, you want to look at the button text, you want to look at, the images, you want to look at every little piece of this entire process. You want to see what you can change to be able to make it in alignment with your brand, with your offer, with what you're offering, all of that kind of stuff. Okay, so I'm not going to spend a whole bunch of time on this because that's going to be ultimately up to you to be able to go in and start making those changes. Yes, I know the first time is going to seem a little bit overwhelming, like, well, where do I start? Remember, you got examples, you got swipe files, you can look at all of that, and that's why you're starting off with a template. And then in regards to testimonials, just remember that according to be compliant to Facebook advertising policy, you don't want to do before and after pictures because they are going to be found non-compliant. Okay, then the other thing that you want to do as you're going ahead and doing your landing page is you want to go ahead and check the difference on how this looks on both mobile and on desktop. This is very important, okay? Because what's going to happen sometimes is that, let's say, for example, I'm editing this specific text right here, right? And so depending on what it might look like, if I increase the mobile size, right? If I go over here, the mobile size might be too big. So if I make the desktop size and the mobile size both 52, you'll see it doesn't look good. So I'm going to have to go ahead and change the mobile size to be something different. And obviously, once we get into the tech tutorial around optimizing funnel pages, we'll talk more about this. But initially, what you want to do is you want to make sure that you're also checking to make sure that everything is in alignment according to it being optimized for mobile as well as much as possible, right? So like, for example, this image over here is a little bit too big. Like, I don't need to take up half the screen with this image over here. Now, I can go in and I can go ahead and change, let's say, for example, the width of this image. Let me do like 25. No, I'm going to do maybe the height of this image. Let me do, let's see, like 100. Okay, cool. You see like 100 maybe looks a little better. Maybe 200. 200 looks even better than that. Maybe we do like 150. Cool. 150 doesn't look terrible. 170, right? So it's a little bit smaller than it was before. It doesn't take up so much room. But here's the problem with this. If I switch now back over to the desktop view, now the picture's a little bit too small. And so this is why you're going to have to do a little bit more advanced stuff on here. Let me show you what this might look like, is to actually duplicate this element and then make one specific to desktop and make one specific to the mobile device. Let me show you how that would work. So what I can do over here is I can go ahead and click on this little button over here that says the duplicate, clone button, okay? Now you'll see I have two versions of this, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this element right here, and then I'm going to go ahead and go to advanced, and you'll see that the visibility of this is showing on both desktop and on mobile. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and hide this from the desktop view, okay? And so now it's only going to show on mobile, so it disappeared on here. And then this one right here, I'm going to make this one show only on desktop. And so now you'll see that I have basically created two different elements, okay? And so this element over here, if I edit the size of this one, it's not going to make a difference to the mobile version of it. Now, I know I might have lost some of you guys, but I just want you to go back and, rewind what I just did over the last couple seconds, and you can see what I just did there, okay? Is I basically duplicated this image and I made one available only on mobile and the other image only available on desktop. And so now when I switch between mobile and desktop, I can now actually separate the sizing of this actual image, and the size can be smaller on the mobile version and actually bigger on the desktop version, okay? So that's just a quick pro tip that I wanted to show you, and I can go ahead and replicate this entire process for each of those on here, right? So I can have this one be boom, and I can have this one be boom, and then I can come over here and change this over to be 150, and now it won't actually mess with the actual sizing for the other one, right? So again, I don't know, I'm not gonna mess around with this all together right now because I'm not trying to do a funnel build from the get-go, but I just wanted to show you that's what we're doing here is we're just going ahead and really building out the funnel, and especially the landing page. This is probably going to take the most amount of time for you to go ahead and tweak with it, spend some time on it, optimize it, and we're going to have a separate tech tutorial on optimizing as well, but you just want to understand how all of this works. Couple other points on this, okay? Step number 4 is going to be about the footer text. So let's go ahead and talk about the footer text and some of the changes you got to make there. So if I go all the way to the bottom, you'll see that we have the footer text here. What you want to do is you want to go in and you want to change the company right here, and you want to make that your company name. Obviously, if it's not 2023, you want to change that. If it's 2025, whatever it is, change that there. You want to add the company name there as well. And then you want to go ahead and add in an address if you have an address for your company, you can go ahead and do that there. You want to make sure that in the footer, you have this entire thing right here. This site is not a part of Facebook website or Facebook Inc. This site is not endorsed by Facebook in any way. Facebook is a trademark of Facebook Inc. Okay. The website is operated and maintained by, now obviously over here, this is not your company name, right? So you want to go in and you want to change your company name right there as well, right? Use this website as governed by terms and service and privacy policy. So you want to go ahead and change that there. That's going to be very important, okay? The other couple things that you want to go ahead and do is you're now going to go in and link your privacy policy, your terms of service, and your FTC disclosure or just your disclosure, okay? How are we going to do this? We're going to go back over to our funnel. We're going to go back over to our privacy policy. We're going to copy our privacy policy link. We're going to go back over here. This is the reason why screen real estate is so awesome, is because I don't want to have to switch between tabs. But again, I'm recording. You should not have to switch between tabs. I'm going to go over here and highlight privacy policy. Okay. And then I'm going to go over here. I'm going to click on the hyperlink button that is right here. Once I click on the hyperlink button that is right here, I can go in and paste that link right there. And I'm going to go ahead and open the link in a new window. And I'm going to go ahead and click on OK. Boom. Just like that, I've now linked the privacy policy at the bottom of the footer. Okay. How awesome is that? I'm now going to go ahead and repeat this entire process. And this is the reason why we cleaned up the URLs ahead of time. So that way, once we hyperlink them inside of the page, they're already finalized. It's not like we're putting some messy URL in there and then we change the URL later and then it's going to be all messed up, right? So boom, new window. Okay. Just like that. Now, just a reminder, throughout this entire process, you do also want to make sure that you are saving. That's going to be very important. And then finally, for the disclosure, right there, boom, 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 we go over here and repeat the exact same process that we have been doing. Boom. Okay. And so that is going to be step number 5, which is the legal disclaimer links that we wanted to go ahead and fix up there. Okay. What we're now going to go ahead and do is step number 6, which is inserting the opt-in form. So we're going to find out in our funnel, where is the opt-in form? So sometimes the opt-in form is going to be actually on the landing page. If it is not on the landing page, let's say, for example, you're using a template that has a pop-up button. If you're using a pop-up button, you're going to have to click on pop-up. And then you're going to build out what the pop-up is going to look like on that pop-up section. Now, in the case of this specific template, this one actually has the opt-in form on the actual landing page. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and click right here. So when I click right here, you're going to see that this section on the left side actually changes. And then right over here where it says you don't have any forms yet, I can click this drop down and I can actually select which is the pop-up opt-in form that I created in the previous step. So you see now why we structured it the way that we did. The reason we structured it the way that we did is so that way you have all of this already built out for you and you can literally just copy and paste, plug and play, click and click, and all of it is in there, right? And so boom, just like that, now we have our opt-in form on the actual page and we've just now embedded it. So we don't even have to use the embed code because everything is within TCK. And that's the beautiful reason why having a software that can do all of it all in one place is so magical. There are very few softwares out there that are able to do all of this. And that's why we love TCKs, because now we don't even have to go in and get the embed code and then put some, hyperlink and JSON link or, HTML link or something. It's all within one system. Okay. Beautiful. I'm going to go ahead and click on save. And then I'm going to go ahead and see some of these other options on here. Button, redirect action. We're going to go ahead and use the action from the form builder because we've already gone ahead and set up the actions there. Advanced, we're going to go ahead and leave that to show on both desktop and for mobile. So we should be good to go for that. Another pro tip that I want to show you when it comes to your landing page is that these buttons that are over here, we can actually set up these buttons to skip to a certain part of the funnel. Let me show you what I mean by this. Okay. So over here, if I click on our opt-in and then I go to advanced, you'll see that there's a CSS selector over here. If I copy the CSS selector and then let's say I go over to any one of these buttons, I can scroll down here and I can go to general. And then over here, I can say, hey, what I want you to do is I want you to, when this button is clicked, I want to scroll to a specific element. Okay. And what element do I want you to scroll to? I want you to scroll to, and you can actually go ahead and find, so I guess I didn't need that CSS selector because initially I thought I might need that CSS selector, hide elements, open pop-up. See, so I can have all these actions around what I want to do when this button is popped up, right? So I guess I didn't need that CSS selector. I'm going to scroll to an element. And what I want to do is I want to scroll to the actual form. Now, instead of me trying to find where the form is for this, I'm going to Command F form. And then boom, it'll allow me to just select it right there. So I can go ahead and repeat that process for each of these, as well as the links that are underneath this as well. So scroll to element, Command F form, boom. So that way it scrolls over to that form. Boom. Scroll to element, form, boom, shakalaka. So now you'll see that if I go ahead and save this and then I preview this, what's going to happen is that every time I click on this button, it's going to take me back over to the form, right? So if I click on this button, it takes me back over to the form. Click on this button, takes me back over to the form. And so you'll see I haven't yet finished it for these. So you'll see when I click on these buttons, nothing happens. And the reason why nothing happens on these is because I haven't yet finished all of the setup to scroll to over here, right? So scroll to form right there. And then right here, scroll to form, whoopsie daisies, it was form. Okay, I gotta skip. There we go, form. So right there, so you'll see I can go ahead and set up these buttons to skip to a different part of the actual funnel. So that way, even if the person's really down low and they're like, cool, sign me up for this, click on the button, boom, takes them back to the top over here. So that's just a pro tip that I wanted to share with you when it comes to landing page setup and kind of landing page changes and stuff like that. And then also you're going to notice that this color over here for this button, for this form, might not really line up with the color that I have for the rest of this. And so there's an extension, a Chrome extension that I really like. I don't know if you have to go out there and download it. It's just called, I think it's like Eyedropper is the Chrome extension. And so I just use pick color. I grab this yellow right here. And then what I can do is I can go back over to the form. So I go back to sites. I go to builder, forms, I go to free guide opt-in, I click on this button over here, the background color, change that to be yellow, and then I might have to change the text color to be black. Let me see, subtext, text color right here. I'm gonna change that to be black. You'll see I'm doing it live with you guys on the call. So right here, and then if I go ahead and save, and then I go ahead and refresh, because it's an embed, this should now turn yellow over here. Give it a second, boom, shakalaka. So you see, I went ahead and now changed the color to be yellow so that way it looks exactly like the rest of the form. So I'm just showing you, this is a tech tutorial. I'm just showing you different things that you could do for the landing page in order to have things set up. And then finally, the last piece that we want to do for this is we want to go ahead and mess around with the SEO metadata. The SEO metadata is going to be settings, and then we have SEO metadata. And this is going to be all of the data that is basically when you copy and paste the link and what's on social media platforms, what's the image that shows, all of that kind of stuff. So you want to go in here. You don't want to have a description that says like this. You want to say like, you know, free guide for busy moms, something like that, right? The title of this page is what's going to show up in the tab. So you see when I have these tabs open, it shows me the title of it, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and have on here, this is going to be called like NutriFit free guide. Okay. Author, I can just go ahead and fill that out as well. NutriFit, I can have a social image if I want. I'm gonna go ahead and click on update social SEO metadata and then hit save from there. Now, the other point that I wanna go ahead and point out here is that obviously over here, this is a before and after picture. This is a big no-no. Now, obviously I have not edited this template. So this is the reason why this image is still in here. This is an old image from one of our clients. But the reason why is because over here, you might be able to put a video. If you need help putting a video together, you can go ahead and ask the community. We might even have some video assets that as long as you've signed the 100K Mastermind licensing agreement, we are able to go ahead and give you access to some of our own resources that we can license to you as long as you are an active student. Okay, so that is going to be something that you can go ahead and play around with and tweak around the images and the videos and that kind of stuff. So let's say, for example, you wanted to put a video here instead of an image. I can click on video, and then right over here, I can go ahead and hit X, and then I can go ahead and put in the video link right here, either from YouTube or my own hosted video that I can go ahead and upload directly into TCK from there. Okay, so again, this is going to be all about changing and updating the landing page depending on how you want it to look. We've gone ahead and talked about editing the text and editing the images and all of that kind of stuff, checking it on both desktop and mobile. We've talked about the footer text, as well as updating the legal disclaimer links, as well as inserting the opt-in form, as well as the SEO metadata, okay? And then obviously you can go ahead and look at the preview version of what this funnel would look like, and then you can obviously save it as well. And then inside of the different tech tutorials around how to use the editor, we've already talked about all of the different settings that are on here that you can play around with and further learn how to be able to actually use the editor inside of TCK. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the mini training on how to actually get your landing page set up and some of the other nuances and details that would be required, specifically the legal disclaimer, the opt-in form, and all that kind of stuff. So go out there, get your landing page done. Remember, I know it might seem overwhelming in the beginning, but it is a one-time project that you're going to be able to literally run for as long as you are running this funnel, and you can go in and make small changes and all that kind of stuff. So really in this entire strategy, the landing page is going to be what takes the most amount of time, because the thank you page is pretty simple and very straightforward. So that is the landing page mini training. Let the community know if you have any questions whatsoever. With that being said, let's go ahead and jump back to the main training. And you're back. Welcome back to the main training here. And so that was the step-by-step for the landing page setup. Just follow the instructions. Make sure you don't stress about it too much. If you have any questions, make sure you go ahead and ask for feedback from the rest of the community in an empowered way. So that way the other community members can go ahead and help you as well in the student community. But really that was what we wanted to go ahead and talk about inside of this specific training section, which is actually getting your landing page set up. Remember, the community strategy funnel is very simple. It's just 2 pages. And the biggest bulk of those 2 pages is the landing page setup. Very, very straightforward, very, very easy. Okay, so again, if you have any questions about this, let the community know so they can go ahead and help you. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and jump next into the next training section about the thank you page. And we're back. Welcome to this training section that's going to be about the thank you page setup specifically for the community strategy funnel. So as you already know by now, we already have the landing page and then we have the thank you page, right? And so we've already gone ahead and set up quite a bit of this. And now we're going to just go ahead and work on the actual thank you page. Now, the beauty of the thank you page, especially when it comes to the community strategy funnel, is that it's actually very straightforward. Now, there is a little bit of a difference compared to the landing page because unlike the landing page, which is more about the content and the images and all that kind of stuff set up, inside of the thank you page, there is a little bit more of a technical aspect. And there's actually 2 parts that we need to work on when we are setting up the thank you page. Okay. So yes, we're going to have the normal thank you page setup just like we had for the landing page setup, but there is one additional step that we need to go ahead and follow when it comes to the thank you page. And that is what is known as the deep URL link redirect setup. So before I actually walk you through getting this set up properly, I want to go ahead and explain to you, because remember, our goal throughout this entire process is for you to have freedom, right? We want to be able to teach you the strategy and the mindset of this, so that way you have the skill set in your tool belt rather than you being a remote control student who just follows blindly and is expecting to be spoon-fed, right? We want to teach you exactly what this actually is and how it's useful, so that way in the future, you know, if this ever becomes irrelevant or becomes something that you don't need, you know exactly why you needed it in the first place. So let's go ahead and talk really quickly about what is a deep URL link redirect and exactly why we're using it on the thank you page. So in order to understand what a deep URL link redirect is you want to understand how the browser on a phone actually works. Okay, so when somebody clicks on a link on a mobile phone, most mobile phones, what they're going to do is they're actually going to go ahead and open up that link in the default browser that is on the phone. Okay, so for example, on Android, that's going to be Chrome. On an iPhone, that's going to be Safari, right? Now, what that means is that when you click on a normal link, right, this is what's called a normal hyperlink. A hyperlink is like that blue link that you click on, right? So when you click on a normal hyperlink using a normal Facebook group link, right? So you go to your Facebook group, you grab your Facebook group link, and then you just go ahead and hyperlink it at the end of your thank you page. What is going to happen is that when somebody actually clicks on that link to join your group, it's going to open up your Facebook group inside of the browser. And so this is what it's going to look like visually, right? So you got your ad over here. They click on the link in the ad. The link in the ad is going to take them over to the landing page. Now it's normal. The landing page is going to open up inside of the browser, right? Safari or Chrome, that's no problem. No issues there, right? And then what's going to happen is they're going to give you their name, email address, and phone number, right? And then they're going to go over to the thank you page. There's going to be a timer on this thank you page, or they can click on it manually. That's going to redirect them to a link. And now if you're using a normal link, that normal link, unfortunately, is still going to open up in Safari or Chrome. And so now your Facebook group is opening up in Safari or Chrome. Now, the reason why this is a problem is because most people do not have their Facebook account logged in on their browser because they actually use the app. So this is where the deep link actually comes in, okay? Because when you actually have a deep link, it's actually different, okay? When you're actually using a deep link, you actually have the link that is on your thank you page, right? This timer link that is on here. You're actually using something called a deep link. We're going to show you how to create one, but I just want you to understand conceptually what it is, okay? You're using a deep link, and what the deep link does is that when somebody actually clicks on that link, it's not going to open up in the browser. Instead, the deep link is going to tell the phone to open up that link inside of the app. And so over here, right, they started on Facebook app, they clicked on the link over here, and then it went over to your landing page. From the landing page, it went over to your thank you page, and then on your thank you page was that deep link, and that deep link told the phone to open up that Facebook group link inside of the app. And the reason why that's important is because it's taking them back to originally where they started and where they are most likely logged in actually into Facebook. And so obviously the UI is going to be much different. If you ever try to use Facebook or Instagram on your phone, the user interface is like terrible, right? It's actually optimized for the actual app. And so this is the reason why the deep link is so important, right? Now, this all applies on the phone. And then if they're on the computer, like on the desktop or a laptop or something like that, then the link that's on here, the deep link, is going to act like a normal link. So the deep link can determine what device they are on, and it's going to redirect them to the different pages or the different apps accordingly. That is the power of what a deep link actually does. Now, you might ask the question like, okay, I can kind of understand what's going on here. I can kind of understand why this is important, but hey, like, can you tell me directly why this is important? The reason why this is so important is because most of the people who are going to see your ad and interact with your ad are going to be on a mobile device, okay? You can see on here, as of 2023, and it's only increasing on a yearly basis, is that it's going to be 60% plus people are looking at the ads on a mobile device, okay? And guess what? This number is only increasing day by day. And then on certain platforms like Instagram, for example, like Instagram doesn't really have a laptop or desktop presence. And so like on Instagram, where a lot of your traffic is going to be run, like even if we look at our demographics, even for the ads that we run, most of the traffic that we get does come from Instagram. And so that's where like the number of people that are on mobile devices on Instagram is like 80% plus, okay? And so the thing is that, like I said earlier, nobody has actually logged in to Facebook and Instagram on the Chrome or Safari browser on their phone. They only use the app. And so if you take them over to a page in which they have to use their email address and their password in order to log in, then what's going to happen is that it's going to become a nightmare for people. And then guess what happens when it becomes a nightmare for people? They're literally going to say, you know what, this is too much work. I'm not going to go ahead and join. And then they're not going to be able to make it to your actual Facebook community. And that's literally like you're burning money, right? And so this, ladies and gentlemen, is the difference between normal hyperlinking and deep linking, okay? So a deep link, when we set it up on your thank you page, is going to redirect them over to back to the app. So that way they're already logged in on the app. And so if they're using it on Instagram, if they're using it on Facebook, whatever, it's going to actually take them over to the Facebook app where they can just go ahead and request to join. And so this is the reason why we're actually going to be using a special, really cheap software that we found to be able to create a deep link for our Facebook community. So that way we can place that deep link on our thank you page, and that deep link is going to be able to redirect the people. Now, just a quick note on this. There are many different small online platforms that allow you to be able to create deep links, okay? We have found one that we have used for years, and that's the one that we're going to walk you through. But in the future, right? I'm not sure when you're going to be watching this training or when you're going to be going through this training, right? In the future, if it ever happens that this specific platform does not work, this is the reason why we are explaining to you and talking to you about exactly what a deep link is because then, now that you understand the mindset and the strategy behind it and exactly why it's used, you can go out there and find literally any other deep link platform. And as long as it does exactly what we're talking about here, it's going to be easy for you to be able to set up and actually use it for the exact same purpose. Okay, so for the purposes of this specific training, we're going to be walking you through the service and the platform that we have used for many years, and it's very, very, very cheap and inexpensive. But in the future, you understand how to be able to use it yourself as well. Okay, so with that being said, we're going to now go into the very first part of getting your thank you page set up, which is going to be going ahead and getting your deep link set up using URL Genius and the step-by-step for that. So let's go ahead and cut over to that mini training now. All right, welcome to this mini training that's going to walk you through how to be able to create a URL Genius deep link. So the very first thing that we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and go over to urlgenius.com, and we're going to go ahead and create an account. So we can go ahead and click on Get Started for free, and then it's going to walk us through the process of entering our email as well as our password. Now, I'm going to go ahead and log in. I'm going to pause for a second. I'm going to log into our account, and then I'll show you what the next steps are from there. All right, so now that we're logged in, you'll see on here we have my account. And then once we're going to go ahead and do from here is we're going to go over to my account, and we're going to go ahead and click on Composer. And when we do that, it's actually going to go ahead and take us over here. I think it's already on the page right here. Yeah, we're actually on the page, the Composer page right here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go over to our community. And in our community, you're going to see that we have our community link at the top. But the other thing we can do is we can go on the left side here, go over to group settings, and we can make sure that we actually have the web address for the actual group right there. Okay, so we're going to copy that. Once we copy that, we're going to go over here, and we're going to go over here to boom, just like that. And then we're going to go ahead and give it a second. It's going to load for just a second. And then once it actually loads, it's going to go ahead and let us know that it's creating that deep link, right? So right here, boom, just like that. It went ahead and created that deep link. So it tells us, cool, on the actual iPhone device, this is what it's going to do. It's going to open up the Facebook app. It's going to go to a specific group, and it's going to go to a specific ID for that group. And then on Android, this is what it's going to do from there. Okay. Now from here, we can actually go in and make this unique. So we can go over here and say, let's say PMP group is what I want to go ahead and make this. So let's say PMP community, right? Now, hypothetically, again, I'm just making this up based off of Pinnacle Man project and the example that we're using here, right? So then I'm going to go ahead and click on compose. And then once I click on compose, now I actually have this URL Genius link that is going to be used basically wherever I want to be able to have people join. So right here, boom, just like that, it is going to go ahead and create that deep link. So that way it can go ahead and route everybody depending on what device they're using. Now, a couple things that you could also do on here is you could go ahead and review the routing settings on here. So you'll see on here, multi-language geo-targeting, app routing based off of the iPad and the iPhone right here. So you'll see on here, I mean, it's coming, already packaged out of the box, but if for whatever reason it was maybe not working the way you wanted it to, you could also review these settings, but there is nothing that you would need to do. This right here is the actual link that you're going to go ahead and use. Okay. Now, a couple points on here is that you do want to go ahead and keep an eye on your link clicks. Okay. Because there is a trial that happens on here. And then after the trial, if I go over here to pricing, you'll see that it's about 1 cent per click. Okay. So I think there's a trial of, I think in the beginning, there used to be like 1,000 free clicks or something, but you want to go ahead and keep an eye on that right here. So it's first 500 free, excuse me. So it's 500 free. And then over here, you can go ahead and see what that might look like. And then you are going to have to go in and enter in your card information once your 500 clicks are done. So you want to make sure that you're keeping an eye on it, or if you're like, paranoid, and you just want to make sure that it works, you could just go over to settings, and then you could go in and you'll see on here, current usage is this, this is the number of clicks that you've used, all that kind of stuff. And you could enter in your card information there. Okay. So that is exactly what it's going to look like. And then if you want to go in and actually manage all of your links and all that kind of stuff, you can look at the console, you can look at the insights, you can look at all of these different things or what you can see and get information based off the links and all the clicks and stuff like that. Okay, so again, you're just going to need that link that we had previously. If you want to find that link again, you're going to go over to console. So that way you have that link, and you're going to need that link once you actually start putting your thank you page together. Okay, so this has been this mini training specifically on creating your deep link using URL Genius. Let's go ahead and cut back over to the main training. All right, welcome back from that mini training about getting your URL Genius deep link set up, so that way you can go ahead and embed that and put that into your thank you page. And so like we talked about earlier, there are two parts to setting up your thank you page, right? The first one was the actual deep URL link redirect setup, right? That's what we've already done. Then the next part is now actually going ahead and getting the thank you page set up, right? So what we're going to go ahead and do now is we're going to go ahead and cut over to a mini training that's going to walk you through getting your thank you page set up step by step. Let's go ahead and cut over to that now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and talk about the thank you page setup inside of this mini training. So we're going to go ahead and open up and edit the thank you page. So again, sites, funnels, open up the main funnel that you're creating. You're going to go ahead and open up the thank you page. Okay. We're going to go ahead and click on edit. I like to click and open in a new tab. Now, once you go ahead and edit it and open it up, you're going to see that the thank you page on this is actually really, really straightforward and really, really simple. Okay. So step number one is to just go ahead and edit the header if necessary. So you will be directed to your free 21-day transformation group in 3 seconds. Okay. If you need to change it and you're not doing a free 21-day transformation group, you're doing something else, you can go ahead and edit that. Okay. So you can change the header there. Then what we're really going to go ahead and do, and this is very important, is we need to change what happens when this countdown actually goes to 0. So this countdown is set up for 3 seconds. So it goes 3, 2, 1. And then what we want to do is when that countdown actually finishes, we want it to redirect to a URL. Now, what is the URL that we want this to redirect to? We are going to go ahead and redirect it to our URL Genius link, okay? Not our Facebook group link. Remember, we've already talked about the difference between a deep link versus a normal hyperlink, okay? So we want to go ahead and go over to our URL Genius, and we want to copy our URL Genius link, okay, that we've already created in a previous tech tutorial step. We're then going to go back over to the tab. But again, remember, hopefully you're using real screen real estate, so that way you don't have to switch between tabs the way that I am having to do so, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and actually paste that URL right over there. So we have our URL Genius link. So that way, once this timer expires, it is automatically going to go ahead and open up the Facebook group in the Facebook app on their phone if they are on their phone. Otherwise, it'll just go ahead and open up normally. Now, that is the first place that we need to go ahead and put the link. The second place that we need to go ahead and put the link is right over here. If you were not automatically redirected, click here. So we go ahead and highlight this right here. We then go ahead and click on hyperlink. we then go ahead and click on URL, or we just type in put in the URL first. We paste the URL right there, and then we go ahead and open link in, and we're going to leave it as current window, okay? And then we're going to click on okay. And then you're going to see it turns blue, so that way it's very easy for them to be able to click. And then we might even go ahead and actually make this an underline right over here. Can I make it underline? I don't think I can make it underline. Oh, actually I can right here. Underline. So I guess it underlines whenever I put my mouse over it. So that's fine. Not a big deal there, right? So that's going to be very important. The other thing that we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and change the SEO metadata on here as well. So we can go ahead and edit this and update this accordingly. So that way, if it ever goes on to, we post the link somewhere, XYZ, it's all nice and clean. And this is another thing that Facebook is also looking at for advertisers to make sure that the SEO metadata is very clean as well. And obviously throughout this entire process, you want to make sure that you are clicking save, 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 save. Very, 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 very important. Okay. So you can see on here for the actual thank you page, it is pretty straightforward. And so there's literally going to be just edit the header, edit the countdown redirect, edit the click here link, and then edit the SEO metadata. Now, this is the basic thank you page, okay? Sometimes you might also decide to test other thank you pages, right? So that's where you're not going to be a remote control student. You're going to actually understand like, okay, cool, I'm learning the skill set. Yes, they're providing me some sort of guidance and template, but it doesn't mean that there's something magical around this specific funnel, right? At the end of the day, you want to look at your numbers and see, hey, maybe after somebody actually goes ahead and puts in their name, email address, and phone number on this thank you page, maybe they need more information to be convinced that they want to actually join the group. If that is the case, we actually have different templates around that, right? So back when we were running the online Fit Pro funnel, we actually had a different thank you page, and that thank you page actually had a video on it. So what it would be looking like, it was that you had a video on here, and let me actually show you what it would look like. So let me edit this over here, and this is what a different type of funnel page might actually look like, right? So we have a video on here, and this video was just a quick video that if you need an example of this, we can show you what it looks like. Just ask inside of the community, and we can have somebody get it over to you, or if you need, you can ask the community and somebody can give you their example. Is that you'll see on here, it says success, download your Grow Online Fitness Business Guide below. Right? So by joining the group, this guide is in the welcome post for you to implement and take action on. And then they would click on the button, and then the button over here would have the button for your URL Genius link, which would then take them over to the Facebook group, right? Now, you only use this specific thank you page template if you're having issues with people joining your group because they need some more education, need some more information before they actually join your group, right? Then you can have some testimonials, you can have all of that there as well, okay? So that's what we're talking about as an alternative thank you page. If you've already signed the licensing agreement for 100K Mastermind, you do have permission to be able to use the templates we provide for you as long as you're an active student of ours, because you've signed that licensing agreement. We can actually license all of this material over to you, so that way it is plug and play for you. Okay, so again, that is another thank you page that could potentially be used for the community strategy, but you want to start off first with the bare bones thank you page, and then if you're having some trouble with that, you look at the numbers, you look at the data, then you can go ahead and start tweaking and making edits to that from there. Okay, so this has been this mini training on the thank you page setup and the step-by-step for it. If you have any questions, make sure you let the community know, so that way the community can help you. With that being said, let's go ahead and jump back over to the main training. All right, welcome back from that mini training about the step-by-step of getting your thank you page set up. You'll see it's actually very much a lot more straightforward than the landing page, right? It's very simple. And then we're using that deep link URL to be able to hyperlink and embed all of that in there. And then soon in some of the upcoming training sessions, we're going to test the entire system and make sure that it is airtight as well. So ladies and gentlemen, this has been this specific training section in terms of getting your thank you page set up for your community strategy funnel. If you have any questions about this or you run into any issues, make sure you go ahead and ask the community, and so that way they can go ahead and help you by dropping a post inside of the student community. But with that being said, we're not done with the setup just yet. We're going to go ahead and keep the momentum going, and I will catch you in the next training section. All right, here we go. Next up, we're talking about optimizing funnel pages. This is going to be one of the important steps as we start to conclude and get all of the systems set up for your funnel. And so one of the final steps that we're going to walk you through is when you're launching a new funnel page, especially a landing page, is that you need to optimize the funnel pages for conversion. Okay, so in marketing speak, in marketing language, this is what is known as conversion rate optimization. Okay, so what is conversion rate optimization? Conversion rate optimization is basically where you are optimizing a page, right? You're changing elements on the page, whether that be the text size or the images or, all this other stuff, right? We're basically making changes on the page in order to increase the percentage of conversions from a website or a mobile app. Okay, so that's what we're talking about when we talk about conversion rate optimization. Basically what we're doing, right, in normal layman speak, basically what we're doing is we're optimizing the page in order to make sure that we can convert as high possible number of percentage of people who land on this page, right? So we have the people coming in from the ad, and then we want to optimize this page, right? We want to change maybe the colors, the text, the images, the sizing, the padding, all of the stuff. We want to optimize that. So that way, yes, it might look pretty and all that kind of stuff, but we want to make sure it's optimized for conversions. And that is primarily what we're talking about. Now, how do we do this? We primarily do this by messing around and playing with the spacing on the page that is both for the desktop and the mobile version, right? So sometimes we design the page to look good on desktop, but it doesn't look good on mobile. Versus, again, remember, most of your traffic is going to come from mobile, so we got to make sure we optimize for that as well. Now, another way that we do this is that we're paying attention to something called the fold. Now, I know it sounds like a ominous, mysterious thing, but let me explain it to you, okay? What we're making sure is that we're making sure the content that we want the person to actually see first is above the fold. What does that mean when something is above the fold or below the fold, right? So if you look at the definition of that, the fold is the part of the website that is considered to be at the bottom of the screen, right? So anything that somebody would have to scroll to see, that is considered below the fold. So the fold is basically when something first loads onto a page, right? Whether that be a computer or whether that be a phone, right? Whatever it loads, whatever that first part that loads, that is considered above the fold. And then whatever is anything below that is considered below the fold. And so really the fold is just kind of the bottom of the device that you're optimizing for, right? The bottom of the screen that you're optimizing for. So if you look at another diagram, this is what we're talking about here, right? So whatever loads first, that is what's considered above the fold. And then whatever is underneath, right, whenever somebody has to scroll to see the rest of that, that is considered below the fold. And so when we're doing conversion rate optimization, when we're optimizing the funnel pages, we want to make sure that we're optimizing the spacing, we're optimizing everything that looks above the fold, right? The important stuff we want to be above the fold. So that way when somebody immediately lands on this page, we have the highest likelihood of capturing their attention. So that way it's not like they have to scroll and make an effort to see what they need to see, right? So we're making that a conscious effort because remember, you're only going to have, if you have, let's say 100 people that actually land on this page, we're aiming for about 20 to 25% of those people to actually give us their name, email address, and phone number, or whatever's on the opt-in, right? So if we want to do that, we want to maximize as much as possible as we can. So if we can get this over to 25, 30%, if we can even get to 35%, that's even better. But there's going to be 70%, right? Almost 80% of people sometimes who are going to be looking at this page and they're going to just literally click away. So we want to optimize this page to be able to convert as much of that traffic, because remember, traffic is money that we're spending. The better we can make our conversion rates, the more money we can actually squeeze out of that lemon from the money that we're spending on advertising. And so our goal is that we want to help the person who lands on this page to literally have to do as little scrolling as possible in order to understand exactly what is on the page and to capture their attention. And so what we want to do is we want to minimize as much of the space that we can, right? And a lot of times in our templates, we'll actually kind of change the colors of what's above the fold and below the fold. So you'll see on here, right, when somebody lands on this, and this is obviously on the desktop version, on the mobile version it was a little bit harder for me to take a screenshot, but we'll be able to show you mobile version examples later on, and you'll be able to see mobile version of your specific funnel as well. But you'll see that above the fold, we got this video, we got this timer, we got the headline, and we got the opt-in, right? So it's very easy when somebody lands on this page to be able to immediately see like, boom, okay, this is all the important information, and we're optimizing this that, hey, maybe we got to mess around with the spacing on this. Maybe we got to mess around so that way we can move as much stuff up as possible, but also not making it look crowded as well, right? Versus, yes, maybe I could have increased the spaces on here, maybe we could increase the space on here, but like then we'd be pushing all the information down and it might end up being below the fold, right? And then underneath the fold, we have all of the additional information, right? So if somebody needs more information, if somebody needs to be kind of understanding more of what this is, well, guess what? They can just scroll down and see all of the other information, right? More testimonials, XYZ. And then typically, if somebody makes it all the way to the bottom of the page, sometimes we'll even include like, yes, yes, you made it to the bottom of the page. If you made it this far, then you're really interested, click here to go ahead and opt in or something like that, right? And so if somebody makes it to the bottom of the page, then they usually are saying, okay, maybe they're a little bit more skeptical. They maybe need some more testimonials, X, Y, Z. And so there's a lot of interesting psychology that you can study around somebody who might opt in at the very top, right? Maybe they're like instant, somebody who just opt in directly. And then maybe the second half of the person needs somebody who's like a logical, somebody who needs opt in. So they need to have some logical kind of evidence here as to why they should opt in. And then maybe somebody who makes it at the bottom needs even more information, but they're skeptical. So they might need some testimonials, X, Y, Z. So this is what we call like funnel design, funnel page design, and all that kind of stuff. Again, you don't have to worry about it too much, especially if you're starting off with a really good template, right? This is obviously a little bit something that's a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more detailed, a little bit more advanced. But again, most of the time, I would say like 80% of the time, we ourselves have never really worried about this because the templates that we have are going to work. And then obviously once you see the numbers, you can make tweaks from there. Okay. But ultimately what we're doing is we're going ahead and tweaking elements of the page and decreasing the padding between the elements, adjusting the text size, adjusting the image sizes, adjusting what it looks like on mobile and on desktop, and just making sure that everything still looks clean, but at the same time, making sure that we are optimizing the funnel as much as possible. Okay. And the reason why this is so important is because remember, in direct response, what we're talking about is maximizing conversions. We're not talking about trying to make things look pretty. And maximizing conversions means that it's all about the data and it's all about the numbers, right? Versus trying to be pretty, making it look nice and all of that kind of stuff is more all about branding, right? And that's a completely different objective. And I think sometimes some people can misunderstand this. Like sometimes some people will see direct response pages and be like, that's so ugly. It looks so scammy. It looks like whatever. But at the end of the day, direct response doesn't really care. Direct response just looks at the data and the numbers. And if it's converting, that's all that matters, right? Versus branding is where all those types of people who are into the branding, right? They're really looking at like, hey, how does this look? What's the brand image? Is it on point? Like all of that kind of stuff. And typically that's going to be more on, let's say, the website side of things. But really the funnel and the landing pages are typically more going to be optimized for conversions. Then a little bit of branding here and there. Obviously you don't want to make it just look completely tacky, but sometimes it's funny. Human psychology is very funny, is that sometimes the tacky pages from the numbers perspective will outperform and get more conversions than the nice looking pages. And so that's the reason why we just say, hey, you know what? Conversions are going to win. Direct response is what's going to win. We're going to optimize for the numbers rather than looking at the prettiness of the actual page. And so a lot of times some people can fall into the mistake where it's like, hey, you know what? Sometimes it looks pretty, but then it decreases conversions, and that's not what we want from a direct response standpoint, right? So ultimately, when we're talking about direct response, the numbers are going to be the final indicator of that. And so that's what we talked about in previous trainings, where you are on this spectrum, right, of direct response versus branding, right? Obviously, it's not everything, like it's not all or nothing, but that's the difference that we're talking about is typically in the beginning, we are leaning more towards that direct response standpoint here. And then branding is more around that online presence, building that content, building that conversation, building that goodwill, right? That's what we're talking about here, right? This is brand over here. And then this is direct response. Direct response is optimizing for conversions and is really going for that right hook, but there's no right or wrong here. But if long-term, you do end up having the time horizon, then brand is absolutely going to compound. But in the beginning, you might need more of a sales direct response angle. So that way you can get those sales flowing initially, and then you can invest in branding after that. But again, this is a very big debate in the marketing community. And again, there is no right or wrong answer. There's just a nuanced, detailed answer depending on the person who is asking the question. Okay, so now that you understand exactly what optimizing pages is actually all about, we're now actually going to go ahead and get into a mini training that's going to walk you through actually how to optimize the funnel pages. So let's go ahead and cut over to that now. All right, welcome to this mini training about optimizing funnel pages. So this is as you are starting to finalize your entire funnel build. This is a very important step that we take around optimizing the funnel pages. Now, we've talked a little bit about this when we were talking about the landing page setup mini training, but I want to go ahead and really touch on it a little bit more over here. Right now, it's going to be difficult to show you a proper example of this because a lot of the templates that I'm working off just as an example are pretty much already very optimized. But what you're going to find a lot of times is that you might have sometimes, let's say we have, let me show you what I would mean by this. Okay, so I'm going to purposely go ahead and mess some things up so that way you can understand exactly what I am talking about when I talk about when something is not properly optimized, then it doesn't look good and it needs to be further optimized so that way it is rocking and rolling. Okay, so let me show you exactly what I am talking about so you can get a better idea of what is happening here. Okay, so let me show you what we're talking about here. Okay, so when somebody actually lands on this, we talked about above the fold and below the fold, right? So you'll see on here that on this example that I literally just purposely messed up, and I just want to kind of show you the point, is that you want to try to avoid having all of this extra dead space, because when somebody lands on this page, if it's not easy for them to get all the relevant information, it's not going to be good, right? So what you want to do is you want to go in and you want to start messing around with, and this can sometimes be a little bit tricky because you got to go in and start messing around with the spacing options around the padding and the margin. Okay, so in this case, this is going to be pretty easy because you saw that I just messed it up, but you see just like that. And then sometimes you got to see, is the padding on the green side? Is it on the blue side? Or is it on the purple side, or is it on the orange side? So there's different colors on here. And if you remember back from the actual tech tutorial that we talked about in terms of the editor, there's different levels of elements, right? So we have the green, we then have the blue, we then have the purple, we then have the orange, right? And so depending on where the padding might be, you'll see here on the left side, if I click on the green one, the green has a different padding, the blue one has a different padding, the purple one has a different padding, and then the orange one has a different padding on here just at the bottom here. And so what you're doing here when you're messing around and optimizing is you're trying to see, okay, where is, right, is it here? Is this where the padding is? Is the purple one? Let me check. It might be the purple one. Let me check. It might be, here we go. It's a blue one. So whenever I see the massive one, I'm like, oh, cool. It's probably the blue one. So let me go ahead and edit this, make this a little bit tighter over here, right? And then as I'm messing with this stuff, I might go in here and say, you know what, this looks a little bit too big. I want this to be in line with the text over here. I think the countdown timer is a little bit too big. So I might mess around with, you know what? Let's go ahead and make this over here, margin top. Let me see if I can move this up a little bit more. And then what I want to see is it possible for me to actually make it smaller? So I can mess around with this. Okay. I might not even be able to make it smaller. Let's see over here. Float, space between. I can go to advanced. So it doesn't look like I can make this any smaller, which is fine. Not a big deal. What I will probably do is I will probably go in and see if I can actually mess around with the padding, which I already did. So no problem there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and move this up a little bit more as well. So let me see. It's not the orange padding. It might be the blue. Is it the blue? It might be the blue. It might be, let me see. Over here. So you see, I'm just clicking around and I'm seeing, like, I don't like this whole space over here, right? And what I got to do is I got to figure out, like, where is this massive space coming from? Okay. And is it coming from this red element? Is it coming from the orange element? Is it coming from the blue element? Yeah. So it looks like it's coming from the blue element, right? So I clicked around, I found the orange, the purple, and the blue. And then what I did is I found, okay, dang, there's a huge margin at the bottom here. So I want to go ahead and decrease this margin. Just like that. So it looks all nice. Okay, very good. And then I'm just clicking around and making sure that everything is nice and tidy. Now, one of the things I might have also tried to mess around with is, let me see if the padding at the bottom of this. Okay, so we can mess around with the padding at the bottom of this, make this a little bit tighter, right? I can come over here and I can see which element is it that is creating this space over here. So I go ahead and make this padding, boom, and then the margin at the top there. Make that nice and tight. I might decide to decrease some of the space that is here. So I might decide to make this a little bit tighter on there. So again, we're just going in and just making everything really tight, very neat, very organized. That's what we're doing. We're messing around with some of these things, right? So we're optimizing the image sizes. We're optimizing the text sizes. We're optimizing versus mobile versus desktop. So you see on here, right over here, maybe this text size is too big. Maybe I need to go ahead and move it. So that way it's a little bit more optimized, just like that, okay? And then we've talked about this in some of the other trainings, but I might need to go ahead and move certain parts of these images to be maybe on mobile or desktop only, right? Because I can't mess around with the images individually. So I might have to go over here, and let's say, for example, I'm looking at it on mobile, and I see, you know what, on mobile, like, this is just too much space on mobile, right? Like on desktop, this looked okay. This is for you if, where is it? This is for you if. On desktop, this looked okay, but on mobile, this is not looking too hot. Like, it's too much scrolling and too much space over here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to find the green version on here. Perfect. I'm going to find the green. I'm going to go ahead and clone the green. And then I'm going to make one of them on desktop. And then I'm going to make the other one on mobile. So let me find, I have over here. Beautiful. And then I'm going to come back over here. So I should have a duplicate. And this is the reason why screen real estate is so important, right? Like, I'm recording right now. It's so annoying because I can't, like, scroll up and down to see everything. So it's like, are you a good fit? Boom. See, I duplicated it. So it's right here. And then I'm going to find the green. Sometimes you got to, like, finick it with it a little bit. Okay. Find the green right here, but I don't want to delete it. There we go. And then hit advanced. And then I'm going to go ahead and make it so that way it's only on, Whoopsie daisies, I think I messed up on that one. There we go, boom. So now I have two different versions on here, right? So I've made one that is specifically on desktop, and I've made one, you see on here it says only on desktop, and I've now made one that is on mobile. And so now that I have two different versions on here, what I'm able to do is I can actually go in and just change however I want it to look on mobile. I can change it without fearing that it's going to mess up what it's going to look on the desktop side. Because you see on the desktop side, the spaces are still on here, even though I'm messing with it. That's because this element has now been separated from, the separation is now, it's not on the same element for both mobile and desktop at the same time, right? So now I might come in here and I might say, you know what? I want to have this be a little bit smaller. Actually, I might put the spaces in there, but instead of making with the spaces, I might actually just go ahead and make the text smaller. And then I might go in and decide I want to have a little bit more of a padding at the top here, so that way it's not slammed directly into that. And then what was the text size I made for this one? It was 16. I might go in and make this 16 as well. So you see, now it's coming together very nicely and it's becoming more and more optimized. So that way it is all nice and dandy. And so this is what we're talking about when we say optimize for mobile versus desktop. You want to view the page on both sides, and you might need to change some of this stuff depending on, you see like on here, for example, this text right here is way too big for mobile, but on desktop, it might be fine. So in this case, luckily I don't have to duplicate it and do the whole advanced visibility thing, because on TCK, there is a difference between desktop font and mobile font. So I can mess around with that individually on there, right? But sometimes I'm not able to do that. Like this is, for example, like sizing of different stuff. That's where I might need to duplicate it. So again, I'm just showing you, this is just a tech tutorial. I'm just showing you different ways to be able to optimize, so that way you have in your skill set exactly what that would look like. So that way you're not being a remote control student who expects to be spoon-fed and follow blindly. You're actually understanding how all of this is going to be putting together, and you're actually learning the knowledge. And then once you put the reps in, you'll have the skill to be able to do this for the rest of your entire career. Beautiful. So that is what we're talking about here. Let me see if there's anything else that we'd want to mess around with, so that way I can show you what that might look like. I think probably the hardest thing of optimizing pages is just around that whole visibility of like desktop versus mobile. That can kind of be a little bit finicky and a little bit tough to do. But other than that, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. You just go in here, you can mess around with the mobile text font, you can mess around with the desktop text font, right? So on here for this button might look really, really big for desktop, but I can go ahead and mess around with it for mobile, right? That's just an example. Another example of this might be for optimizing is that look at this green, right? This green doesn't really mesh with kind of the theme of these yellow buttons that are throughout this entire piece on here, right? And so we might go ahead and optimize for that as well. And then when it comes to this exact button, so you'll see that the button over here doesn't really line up with, you know, the rest of the theme that we have going on here. And so I think I showed this in one of the other tech tutorials. If you wanted to change the color of this exact button, I have this cool Chrome extension that basically allows you to see what the color of any page is, so any element in a page. So we can go ahead and really quickly copy that over. I think I showed this in a different tech tutorial already, but just going to show you this. If I go over to sites, I go over to builder, go over to the form over here, click on the element, I can go ahead and change the color of this right here, just like this. I go over the text, I can change that to black. And then once I change it over to black, I can click on save form. And then if I go back over here and then I hit refresh, because it is an embed, there's nothing I need to change on this. I just got to refresh, and then you're going to see that in just a second, it is going to show up as yellow, just like that, right? And so again, all we're doing is we're just optimizing different parts of the funnel to make it more mobile friendly, more desktop friendly, and we're just making sure that everything is checking out properly, whether that be changing the text sizes and just making sure that everything looks clean, everything looks very easy to be able to navigate, so that way once you actually start running traffic to it, it has the highest likelihood to actually convert. Okay, so this has been this mini training on optimizing funnel pages. With that being said, let's go ahead and cut back over to the main training. All right, welcome back from that mini training about optimizing funnel pages. Now, I know a lot of that is pretty simple, it's very straightforward, but it is very good to go in and do whenever we kind of finish out a funnel build or a funnel page build, just making sure that everything is nice and optimized for both mobile and for desktop. But really, that is what we wanted to go ahead and talk about inside of this training section, which is all about optimizing funnel pages. Again, if you have any questions about this specifically, make sure you go ahead and ask the community by dropping a post inside of the student community, so that way the community can go ahead and support you and help you from there. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and continue the momentum in this build, and I will catch you in the next training section. All right, welcome to this training section that's going to be talking about the opt-in email and SMS text sequence. So inside of this specific training section, we're going to go ahead and talk you through how to be able to go ahead and put in place all of the emails and the text message campaign and sequence that a lead is going to go through once they actually opt in. Okay, so once they actually give you their name, email address, and phone number, we already talked about how that is what is called an opt-in, right? So they went ahead and opted in, right? They've gone ahead and given you their information. And then as soon as they give you their information, the clock is now ticking for you to go ahead and reach out to them via email or SMS or phone call or XYZ, right? So yes, they're going to continue going down this entire process, right? We've talked about what the process looks like, right? We got the group over here, then we got the community, and then we got the content, and then we got the quick chat, and all that kind of stuff, right? But what we're talking about here is specifically the email and the text message sequence that goes in as soon as they actually opt in. Why is this important? The reason why is because as soon as somebody actually gives you their information, what has happened is that they have now taken a step from being cold traffic, and they have now taken a step to becoming more warmer traffic. Now, they're not exactly warm traffic just yet, but they are taking that step from being cold traffic, which is a complete stranger, to becoming more warm traffic, which is them knowing you a little bit more, right? But that's only if we can actually get their attention. If we do not actually reach out to them and make contact with them in that limited amount of time that they've taken that step towards us, what's going to happen is that if we don't warm them up and get them to being more hot, they're going to actually end up becoming cold again, and they're not even going to remember who we actually are. And so this is why I want to go ahead and introduce to you the concept that is known as speed to lead. Okay, so this is what is known as speed to lead, which is the closer to the time that the person opts in that you can actually reach out to them and start the conversation, the more likely that person is to engage with you. If you all of a sudden, let's say somebody opted in, right? They give you their name, email address, and phone number, and you don't reach out to them for like a day, 2 days, 3 days, a week later, 2 weeks later, they're like, who the heck are you, right? And so now they're not going to engage with you at all. They're going to ghost you. They're going to go MIA on you, right? And so the likelihood that they engage with you increases exponentially the closer you get to the actual opt-in time. So how fast you can actually text, email, call, engage with that person as soon as they have given you their information, the better that is going to be. And so that is why we say that on the landing page, once they give you their information, immediately the clock is ticking, right? Regardless of if they even continue down the funnel or not. A lot of people might just give you their information and then, they might get busy, right? Something happens and then they don't continue down the rest of the process. Well, regardless of that, the faster you actually reach out to them, as soon as they've hit that landing page, as soon as they've given you their information to actually reach out to them, the easier it is going to be for you to actually get them to engage. And that's why we're talking about getting some sort of communication engaged as soon as they enter their information in the landing page. Now, the reason why speed to lead matters is because as soon as somebody actually opts in, right, which is giving you their name, their email address, their phone number, or maybe just their email address, whatever their opt-in looks like, right? As soon as they've given you that information for something, the truth is that the attention span of somebody who is going through an ad is very, 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 very small for them to even remember what the heck they even opted in for. They might even be opting in for like 5 or 6 different things in the same day. So they have no idea what they might have even opted in for, right? What is the attention of those who are actually on social media? It's like less than 2 seconds, right? And so when we talk about this, that's what we're talking about, is that person who saw your ad and then put in their information, and their information might have even gotten autofilled from their phone. They might have been on the toilet in the bathroom. They might have been in between meetings at work. They might have been at the red light in their car, and then all of a sudden it turned green light, and then they just went ahead and exited out of the page. That's what we're talking about. Why speed to lead actually matters is because depending on the different situations that people come into interaction with your ad, when they give you their information, the chances of them remembering what the heck they even opted in for, the chances of them even remembering what was on the copy, what was on the creative, what was on the landing page, is very, 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 very small. And so the chances of us losing them after they opt in, and the chances of them going MIA and ghosting us, is very, very, very high. And so when it comes to cold traffic, right, and putting advertising in front of cold traffic, which is putting ads in front of people who are complete strangers to us, the number one thing that it comes to in terms of actually getting them engaged and actually getting them into our world and into our ecosystem is speed to lead. Okay, if you look at this, right, how much impact does speed to lead actually make? We're talking about a 391% impact in terms of the person actually reaching out in the first 5 minutes. If you actually respond to somebody, you actually initiate communication within the first 5 minutes that a lead actually gives you their information, the chances of that lead interacting and engaging with you go up by 391%, okay? We're talking about 21x more effective than responding after 30 minutes, right? This is a massive difference. And that's why we say speed to lead within the first few minutes of somebody actually opting in makes the biggest difference. And we're talking about like, yo, the difference between the first 5 minutes versus the first 30 minutes versus the first hour versus the first day versus the first 24 hours is a massive difference, right? The first 5 minutes is absolutely going to be the biggest needle mover when it actually comes to speed to lead. And so what all of this means is that you could spend all of this time and effort and money advertising to bring people into your community and actually getting them over to your landing page. And if you don't actually have a very robust follow-up system and you're not actually utilizing those leads, your lead utilization is not high, you're not initiating that communication, then what you're actually doing is you are burning money. That's what we're talking about. That's how important what it is that we're talking about actually is, right? So yes, we talk about the ad and we talk about setting all that up and how, all the important stuff for that. But the truth is that once you get that opt-in, speed to lead is so absolutely critical. Otherwise, you could be spending a buttload of money getting a whole bunch of leads and you're not actually using those leads. And that is exactly how you would be burning money. And so this is how important speed to lead actually is. In fact, this entire concept of speed to lead is so important that we're actually going to have an entire module, not just a training section, not just a training. I'm talking about multiple trainings and multiple training sections that will all be dedicated specifically to lead nurture, which is what we call setter processes, okay? And so when we talk about speed to lead, right, we have lead gen. Lead gen is the actual ad, right? Lead nurture is where you're actually nurturing those leads, right? But a part of the lead nurture is where speed to lead actually comes in. So that way you can actually get calls scheduled. If you're not getting calls scheduled, so let's say you're generating a good amount of leads, but you're not getting a lot of calls scheduled. So these leads are not making it to the sales function of the business. The reason would be because of lead nurture. And it's not only the content that you're putting out there, it's not only the education that you're putting out there. A big factor of that, a big needle mover of that is that speed to lead concept that belongs inside of lead nurture. And so later on inside of the program, you're going to be learning so much more about setter processes is what we call it, which is going to be an entire training module that's going to be dedicated to maximizing speed to lead, specifically within this lead nurture component. So that way your lead utilization, the money that you are spending in order to actually acquire those leads is actually being utilized properly. Okay. So now that you understand what speed to lead is, you understand the background of it, you understand how important it is, you understand that we will be learning significantly more about this. The question that you might have is, okay, well, hey, what does that mean right now? If I'm going to be learning about speed to lead and lead nurture and setter processes later on, why the heck are we talking about it right now? The reason why we're talking about it right now is because even though setter processes is related to lead nurture and advertising is more around lead generation, a little bit of lead nurture, but mainly around lead generation, what we are doing right now is we are setting up all of the tech that is going to be hooked up to our funnel. And so that is the reason why we need to talk about the opt-in, email, and text message sequence that when somebody actually opts in, how the heck are you actually going to reach out to them within the first minute, within the first 5 minutes, right? Are you just going to be sitting there like all night and all day looking at it? Of course not, right? You're going to have some automation that is going to be able to go ahead and allow that. So there's two ways to do lead nurture, speed to lead, setter processes. There's automated and there's manual, and the best function is going to be a combination of the two. Obviously, right now, we're not going to talk about the manual piece of it. That's going to be talking about in the different module. But what we're going to be doing right now is we're going to be talking about specifically the email and SMS sequence. The email and SMS sequence, what it is, it's an automated way for us to do speed to lead by automating a bunch of the emails and text messages that are going to go out to that new lead, so that way we can get them to reply. And the beautiful thing about it being automated is that it can go ahead and have speed to lead be pretty much instantaneous as soon as they actually opt in. And so visually inside of the client kit, this is what it is going to look like. And the beautiful thing about this, and this is the reason why we love the client kit, is because unlike other funnel softwares and unlike other calendar softwares and unlike other softwares that are out there where you might have to go out there and have another software create this automation and have an email autoresponder and a text message campaign and all that kind of stuff. The Client Kit does all of it in-house. And so the beautiful thing is that your funnel is inside of the Client Kit. So therefore the Client Kit knows when you get a new lead. And so therefore within the Client Kit, you are able to go ahead and automate these emails and these text messages. And so this is what that entire workflow looks like, right? So you got your opt-in form, that is the trigger that gets submitted, and then it adds a tag inside of the Client Kit. It waits, a minute or two, and then it sends them a text message. It waits another couple minutes and it sends them an email. It waits another couple minutes, sends them a text message, right? Now it doesn't have to be like spamming them, right? You can actually change this so that way it's like, okay, within the first 5 minutes, and then change it so that way it goes, an email goes out an hour later, and then another text message goes out 3 hours later, and then another text message goes out 24 hours later. So we can literally automate this entire experience that is going ahead and trying to get that new lead to respond to us. And again, not in a spammy or salesy way, but in a way that we can actually deliver value to them and actually having open loops of conversation so that way they will actually reply to us. And so when we have all of this set up, what's happening here is that as soon as somebody actually opts in, right, as soon as somebody gives us their name, email address, and phone number, and the reason why this is so beautiful and the reason why it's all inside of the Client Kit is because even this opt-in form is inside of the Client Kit. So the Client Kit knows, without having to mess around with Zapier and all these other automation softwares, it has to now take the information from this software and then put it over to this other software, and then you got to pay extra money for all that kind of stuff. The Client Kit knows, okay, hey, you just got a new lead. And then you tell the Client Kit, hey, when you get this new lead, send them this text message, send them this email, wait X amount of time, send them this text message, this other text message, send them this other email, and then the entire process is all automated. And then obviously on top of that, we can then have manual set of processes as well, which is what you're going to learn about in an upcoming module. Okay, so again, I've already talked about this, but as you can understand now, how are we actually going to send and automate this entire process? You guessed it, with good old TCK, the Client Kit. Okay, now the question that you might have is, hey, does that mean that I have to go out there and now create all of these emails and these text messages? Like, how the heck am I actually going to do this, right? And remember, the Client Kit is just a software. The Client Kit is not providing you the playbook, the proven techniques, the proven strategies, the proven templates. The Client Kit is just a software. And so that's where we are coming in and providing you the playbook to be able to use within the Client Kit. And so this is the reason why a lot of those gurus that are out there and say, okay, hey, we have our software, we have this, but the software is just a tool. How the heck are you going to use the tool? Are you going to go out there and create all of those templates? Does that mean that we're going to leave you to just have to go out there and create all of these things yourself, so that way you have to figure out, okay, hey, what is going to get the highest response rate? How is somebody actually going to respond to my email and my text message? Of course not. Do you remember what we said from the get-go, right? We said that as long as you remain an active student in the academy, yes, the Client Kit, but on top of that, we said that it wasn't just the Client Kit, right? We emphasize this over and over and over again. The Client Kit is just the tool. Yes, you are getting access to the Client Kit Premium. Yes, you are getting access to priority support inside of the Client Kit. Yes, we're subsidizing all of that, but there's so much more with that. We're talking about the 100K walkthrough, the plug and play proven playbook, as we are learning more in terms of using the Client Kit with proven emails, with proven text messages, with proven funnels, with proven strategies. All of this, we are able to go ahead and package to be able to go ahead and have it imported into your specific Client Kit account. And so that way we have the entire library that we can make available for you, all because of the fact that you are an active student inside of the academy. And so yes, you heard that right. Yes, you understood that right. What does all of this mean right now? It means that yes, we are going to be giving you the tested and proven email and SMS opt-in sequence specifically for the community strategy. Yes, the emails and the text messages, they have to be proven out per each strategy. And so we've already ran this strategy over and over and over again, and we've already proven it out, and we've created ourselves, and we've used it ourselves to do over $100,000 per month. And guess what? We can literally just import it into your account. And so even though you are going to learn so much more about speed to lead and setup processes and that entire module, for right now in the tech setup, we have all of that ready for you to be able to hook up with your funnel. And this is the reason why I wanted to explain exactly what it is and you understand the importance of it. So yes, we have all of it prepared. Email and SMS sequence messages already ready for you. Simple as that. You are welcome. Holy over delivery, Batman. 100K Mastermind is amazing. Of course, we have the over delivery promise. And so yes, that is what we're talking about when we talk about the opt-in email email and SMS sequence that we're going to go ahead and now cut over to a quick mini training that's going to walk you through how to actually go ahead and make sure that it's inside of your account already, make sure the template is already there. And if you don't see it there, we'll go ahead and yell over to the TCK team and say, hey, TCK, make sure you go ahead and take this template and put it into XYZ student's TCK account. So make sure we're going to go ahead and walk you through that step by step so we can teach you how to be able to import it, how to edit it, and all of that stuff. So let's go ahead and cut over to that mini training now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people of all ages, welcome to this mini training. We're going to be walking you through the step-by-step process on how to set up the opt-in email and SMS sequence for your funnel. So without further ado, let's jump in and make this happen. So step number one out of this entire process is we first want to make sure that you actually have both templates. Now, as a part of the copy and paste library that we're going to provide to you, okay, this is us over delivering and want to make sure that we're taking care of our students. We're going to go ahead and provide you with the exact emails and the exact text messages that have been proven to work from a lead nurture perspective. Okay, these are messages and emails that we have used hundreds and hundreds of times. We know that these work, and we want to make sure that we provide them to you so it makes it easy for you. Okay, so we also went ahead and did is that we went ahead and requested that the TCK team actually put the templates inside of every student's account. Okay, so the first thing we want to make sure of is we want to make sure that you actually have the templates inside of your account. So the way you're going to do that is you're going to head over to your TCK, then you're going to head over to the workflows or automations. Okay, so you're going to go ahead and head over to automations. Then underneath automations, you want to make sure that you are inside of workflows. Okay, then you can see here we have this inside of a folder. If you wanted to put it inside of a folder, you could, but these are the two sequences or templates that should show up for you. Okay, one should be the 10-day SMS auto drip. The second one should be the 7-day email auto drip. Okay, so you want to make sure that you have these two and they are ready to go inside of your account. Okay, now we could have combined these two. We could have made both of these workflows into one workflow, but we found that it's easier to edit two workflows than editing one major workflow that has everything inside of it. It becomes a little bit confusing. So we made sure that there are two templates. That way you guys can edit them individually, and it'll actually allow you to have an easier time editing the template as you're going through it. Okay, so with that being said, moving along here into step number 3, let's go ahead and edit the 10-day SMS auto drip sequence. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're just going to open this up. And when you open it up, it's going to look like this. It's going to have all the messages, the wait times that go in there, and we'll explain exactly what those are and how to go about editing that as well. So the first thing that we want to do is right up here is we actually want to go ahead and edit the trigger. Okay, what is the trigger? The trigger is what allows this to start happening. Okay, so we want the individual to start getting text messages. Well, we have to give it a trigger and we have to let it know, okay, when this happens, okay, then you want to start sending these text messages. So that's the first thing we need to do is set up the trigger. So what you're going to do is you can go ahead and for you, it will say add new workflow trigger. So you can actually select that. Okay, once you add a new workflow trigger, you're going to select form. Okay, then you're going to type in form up here so you can say form submitted. And then you can actually come here and you can find the form that was submitted. Okay, so this is actually form submitted. So once you open this up, you'll see two options. The first option is going to say choose a workflow trigger. So we want to make sure that we keep this the same. Then this right here is the name of the trigger. So if you wanted to give it another name, you could, but we're just going to leave it there for now. Then we're going to go ahead and select add filter. And the filter is, we want to go ahead and select form is, and then right here, we're going to select the form. Okay. And the form that we're going to be selecting is for here, you can see the 21-day opt-in form. Yours would be the free asset guide opt-in form. Okay, then you want to select that or whatever your form is that people are opting in for inside of your ad. Once you're done with that, you're going to go ahead and hit save trigger. Okay, once you hit save trigger, this is one thing I do want to let everybody know of is that every time you make a change, you want to actually come up here and hit save. It's actually a double save feature that you have to do. So once you hit save in here, let's say if I was to save an action, it just saves that action, but it doesn't save everything as a whole. So every time I make an edit to something, I make it a habit to actually select saved at the top right here. And what that does, it actually allows me to save everything. Okay. Now, once you've actually done that, once you've actually selected form submitted, the next thing we're going to move on to is actually adding a tag. Okay. How do we add a tag? You'll see right here, it says add a tag. And here you can either type a tag or search a tag. So if I do test underscore opt-in, I can create a new tag if you don't have one created already. And as you can see, the one that we have created here is PMP opt-in. Okay, so we recommend doing opt-in or lead or whatever it is that you want to call it. You can call it that tag, and it'll allow you to later down the line when we teach you how to do setter processes, it will actually allow you to filter your leads based off of those tags. Okay, so the first thing we want to make sure we go ahead and do is we select the right tag, and then we want to save action and then hit save right here. So we've now created the form submitted. Then we added the add tag. The next thing we're going to go into is editing the SMSs themselves, the messages themselves, okay? We want to make sure that there's a 3-minute delay before the text messages get sent. So what the flow will look like is that someone will submit the form. Once the form is submitted, it's going to add a tag to that person's contact. Once it adds the tag, it's going to wait 3 minutes, okay? Once it waits 3 minutes, then the next thing it's going to do, it's going to go ahead and send them the first text message. All right. So that is how the workflow works. Now, the last step in this process is we're going to go ahead and edit each SMS message. Okay. Now, it says that if you can edit it if needed, but we recommend going through and changing the language according to your people. Okay. And according to your process, your paradise, and all of the different factors that you have inside of your marketing. So the first thing we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to open up the SMS. Then you can come right here and you can go ahead and edit the fields that are in here. So obviously you would change Coach Malik to your name. You would change the company name right here. And then you would change the offer or whatever it is. Hey, saw you responded. You can pretty much keep this the same, but you want to change the nuances to this. And then you want to change the offer that they opted in for. Now, right here, you'll see that this is a opt-out message. We want to make sure that the opt-out message actually goes inside of the first message. That is part of the SMS laws now in order to make sure that your number does not get shut down or banned. And so carriers actually require us, especially people that are sending text messages, to have this opt-out message in the first message so people have the option and the ability to do so. Okay, so this is a recent thing that just recently happened. So we got to make sure that we play by the rules. And if we play by the rules, our numbers don't get banned and our account does not get shut down. So we want to make sure we're playing by the rules. So once you're done with that, one really cool thing that I want to show you is you can actually create something called custom values. So you can see right here, you can create a custom value. So I can come here if I wanted to add a individual's name. Okay. So there's two options that you could do here. So you're going to go to custom values. You're going to go contact or user. Okay. Now the user is you. We actually want to go into contact and we want to go into first name. And what it's going to do is every time the message gets sent out, it's going to auto populate the first name of the individual. Does that make sense? So what it's going to do is every time, if you have a contact's name whose name is Dave, and then you have a contact name whose name is Billy, every time this message goes out, it's going to say Dave and it's going to say Billy. So it's going to update the contact automatically. Then what we're going to do is we're going to hit save action once you've made your edits and then hit save. Okay. You don't really have to worry about the weight. If you wanted to change the weight, you could. So I'll show you what that looks like. So you just go into weight and you can wait how long before sending the message. This is set for 25 hours. We've set it specifically on specific times so it doesn't look like a robot is sending it. Okay. So we want to make sure that it feels like it's actually being sent by a human being. That's why we vary the time. So you can see here, this one is 25 hours. You can see here, this one is 0.2 minutes. Okay. So this is 20 seconds. Then you could see right here on this one, this is 27 hours. So what we're doing is we're stagnating the time so it doesn't feel like it's coming at the same time, because TCK does have a trigger where you can send it every 24 hours, but then they're consistently getting the same message at the same time or a similar message at the same time, and it feels too robotic. So therefore people are not going to respond. So going through this, you want to just go through SMS number 2, go through SMS 2.5, go through SMS number 3, and this is where you're going to go ahead and change the calendar link. So this is where you're going to put your quick chat link in here. If you don't know what that is, do not worry. We will help you set that up inside of the setter processes. And this is where you're just going to go text message by text message and start switching things up and start changing a lot of the language. Now, one thing I do want to remind you, keep the theme of the text messages the same. Okay, so if I was to edit this, instead of saying, yo, you could change this to like, hey, it's me again. Haven't been able to connect. I wouldn't really change this, right? What I would change would be regarding your request for more info about, you'd probably just want to change the last portion of that text message. Otherwise, you want to keep the theme the same. And the theme of the text message is to make sure that people actually get on a call with you and actually respond. So with that being said, go through this, change the SMS messages, making sure that the messages are really aligned with what your messaging is. Now, if you go to message number 5, there is an image here that is set up. Okay, this is going to be a meme. It's a Drake meme that will be here. So you can check that out if you wanted to. You can test that out and see what that actually looks like. Then there is another one, I believe, on message 6 or message 8, I believe, has another meme that's attached to it that goes, I believe it's 8.5 or it can be 9. Let's see if it's 9. Oops, definitely not 9. Okay, so it is message number 10, which is 2 memes. And one meme is just Drake saying, hey, looking forward to getting back to me. And another one is like, still waiting for you to get back to me. It's like the Pablo Escobar meme. So those are the memes. Everything is set up here. If you want to make tweaks to the text messages, go ahead and make the tweaks to the text messages, but make sure that you actually go ahead and keep the theme of the text messages the same. So you don't want to just like start offering random stuff like, hey, I have a group coaching program. No. We don't want to do that. We want to keep the theme the same because the whole goal of this is to get people to respond. All right. So now once you've done on the action side of things, we're going to make sure we hit save, and then you're going to move over to the settings side of things. So let's make sure that we set specific settings on this workflow. So the first thing we're going to do is inside of time window, you want to make sure that you're selecting specific time. Okay. Specific time is what we want to select. Then it'll ask you, what is the specific time that you would like to select? And the specific time that you're going to select is 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And this is to comply with legal SMS guidelines. Okay. Then we're going to move along here. Once you've set that up, you're going to move along. And where it says stop on response, you want to make sure you toggle that on. So this is off. You want to make sure that we toggle it on. It has to be on. Okay. And where it says allow multiple, you want to make sure that that is off. Okay. So stop on response is on. Allow multiple is off. Again, stop on response is on. Allow multiple is off. The rest of it you don't have to worry about. Then you're going to go ahead and hit save. Okay. Once you're done with that, you are done with your 10-day SMS auto drip. Now you're going to head back over to workflows. Then the next thing we're going to work on is we're going to edit the 7-day email auto drip. Okay. Same process, right? Same process as we did with the SMS auto drip. Now we're just going to do that via email. So the first thing we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and change the trigger. Okay. Like, as you guys know, opt-in comes in, right? Somebody takes an action, which is filling out the form. Then this is a trigger that lets them know that, hey, we want to start sending out these emails. Okay. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to go add new workflow trigger. We're going to select form. Then we're going to select form submitted. Okay. After form submitted, you're going to select add filter. After add filter, you're going to select form is. Once you've selected form is, you're going to select the form that people are opting into, that the form that is actually on your funnel that people are opting into. Okay. Once you've done that, then you're going to hit save trigger. Then we're going to select save. All right. We're done with the trigger process. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go through and we're going to edit each email. Okay. As we're editing the email, there's a few changes that you want to make. So as you're editing the body of the email, right, one thing that we recommend is actually copying the email, taking it over to ClickUp or a Google Doc and editing the email inside of there. Because what we have found is editing something in this tiny window, sometimes you'll mess something, sometimes you'll make mistakes, sometimes there will be typos. So we recommend copying this entire thing, taking it outside of here, going into a Google Doc or going into ClickUp and editing the email inside of there and then bringing it back. All right. Once you've done that, the same custom values apply. So you can add the person's contact's first name. All right. Then you go ahead and change the hyperlinks as well. So you can see here, you can access the 21-day challenge here. You can highlight any word, hit the link, and it'll give you the ability to put the link that you want in here. Now, we recommend putting the URL Genius link to the Facebook group because everything that we want to push to is your Facebook group and community. Then you're going to hit save. And then if you wanted somebody to book a call, you can actually have another call to action here where you can go here and change the link. And this is going to be the link for your quick chats. Okay. This is going to be the link for your quick chats. Now, once you've done with that, you're going to hit save action. You can. And then we also want to go back and for every email, you want to change the from name and from email. All right. You want to change the from name and from email. So you can't be sending messages from Coach Malik or from support at Pinnacle Man Project. You're going to have to change it to your name or whoever you're sending it from. If you want to pretend as if you're sending it from an assistant, you can do that as well. From time to time, you will notice that we actually change who is sending the email. And the reason we do that is because it makes people feel like there's multiple people sending it and allows people to actually open up the message. So the first things first, go through and edit the emails, right? Copy the email out of here, right? Copy, take it to a Google Doc, take it to a ClickUp, edit it. And then you want to make sure as you're editing the email itself, you can go ahead and edit the from name and from email as well. And then if there's a link anywhere here, you're just going to highlight the word, right? So for instance, hit the link here, right? We copied the link, we hit link, then you can paste any link that you want in here, which will then inside of the workflow redirect people to that link. Then you're going to hit save and then you hit save again, and then you're going to hit save right at the top. Okay. So I'm going through it very quickly. You're going to have to sit down, go through it, have conscious effort to make sure that this happens properly. And again, it's hard to edit emails in this tiny editor. So copy it, take it to ClickUp, take it to a Google Doc. If those of you don't listen, what's going to end up happening is you're going to have typos. Things aren't going to make sense to your prospects. And then they're going to have a perception of your business that you can't spell, you can't write well. It's because you didn't take the time to one extra step, which is taking this email and editing it on a Google Doc or on a ClickUp document or wherever you want to edit it. You can even edit it in notes. It does not matter. Okay. Just edit it outside of here because otherwise you're going to have to make this really, really, really big and it's still very difficult to see. So I highly recommend going out and actually doing that. And then reminder, because I know people will tend to forget, changing the from name and from email. Okay, that has to happen. If you do not do that, then you don't want the emails going from support at Pinnacle Man Project. You're gonna have to make these edits. Once you're done with that, then hit save again. Then once you're done with the action side of things, we're gonna go over to settings. Okay, then inside of settings, we're gonna put anytime, right? Because we don't really care about email. Email can go out at any time. That is all right. Then we're going to say allow multiple. Very simple settings on this end. We want to make sure that allow multiple is on, stop on response is off. It doesn't really matter if you want to turn this on or off or not. With email, it does not matter. It's completely up to you. So if you want to turn it off, you can. If you don't want to turn it off, it doesn't matter. So making sure that allow multiple is on and stop on response is off. Okay. Again, your choice. You can leave it on or off, completely up to you. Then we're going to go ahead and hit save. And you want to make sure that the time window says anytime. The rest of the settings you can leave. and you can hit save. The reason we're not changing the email right here is because inside of each individual message, we've already selected the from name and from email. This is if you wanted it universal between everything. So that is how you go ahead and edit the email side of things. Again, make sure that you're taking this out of the editor right here. You don't want to edit it here. You want to make sure that you edit it outside. And then if you want to add custom values, you can do so right here. And again, make sure that it's under contacts. So that's how you would edit it. And if you need support on editing it, please don't hesitate to let us know and we will be able to help you out. Now, going back into the workflows, you want to make sure, just a quick reminder, there are 2 workflows that you're going to be working on. It's going to be the 10-day SMS auto drip, and it's going to be the 7-day email auto drip. Okay, so these 2 should already be inside of your TCK account. If they are not, please communicate with us so we can get those over to you, and we can contact the TCK team to make sure that they transfer everything over to your student accounts. They should have already done that, but in case, just communicate. Please let us know. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our step-by-step opt-in email and SMS mini training, and we'll catch you guys on the main training.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that mini training about the opt-in email and SMS sequence. I hope you are really appreciative and understanding of how much value we are really working as hard as possible to be able to provide you guys as our students, because we want to make sure that we can at least make it as easy as possible for you to succeed. Whereas when we were starting out in this game, we literally had to go out and create the emails, create the SMS, figure out the softwares, do all of this stuff. We're trying to make it as dang easy as it could be for you, so that way you have the smallest barrier for success, so that way you can ultimately be as successful as possible. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this has been this specific training section in terms of understanding what speed to lead is, how the opt-in and email and SMS sequences and everything works together. So if you have any questions about this whatsoever, make sure you go ahead and let the community know, so that way the community can go ahead and help you through any issues that you might have, or maybe you don't have any questions, but maybe you want to go ahead and have a comment, you want to show some appreciation, whatever it might be, go ahead and drop it inside of the student community. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and start winding down and start tailing off this entire massive setup that you have been going through. And so with that being said, I will catch you in the next training section. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the time has come. We are starting to get to the tail end of our entire funnel setup. And in this specific training section, we're going to be talking about checking and testing your entire process. So as we start to wrap up the community strategy funnel build, one of the final steps for this entire process is to check and test. Now, we're not talking about just surface level checking and testing. We're talking about like checking and testing and then checking and testing again, and then again and again. I cannot tell you how many times that we have gotten on coaching calls with students and they say, oh, leads are not coming in. Like, I don't know what's happening. Or like, something isn't working properly. And then it's just some silly small mistake that was set up in their tech. And that's the reason why maybe they were wasting money on ads and they weren't getting the results and all of this kind of stuff. And so yes, the more times that you do a setup like this, right? The more times you do it, just like everything in life, you're going to get better and better and better and better and better at it. But especially the first time that you are doing such an intense build the way that you're doing it, right? You want to make sure that you are checking and testing everything multiple times, like super testing everything like over and over and over again. Like you test it yourself, you have a friend or family member test it, so that way you can check it on multiple devices. All of it is going to be very important, especially the first time that you are doing this, okay? Successful advertisers, those who are actually winners at what it is that you are trying to be a winner at, they are extremely thorough, they are detail oriented, and they test everything constantly, okay? And so when we talk about winners and cultivating that winner's mindset, this is what we're talking about here. We're talking about being detail oriented. And if you don't yet identify with your identity of being somebody who can be detail oriented, checking the tech, doing everything properly, right? You're going to suffer because you're not going to get the results that you're looking for, because you're not actually investing in the skill and the identity that is required in order to get the results and the success that you want. And so we would urge you is to make sure that as you're going through this tail end, as you're getting ready to go ahead and launch the funnel, we're going to get into into the ads setup and all that kind of stuff in the upcoming trainings. As you're doing all this checking and testing, you want to make sure that you are going through this process correctly. You are not cutting corners. You're not getting lazy. You're not bending the rules. You want to make sure that everything is as airtight as possible. So that way there are no slip ups, there are no mistakes with the entire setup. And again, we've talked about this many times in the past, is that this is a one-time setup, right? For as long as you're going to be running this funnel, as you're building it, you're going to see that, hey, there's not a lot that you got to tweak in the future unless you got to make some changes. But for the most part, it is going to stay the way that you build it as long as you build it the proper way first. Okay. So with that being said, we are going to go ahead and cut over to a mini training that is going to walk you through step by step in terms of what you want to look for when you are checking and testing your entire tech setup. So let's go ahead and cut over to that now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this mini training that's going to walk you through checking and testing. So this is going to be so absolutely important, but the great news is that you're getting to the tail end of your entire build. So step number one is going to be to go ahead and test the entire funnel from end to end on the desktop. And then step number two is to go ahead and test the entire funnel end to end on a mobile device. Okay, so what we're going to basically do is we're going to go ahead and start from the very top, and we're going to go ahead and basically grab the landing page, because remember, this is going to be the link that we put in the ad on the Facebook or Google platform, whatever ad platform that you're running the ad on, and then that's where the traffic is going to get sent to. And so what we're going to do is we're going to copy this link. We're then going to go over to an incognito window, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and paste that link there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to run through on the desktop, we're going to run through the entire funnel, and we're going to check every single button, every single option, right? Like, hey, does this button work? Does this button work, right? So like, does this button take me to where I need to go? Does this button take me to where I need to go? Does this button work? Does this button work? What about the font? What about the text? What is every little detail is what you need to be checking. Now, obviously in what I'm showing you right now is just an example, but you'll see on here, for example, like, okay, this is working, but you know what? This small button over here, is that working? Yes, that button is working, but wait a second, this button over here is not working. Uh-oh, that's not good. And then I'll go in and change it, right? And so what I'm checking is, first I'm checking on the landing page, is everything looking good? Like A to Z on the desktop, is everything looking good from the top all the way to the bottom? Like, hey, is there supposed to be a video here? Is there supposed to be an image here? Like, what's going on? Is this actually working properly? Now, once I've checked the actual landing page, again, this is just an example. Please understand that your landing page should not and does not need to look exactly like this example. I'm just showing you an example, and then whatever your landing page looks like, please make sure that you are actually going in and testing all of the elements on your landing page. Like, your landing page may not have all these buttons, but if your landing page does have buttons, you need to make sure that you go ahead and check that, okay? Then next up, what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and put in your name, email address, and phone number, and you're going to go ahead and click on the submit button, and you want to make sure, hey, do you get the opt-in email and text message sequence? You want to check that, okay? The other thing you want to check is, does this button take you over to the thank you page, right? So you're doing an end-to-end test. Once you get to the thank you page, right? So I'm gonna go back over here to the funnel so you can see in the steps. Once you get to the thank you page, does that thank you page timer run out and then take you over to the group? You want to check that. You want to check as well as the privacy policy links, right? All the way at the bottom. You want to check, hey, click on these links. Check, do they all actually work properly? That is all going to be very, very, very important. Check all the buttons. You want to check all the optimized spacing. You want to check to make sure that the opt-in works, that it actually takes you to the thank you page. Make sure that the thank you page redirect works. Make sure it takes you to the Facebook group. Do you actually receive all the correct text messages and emails? All of it, shebang, A to Z, very, 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 very important, okay? Then step number 2, and you could say this is just as important, if not more important, is you want to go ahead and send yourself, right? Text yourself this link, and then you want to go ahead and test it on a mobile device. And ideally, if you can do it in an incognito window on your mobile device, even better, right? So you want to go ahead and test it on a mobile device and see, hey, that thank you page redirect, did it actually take you over to the browser? You know, deep link should not do. It should open up inside of the app. So does it actually open up the Facebook group inside of the app? Does it not work? Is it working? All of that you want to test as well. And so again, you want to be extremely, extremely detail oriented as you are going through this entire process. And so this is where you want to have that attention to detail, okay? Because this is a one-time project. And once you turn on those ads, you're going to start having traffic going through this. Remember, it's a flow. And so if your lead gen is messed up, right? If it's all messed up, it's not going to work properly. And so if you set these things up properly, you're going to have a massive dividend. Remember, this is a one-time project. So you want to check, test. You want to make sure that everything that you've gone through on all of the different tech tutorials, all of the different setup that you've done, everything is working properly, and you want to be extremely granular about it as you're going through the process. So again, check it on both desktop and check it on mobile, and you're also keeping an eye on what does it look like in terms of the actual optimization, right? On mobile, does it look nice? Does it look optimized, right? Is the spacing all good? Is the text sizes all good? You want to be super, super detail oriented. You want to have that eye for the detail. detail so you can check, right? And you might even want to check in like, hey, how would it look on maybe different desktop sizes? You can resize the screen and see what it might look like on there. And so any small detail that might not be great, you want to make sure that you fix it, because when you're running traffic on this, right, thousands of people are coming to this page, and then you want to just make sure that every single detail has been taken care of on what your funnel page is actually going to look like. So again, this is just an example. Your landing page might look completely different, right? Your landing page might actually look something more like this. If that's the case, again, you want to make sure that you're testing it. Check the buttons on here, right? Hey, does your opt-in form work? Does the buttons work? Is everything looking good? Make sure that you are testing it A to Z. That is going to be absolutely very critical and very important. Okay, so this has been this mini training in terms of checking and testing. If you run into any issues, make sure you do go ahead and ask the community. With that being said, let's go ahead and hop back over to the main training. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that mini training about checking and testing. Like we have said a gazillion and 2 times inside of this training already, I cannot tell you how important it is to make sure that you keep this airtight. You check everything so that way everything is nice, squeaky, clean, and everything works properly. Because guess what? When you start running traffic to it, it's going to be terrible because you're going to be putting money behind it. And then if there's something messed up, you're wasting money. And that is a terrible feeling. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, this has been this specific training section about checking and testing your entire funnel and tech setup. If you have any questions, or if you've run into any questions so far, make sure you go ahead and ask inside of the community, so that way the community can go ahead and help you by dropping a new post inside of the student community. But ladies and gentlemen, that really is the tail end of the entire tech and funnel setup. Of course, we might have some other tech tutorials and training sections if there is more support, because remember, the 100K Mastermind and the curriculum is always evolving and getting better. So if you have any issues or you have any concerns, make sure you do go ahead and let us know. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is Coach Yasin checking out, and I will catch you inside of the next training.